相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
It's go time. It's go time. Let's go, let's go. We stepping into the room. Y'all feel the energy boom. Enemies doomed. We shut them in like a tomb. Spectators safely assume we are the winning team. Got our eyes locked on that victory. Give it all and the rest is history. We the best and there ain't no mystery. No mystery. It's go time. The whole time. It's show time. Let them know time. It's go time. The whole time. Scoring goals time. Let them know time. Let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. We are the champions. We are the champions. We are the champions. It's go time.
Welcome to the battleground where second chances come at the highest cost. This is the lower bracket semifinals of MPL LATAM Season 3, where dreams either rise from the ashes or vanish for good. And of course, your casters for this one for today, myself, Kronos, alongside me, my trusty partner, Vey.
Okay, hello everybody, and of course, welcome to the English test. It's still with me and also Kurdos throughout the whole season leading up to grand finals. So, and tuning in for today, a lot of exciting things to see. One team will have to sadly go home for today, and also there's some exciting news for today to know that the first slot of grand finals will be revealed later on too. So whoever's watching right now, tune in, grab your popcorns, grab your drinks, sit down, come and watch with us on the English test, because we are definitely ready for 2-match series of a best of 5 today.
You know what, Vey? I prepped myself for 10 matches today. I'm not gonna lie. Best of 5 for 2 different games that might just come our way. But I think you and I both have our predictions set, and I have not predicted a 10-match series. I have not predicted even a 5-match series going all the way. But of course, at the same time, I feel like it just might be the day when that happens. It's the best of the best going against the best of the best. This is the top 4 of MPL LATAM Season 3.
We're going to see them duke it up for today to see who gets what place later in the playoff brackets, because it is very important for us to know, because leading up to technically with this today's broadcast 3 days, we're going to see the potential of LATAM later for MSC. So I know Kronos is really rooting for Corinthians. I have a few of my favorite teams as well here and there. But so far, it's just looking very bright for them. And we're going to see them play and also face Influence Rage. They're one of the strongest team also. So, Kronos, a glimpse of grand finals today. Or not?
I'm telling you, bro, it is definitely a glimpse of the grand finals, and I can definitely see this match being the grand finals as well. It could be the losing teams from that best of 5 can still make the grand finals, because they're just that good. Like you mentioned, Influence Rage is also another strong team, and of course Corinthians, chef's kiss, just being blown at the way that they've been playing and taking the stage by storm. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to play as well, you can by downloading the game. Why? Because we have a collab that's been going on, MLBB X Naruto. That's been going on the entire time. So become the Hokage of your ranked games with the new MLBB X Naruto skins. Of course, you gotta scan that QR code and tell us who do you think your favorite Naruto character is. For me, I love Kakashi, but also at the same time, the Naruto skin is just so good, man.
Okay, you're rooting for those two. I still stand by my point. I love the Sakura skin, and now I know the bit. So yeah. Hey, boo for the story plot of a good, strong female. But the skin is amazing though. We can't deny that one. It's a great collaboration right now.
I mean, I agree.
Biggest collaboration ever for MLBB.
I agree with the skin being fabulous, but strong and big. I don't know. I don't know what you were talking about there. good and strong women, Sakura. I don't know, but yeah. But I just feel like yes, it's a great collab skin. I love the effects, and I'll be honest, I am looking forward to playing with it myself. I haven't really played with that Sakura skin yet. Like I've gotten it for such a long time, I still haven't played with it. And I mean, hey, Vay, if you want to play, where do you think we gotta play it?
Yeah, because like I know you want to have a path of being a professional as a caster and also a player, maybe pro player Kronos. We don't know. Yeah, probably, because it's a place to start. And if you guys also want to know where to start, it's the only platform that you can go to is at communitygaming.io. It is a lovely website where you can join in tournaments, fill up your weekends with lots of fun activities, or even you can host your own tournaments there. So if ever, it's technically growing another community too. So don't forget to check it out. If you want to be a professional pro player, your journey starts there.
Yeah, and while you become a professional player, you gotta know that you have to send your photos there as well, because you want to be MVP in your game and also in your photos. So for that, you gotta make sure you get the Techno Canon 40 series that has a special snapshot feature that freezes the action in motion in place, so that you know it looks absolutely brilliant. You can get those TikTok plays and whatnot. So that is absolutely amazing. And you know what else is amazing, Way? Today's schedule, because yes, it is the lower bracket semifinals, 9Z Global and Infinity, and of course the next match is what Vay is all for.
Hey, second match of the day, technically securing and revealing the first slot for grand finals later on. Our friends from Influence Rage versus Corinthians. Oh, quite exciting to see how they will go. Somebody predicted a clean sweep, if I'm not mistaken. Is that true?
That's how much I believe in them.
A little spicy take.
I believe in them. I know there's actually, I took a look at all the casters' votes and predictions. I did not see a lot of 3-0s, only me and Nix, if I'm not wrong. But of course, we're showing you why it is so. This is the brackets of the knockout stage, the playoffs. As we can see, we have the first match going to be Infinity and 9Z Global, the lower bracket semifinals. The winner will move on to face the loser of the second match of the day, which is the upper bracket finals, Influence Rage versus Corinthians. The Brazilians collide in that one, and which one would reign supreme? Move straight to the grand finals, a ticket to the MSC, and of course the loser will have to face against the winner of the first match of the day, and then the winner of that will get another ticket to the MSC, but in the wild card. And I'm gonna be honest, Vay, 2 slots, oh my god, not many regions get that, do they?
Yeah, they don't. Especially if you have a slot in wildcard. I feel like it's more interesting to see because like there are other developing regions coming in also, and plus even a one straight ticket to a direct slot in MSC. It's just a very sweet spot to take. It's basically a holiday, a very lovely holiday if you want to go to Riyadh there later. And while playing games, can you imagine that? That is the most amazing job ever. And of course, our amazing job needs amazing players here. Our players from 9Z Global, Arctic, Hydon Bush, Shin, Erwin, and also Ur. Still the same 5-man, still the same 5 brothers standing hand in hand, and a lot of unique picks, a lot of amazing plays that they've brought up from previous days, and really can't wait to see how they will try to like carved out more creativity up against Team Infinity, because so far I feel like Team Infinity has set a new standard for creativity, and of course going up against them, you gotta know their keys to victory by Bonox's dog. Right now it's 9Z Globin for keeping the gold laner comfortable during the draft, bringing options who are strong against tankier heroes in the EXP, and use mobility heroes in the jungle to increase game aggression.
Bro, it's simple. Hide on Bush, Assassin, Fanny, Joy, Yi Sun Shin. We want to see that come through. That's what the third point means. Use mobility heroes in the jungle to increase game aggression. What is that? It's just the fact that you need to give Hairon Bush the space to breathe. You need for him to be as mobile as possible so he can dive into the back line. He can get rid of the back line instantly and create that chaos that 9Z Global love to thrive under. And of course, at the same time, they have to get their goal laner the power spike. Yer has to get the power spike he needs, and that will come through with a fast mobile jungler that can dive straight into the back line. I'm telling you, Yi Sun Shin is gonna get banned today. 100%. Infinity are not gonna let it through.
I mean, you gotta respect that too also. And plus, 9Z Global are very, very strong. Let's not forget their opponents are still going head-to-head with them for today. It's Rusi, ZZ, Lionel, Fanboy, and also Doom from Team Infinity. They are definitely ready because a lot of their crafts coming in from Coach Tsubasa. Again, an elevated draft, an elevated and more efficient way for them to play in the game. But there are some questionable and also hot takes for their picks, especially bringing up the Baksha and bringing up the Zas. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But so far though, they know what they're doing. They know how to execute it later in the game. Probably a bit of a mishap and a slip up here and there from yesterday's game. But hey, still a worthy pick. But let's see. Of course, they want to win it. They have to be in it. Keys to victory by Bronox is for Team Infinity is focus on team fighting in the mid game if the early game doesn't go well. In the draft, you bring flex picks between the EXP roam or EXP jungle and keep the gold laner comfortable during the drafts. I feel like the keys to victory today, plus the game that we've evaluated yesterday, it kind of evolves from that sense. Because other than EXP roam flex, now brings in that EXP jungler effects because like we've seen the Baksha and the Lucas did wonders for them. So I feel like I want to see those tanky heroes pop up. But I don't know if the Baksha can go head to head against Hairon Bush's like niche pick heroes of that Yi Sun Shin and some other aggressive assassins that we might see later on.
Yeah, you're talking about Hairon Bush's niche pick with the Yi Sun Shin. You keep forgetting ZZ has a niche pick of his own. He keeps getting banned out. It's that Julian. It's that Julian. And I want to see
Respect
Julian
until today.
versus I want to see Julian versus Yi Sun Shin in a game. That's going to be the most entertaining game throughout the entire season. But of course, while the junglers are going to be front foot for both these teams, let's not forget the ones they rely on to carry the game. It's going to be the gold laners, of course, Yer and Doom. And oh my goodness, both these guys play the same hero pool and the same style. They love to play as aggressive as they can in the early game and then transition that into a snowball in these team fights and then go on ahead and carry their game single-handedly. When Hairon Bush is not able to deliver, Yer steps up. When ZZ is not able to deliver, that's when Doom steps up as well. So I feel like Yer and Doom are gonna be the focal point for the draft and making sure that they're gonna be carrying their teams.
And I mean, for today, it's kind of like a quote-unquote rematch that we're going to see because they did juke it out in the first week also. So have a little bit of high hope there. So Kronos, what do you think about our first match for today? What's your prediction?
I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. It's going to be a 3-1. And I know a lot of people went Infinity. But I am going 9Z Global. Look at that. Even the audience went for Infinity. The Peruvians are standing strong with their representatives after Entity 7 got taken out. But 9Z Global, man, they've been on top of the regular season leaderboard for a reason. And we saw that last night as well. That's why I'm going for them. Although, it's not the hottest take, you know?
Okay, going to be a little bit more spicy than you for this first match. You say 3-1, same, but I'm rooting for Team Infinity. So we have a little bit of a difference there, of course. again, it is somewhat of a friendly competition between our casters here and across 3 languages, which is amazing. In the LATAM region, you have the Brazilian cast, the Portuguese language, the Espanol language, and also here in the English stream also. So can't wait to see how this will go later on the day, because we have, okay, at least we're in the same footing later in the second match, but again, you have a clean sweep idea. I have a hot take again. What's wrong with me with hot takes for today?
I don't know, Vay. It feels like you woke up on the right side of the bed, maybe. You never know what happens. Maybe you had the matcha tea a little too strong. Maybe you just put a little too much sugar in your cookies. I don't know. That's why you can see you just going the entire time. But folks, if you want to make sure you catch us doing all this, you can follow our socials as well. G_Cronos for me and at It's Vay here for Vay. And of course, we are going to go soon into game number 1.
Okay, waiting for the drafts, which is going to be quite interesting to see in the first match. I feel like opening for today, the reason that I said that it's kind of unique, it's not just about how do you respond in the picks, because for me, either one of these teams later on picking on the red side would actually have more of an impact on that creative take. It's not just about how do you react into the draft, it's how do you counter with those weirdly looking heroes here and there that we don't usually see in the league. So that's why we're going to go in and jump in for the drafting phase in game number 1 between 9Z Globan and also Team Infinity. No Harriet, no Chusen, no Kimmy, no Joyce. So since we are of course in the playoff week, it is just boldly most about respect. And since you already know where their forte is, where they play comfortably here and there, a lot of the assassins getting taken out. Some of the gold laners here are also taken out. But hey, looking at the head-to-head, as you've talked before, the gold laners here, Ur and also Doom, both use similar heroes, but definitely both shine very well with the Harith and also the Granger. Since 9Z Globan picking up the Baksha for the first pick, again, a little bit of a nostalgic take right before Team Infinity. They have all the power to just take either the Harith or the Granger. It's just going to be working wonders for Doom.
Why the box your first pick? It's
a little bit rushed, isn't it?
I mean, I feel like yeah, you see the smile on my face, right? I see you laughing. I saw that and I was like, eyebrows raised, smile. And you know that's my so-called cheese pick face. But of course, at the same time, take a look at the rest of the draft. They went crazy with the box here. First pick, flexing it. On the other side, Granger, Signature Julian, and then Kaleophobius.
Okay, at least you do know there are a lot of tanky lineups there from 9Z Globan, since it's kind of like a clear go, since you already shown the Granger for two main damage dealers. But on the other hand, though, 9Z Globan, they just shown all of their frontliners technically. So closing up the possibility of Team Infinity not picking up the carry, so it's like a green flag for them. You just pick up those 3 heroes, but you also want to go head to head on that laning phase, as at least try to tone it down if ever they just both want to say hello and cut down some of the lane, so they can try to rotate a little bit faster. Responding with a Uranus, going up with a Phobius, which is quite good because it's considered technically as a dead lane in the EXP lane. So we kind of want to try to maneuver around that. And since you do bring up the Uranus, and we don't know what the other 2 picks is, you're closing off the Moskov and Gatotkacho possibility for either side of their team.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of peel that they're trying to play for, right? Infinity with this Uranus, the split push capability as well, exactly what you said. And I think looking at the fact that they need to give Granger the benefit of the doubt, they ban out the Moskov, ban out the Irithel, and guess what? We are not going to see Lionel on his trusty Zask anymore.
Oh, at the same time though, it's usually being brought up against the Chusin, and 9Z Globan already banned off that. And banning of the Zas, is there a cheese pick later that they're preparing so Zas cannot counter in, or it's just taking up a space in their banning phase? So let's see again, mind games here and there. You gotta. This is when overthinking works best.
You go Mega Mind crazy. All of a sudden, you have a big head, 5-head play, and the next thing you know, all you had to do was probably just take one step forward instead of thinking so much, because that's what is going on. I like this Florin pick. I knew this was coming just because of the fact that whenever they get Julian in the jungle, they need that Angela or they go for the Florin. This has been a story for the entire season, and oh my god, Vay!
Ooh, goodness. It's a little bit of an overkill knowing that you only have the Uranus as a tanky person here. Since you eliminate the factor of there's no Gatot Kacha for this, Team Infinity, what can you respond with this? Do you want to grab a Hylas? Do you want to grab like probably a Tigreal or probably a Belleric if ever you want to go at least a little bit more tanky than that? But seeing how 9Z Globen's composition about this draft, it just works so well because you don't just give the carry a lot of the possibilities. It's not just heavily on your, at least Shin is also helping, and for right now there might be a chance a CC is getting picked up here for Team Infinity.
Mid lane CC.
A little bit unique,
He's doing it again.
Mid lane CC.
He's doing it again.
Mid lane
He's doing
CC.
it again.
Oh ho ho.
He's doing it again. He did this
At least-
yesterday.
A little bit of sustain if you want to go head to head with the Lunox though, but I don't know how Team Infinity is going in with that team fight composition, man.
I mean, I'm telling you, I really don't know. This mid lane CC might just work out. It worked yesterday. I don't see why it doesn't work today.
So let's see, of course, 10 heroes being picked up. I like 9Z Globen's draft, but at the same time, the creativity though from Team Infinity really works wonders. So let's see, can they melt down 9Z Globen for today's first match? Of course, going head to head with this won't be easy. It's a best of 5 series. It would be a very interesting series to see and an opening match for today.
Yeah, we're gonna find out indeed, because ladies and gentlemen, we are at the lower bracket semifinals where dreams either rise from the ashes or vanish for good. It is the first game in this best of 5 MPL LATAM Season 3 playoffs. Let's get into it. 9Z Globant versus Infinity.
Still exciting, still ecstatic to see. Again, I've been trying to put my mind into work of like how Team Infinity is going to execute this, because 9Z Globen is definitely being a little bit more territorial in their jungling, because they want to help on hide on bush on that Baksha. And looking even at the emblems, our friends from Team Infinity, they really want to go aggressive. You see that Ranger on that killing spree. You want to go for the assassin, even though the Julian is playing on that basic emblem set. But for 9Z Globen though, they really just want to, okay, we are facing high damage dealers. We're going to need all the tankiness that we need to go head to head with that. So some shielding we're going to see being brought in from the custom emblem sets, and even some, if I'm not mistaken, there is a concussive blast. We're going to check that later on again. But for 9Z Globen, so far so good, still steady. Both can counteract each other, but since we know that these two teams are definitely not going to back down in the early game, it's technically a facing head-on measure for both of them. At least you know that 9Z Globen can sustain if ever Team Infinity wants to start the fight. And also, Team Infinity has the potential to just burst everything down, because they really want to focus on the EXP lane as the first exit here after the jungling phase.
Yeah, they definitely want to do that, because, I mean, you could not have said it any better, right? These emblems are definitely going to make a big impact, and also the EXP lane, where they need to make sure Rusi as well as Arctic are unlocked early, as the first turtle is up soon.
Of course, first turtle is the start where they want to try to pull on the dance. They want to try to pull out a fight, because Shin is the main target here right now.
Oh, you can see right now they go through as well. Infernal Pursuit comes through, and here with the Shield Unity, hide on Bush going through. Rusi has to pop the Purify to survive. Fanboy not yet level 4, so going to be a problem. ZZ goes with the Enhanced Chain. They get the knock up, and Irvin wants to go with the Title Strike as they do. Arctic follows through as well. Infernal Pursuit is there. They have zoned ZZ away completely, but he does have the Enhanced Sword, and right now doesn't want to use it. They concede the Turtle to 9Z Global, but they want to press ahead, but the Enhanced Chain from Infinity will have to be the disengage.
So far, it is a skirmish here and there. There's no kills being traded off yet. There's no first blood being initiated first yet. But still, so far, for some reason, even though ZZ is on the Julian, you do have a higher mobility in just taking out a lot of the junglers here and there, But 9Z Globan though, since Hiron Bush is just like being fed a lot of the side jungles like the Lizard or even the Lava Golem just helps a lot racking up those levels, because even looking at the equipment so far, they are just comparing each other between both sides of the junglers. After getting shoes, after getting their retributions ready, and of course for a good fight, their gold gap isn't as much as you think, because of the gold funneling that 9Z Globan has been trying to do here and there. And finally, a little bit of an action here we see at the EXP lane, and also ZZ getting something out of that.
Oh my god, Bloom comes out, but Doom goes down, and Yer is the first one to get that first blood. They draw it indeed, and 9Z Globan right now ahead of the 8th ball. It's been a slow start to the entire game. 4 minutes until they came in, but right now with the Title Strike, they go in. Tsunami Slam is down, no vengeance, and this is the burst capability that comes through with Shin as well as Yer from the side of 9Z Globan. Now they want to press their advantage. They go through on towards the tier 1 turret on the bot side. Shield Unity to get that stun on towards ZZ. He has the Enhanced Sight to get the damage on, but 9Z Globan stand tall as they find and unlock Yer within 5 minutes.
And seeing these goals racking up, I'm definitely pretty sure this is a good start for them. Arctic?
Yeah, it is a good start indeed, but they get the retribution. ZZ actually takes it out, but he goes to the Enhanced Sword on towards Arctic, but now they jump on towards Doom, and he gets taken down. Again, they are being as aggressive as they can, and Yer is the one to lead the charge as well, using that carry to fruition with the help of Shin. Of course, the front line is Arctic on this Fovi is an absolute monster. He's been peeling for the team, and Hide on Bush just is taking objective after objective.
And a lot of objectives that they try to take out from this, and 9Z Globan even securing a 4-level kill with a fast rotation, switching out the EXP and also the gold lane, knowing that they can just shine on that. Whoa, we almost getting executed by Erwin in a nick of time, avoided the Dumbo.
Yeah, it was avoided at the right time as well, but right now you can see Curtain Call comes out from Lionel on towards Shin, but he's able to survive. He does have the brilliance to make it out as well. Fanboy, oh, some random recall. Oh my god, nice Tsunami Slam coming through. So after a flicker play, Doom is not there in the fight, but Lionel is the first one to fall away. Doom was a little late to the party, so the damage just wasn't present. And you could see the flicker coming out from Urban as well from that Title Strike. Just caught Lionel by surprise, and they've been suppressing him down entirely, slowing down the rotation of Infinity. But Vey, I think, is just the fact that Fanboy is playing on a Florin, and Infinity are looking for that mid-game power spike around 8 minutes.
I mean, they kind of missed out on their early conditions where Team Infinity, technically they can go aggressive, but since you already moved on past that, entering even the 6th minute, chunking the Uranus down as easy as that, you really gotta put in that effort to hit on that mid-game power spike, as you mentioned, because they are playing on the floor. But so far, no kills yet for the side of Team Infinity. This doesn't look good, because you need ZZ to rack up points. You also need Doom to rack up those stacks on the Granger. So you gotta find ways to just try to get those little things in hand, or else it's kind of done for Team Infinity. Because if they want to reach up to the late game, it's going to be hard facing up Lunox and also a carry. So Team Infinity, you better get that mid-game power spike as early as you can and try at least to just fight it out. So until then, it is a good moment for them to take over. But the possibilities is getting kind of slimmer and slimmer.
Yeah, it is, to be honest, and ZZ is on a signature hero as well, and if they're not able to pull off a victory with this Julian, it'll really tank their confidence quite a lot. And Arctic right now, he has been the difference maker. Title Strike could come through. Irvin is not there, but to take down the tier 2 on the bot side, you can see Leonel's going to be the target as well. They go through with the Chaos Assault, along with the Speedy Light Wheel, with Arctic peeling for 9Z Global. They're able to take down Leonel, and now Rusi has a lot on his plate. Yes, he's a Uranus. Yes, he's tanky, but we have 2 tank shredders on the side of 9Z Global, and it might work out. But you can see on the top side, Hide on Bush has been there, but Rusi right now, as I mentioned, gets melted down by Shin as they go through and take the tier 1 in the mid lane. 9Z Global are moving like a unit. This Ube kind of composition coming to fruition as well for them. Infinity just do not have an answer. There's 0 kills on the board right now, Vey.
Even looking at the equipment so far, since they don't really have that gold advantage, so because of this gold efficiency, they can't really just have a lot of items locked in. Probably you do want to prioritize some of any penetration items, or probably a Divine Glaive for the Julian if ever you want to rush. But since then, you already got that Genius one, and also the Blood Wings should be good for right now. A little bit of a sustain here and there, but the question is, you can't really sustain as much going up against a carry, because like even looking at Rusi, he can be easily melted down. But hey, the fight is definitely getting started here.
Yeah, he comes through. Doom is taken out low. Bloom comes out as well just to save them. But you can see Yer has so much damage on towards ZZ. But right now he goes with the enhanced chain. And Rusi's trying to create the damage. But Doom from behind. He finds Irvin. Even though the Tsunami Slam was used. But right now Arctic is trying to buy a lot of time. And they go on towards him. Yer is going to be there as well. Speedy Light Wheels comes out. And they will make it out. Arctic still peeling for the team. But Infinity continue on with the pursuit. Arctic has his Inferno pursuit. As they come through and they go with the enhanced chain. He should be going down soon enough. But they're chasing down Yer as he pays the price just to make sure Yer gets out of harm's way. But meanwhile in the mid lane, 9Z Global, they proc the holy defense. Shin and Hide on Bush are playing a different game. They see the bigger picture. Infinity are being tunnel visioned right now.
Of course, a great how do you call it, a great escape, I might say. It's not technically as much of an escape, but it's more to a great distraction. That's the word that I'm looking for 9Z Global, since they just pulled all of the team from Team Infinity, because they know that they need to have that firepower. They need to move on as a unit, but if ever they get caught on, it's just going to be hard.
Oh my god, ZZ just got melted down instantly. That didn't take a lot of time, because you Rusi as well. That's a Uranus. That is super tanky, but that is why they're called tank shredders. That's why they're called tank killers. The carry and the Lunox both on the same team. There is no chance for survival. No hope, if you ask me, because if you take a look, they definitely have been dominating the game, only losing 1 tower on the bot side. They've only given away 2 kills. 8k goal lead in their favor. They have taken 3 turtles and 1 lord. The only turret that has a gold shield is the bot side. And now looking at the items, Vey, seems like they've hit their power spike.
Looking at the carry, of course, the Holy Trinity for the marksman is already secured here. But on the other hand, let's not forget that Doom is also racking up points. You have the Sky Piercer a little bit of late there, which is still a good investment if ever he gets to hit a lot of kills. Because I think 9Z Global is just planning down, marching on the mid lane, because the conceal play is just hindering in.
Yeah, you can see the Lord is going to be there, crashing down in the mid lane, half HP, and Rusi is trying to peel for the rest of the team. Retribution comes out to clear the Lord as well. Doom is trying to use the Death Sonata from behind. Irvin can go for the play, not using the Tidal Strike just yet. He does not have the Flicker. 10 seconds until it is available. But right now, you can see they are trying to push their luck. And I think 9Z Global are going for the play, but here comes the Ruby DD into the back line as they take down Leonel first, and Rusi's next on the chopping block as Arctic goes through with the Infernal Pursuit. They take down the Inhibitor in the mid lane, but they goes for the enhanced sword. ZZ finds the kill, but the CC is just way too much. One after another, they fall like dominoes as Doom is able to snipe Hide on Bush from afar. And Infinity are able to defend, but 9Z Global have cracked open the base crystal.
So far, so good for Dynasty Global indeed. And even Team Infinity, they have the solution of just funneling all the gold to do and also ZZ, but at the same time, no one can be as sustaining as 9Z Global, marching in to switching from mid to late game that they just want to try to rack it up. You already have the Lunox, you already have the carry, but knowing that Arctic is on the Phoveus, Hiron Bush is on the Baksha, and even Erwin on that Kalia, this is just way too tanky. Unlike Team Infinity's frontliners, they have to buy out some time and some resources to just save in and wait for the right moment. The question is, can they though wait for the right moment? Because if everybody from 9Z Global is just going in with guns blazing, I feel like a lot of the resources from Team Infinity is just a one-go combo. It's not that typical pull and push combination that you can try to outmaneuver from 9Z Global. So I think that's a little bit of a homework where Team Infinity, they just really got to set that spark up. They got to try to find ways to do so. Because if ever they ran out of those combinations of skills, they don't have enough damage to just dish out everything against 9Z Global. And I feel that's just the biggest pressure right now on what they need to overcome.
Yeah, they definitely need to overcome that. They have to find an answer because it's not looking good if you're an Infinity fan, especially since it's the first game. And ZZ, again, I'm trying to remind them he's on his signature hero. And look at that hide on bush. Comes in rolling. ZZ has to use the retribution. Infinity fans just hating. And 9Z Global right now will get their hands on the Lord. And look at how they're bursting them down with the Chaos Assault. And Yer didn't even use the Speedy Light Wheels.
And I mean, they've reached to a potential where they can just dish out all the damage and dish out a few of the skills, because if you want to try to like count it down, actually do a little bit of a math there, 9Z Global's cooldown, and especially on a few items here and there that we can see in the equipments, both Yura and also Shin can afford to just throw in their ultimate or even throw in a few skills coming in here and there, and even with the Order of Chaos to just like get out of everything. They can afford to do that, but on Team Infinity's side though, they really gotta find ways to just try to outmaneuver whatever 9Z Global is bringing in.
Yeah, they're trying to bring it in with the Tsunami Slam, and they go through as well. Lionel's not able to survive even after the heal coming through, and you can see the double kill in the hands of Yer with the Speedy Light Wheels. He is so fast and so furious as 9Z Global are looking to end it all. Shin is in the back line with the Brilliance, and now they focus down the Brace Crystal, but they want to get a wipeout as they're throwing insult to injury, and 9Z Global in a dominating fashion take game number 1 just under 15 minutes.
And a good victory indeed for them to see that the Baksha can work wonders as long as you don't funnel in all of that responsibility as the main damage dealer in that game to just one person. And this kind of proves that with good calculation and also good combination in the draft, that they can actually do that too. And they've managed to execute it very well so far. So good for them. But Team Infinity though, on the other hand, a lot of strong picks, a lot of good heroes being picked up. But I feel like in this game particularly, they are kind of outdrafted, because all of those tanky heroes that they could have picked up, it was just getting taken away during that banning phase from 9Z Global. So if ever they can wanna try to readjust in that drafting phase, I feel like it's also going to work wonders in the second game. But for right now though, looking at the amazing highlights from what you can see, Team Infinity, they put up a good fight. But sadly, since they missed out that early and mid conditions for them to just shine with their own draft too, it's just going to be very hard up against 9Z Global. Because they are definitely pretty strong and coming in with a new face, with a new mindset, with a new pace. Also, this is not the typical caution mind game type of play in the first game. It's definitely coming in knowing that if I can get a clean sweep, I would want that very much.
Yeah, I think right now they're definitely looking to take that clean sweep indeed, because 9Z Global, you can see the dominance they had in game number 1, and this could just be the momentum factor that will transition in towards game number 2 as well. If that is to happen, Infinity just will have a tough time. And unfortunate for their fans, they might just bow out as well. But 9Z Global standing tall, and they're showing why they are the top team throughout the regular season. And you're right, they just got completely out-drafted with the fact that they had those tank shredders on the other side.
And even looking at our stats here, 15 minute 1 second, almost at the dot, but again they ended so well, and they've ended very clean actually. You getting from the mid, getting down at bottom lane, also from that tier 3 turret. And okay, see, a few of the emblems just really supports in well, knowing that they're facing players bringing out heroes with those typical bursty type of compositions. That's why you have the concussive blast ready. So that's why you want to have that brave smite ready also. So since then, knowing that they perform very well with a lot of those fighters and tanky compositions here and there, just work very well. I feel like it is wrapped up pretty good on this this game for today. So it is a very I'm satisfied with this for the first game, seeing that 9Z Global is just able to rise up to the occasion. But I'm sure Team Infinity, they are definitely cooking something for game number 2.
Yeah, they're cooking all right, but I can't really smell it at this point with the way that it's been going about. And also looking at the atomization, you can see the hide on bush goes for a full tank, just the molten essence, and a lot of HP, knowing that both the HP shredders are on his side. Just a lot of reassurance coming through, and they have the ability to go for a pick off as well, right? A single target, a lockdown is what was the most important piece in the puzzle with the Kalea. And I mean, I can swear I saw the game end in 14:58, 14:59. I don't know how it came out of 15:01. Is it like the animation that says victory takes 2 seconds?
Just a little bit of a mishap here and there, I guess. But you know what? For this one, 15 minutes, it marks very well. I don't think that a gaming time for this will play in a lot of factors for this. Again, it was kind of outdrafted in the first game. They've played with signature heroes, yes, but since they missed out a lot of those conditions, they can't really like shine as usual as we've seen. So probably you want to try to adjust for that later in game number 2. They can definitely put up another good fight and hopefully go head to head with 9Z Global this time.
Yeah, I think if they are not going for, you know, you call them a creative team, right, with their draft. If they don't go mega mind, again, if they don't go too deep into thinking and they don't try to get too overly creative, they definitely have a chance to at least pull a game away from 9Z Global, if not take it all. But of course, we need to find out who the MVP was in that first game, and did we even have a shadow of a doubt? It is Shin, 508 on the KDA with this Lunox, 34% damage. He was just everywhere around the map. And look at the first item he built. It was glowing wand, and then straight for that holy crystal.
Okay, plus you know that you want to try to just play in with that divine glaive also, because you are basically the first guy that needs to rise to get those penetration items in, because you can't really wait on Ur as fast as he wants to scale. He's just going to be rushing around the clock. So you don't want to rush that in, because you don't know how versatile it is in the laning phase. Plus, it was a good call for 9Z Global to just want to try to stir it up in the first game to at first exit on the EXP, so they can prioritize more on probably either the Phoveus and Kalia combination can put up lots more fights for them to start. And since everybody's just very focused on the top lane, the gold laners though, they're a little bit calm here and there, so that's why Yer can just slowly rack up those golds when he wants to. So essentially, I do get it why that the Lunox will just want to rush to build on that too. So overall, it's a very good pickup for the MVP. I thought that it's going to be on the hands of Hydon Bush, actually, seeing that how much he tanks a lot and how much he knows when to initiate. But seeing how Lunox Shin plays it, and I think it's a debut pick for Season 3, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to check that out in data later. Works pretty well, and I'm pretty happy to see that from the third day yesterday, they readjusted that draft composition. So at least the Baksha is not just leaving all on the damage all in one hand, so not putting all of the eggs in one basket as you mentioned yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's you're not putting all the eggs in one basket, because that's the problem that was that Infinity or N37 made yesterday. But apart from that, I feel like the Lunox bit, it's not a debut pick. I did see a Lunox come through earlier during the season, as far as I can remember, but this might just change the landscape of game number 2.
So at least now we know how it'll go head to head, because I feel like every day they're learning something. Every day they are trying to improve more, because definitely it reflects on their drafts. And we're in the second game of the day, looking at 90 Globe and also Team Infinity. No switcheroo yet whatsoever for the draft. Still the same. You want to ban out the Harith because probably you're afraid of the potential where Doom can just come down and burst everybody down. And for right now, even looking no more Kimmy. And for the next ones though, probably junglers that you want to close off other than the Chusin, because the Fanny, the Joy, the Hanzo is still there, it's still up there. And since 90 Globan knows that, hey, we kind of have like a momentum boost, knowing that we're facing ZZ on that Julian, and we can have the solution because like we can be tanky junglers. You want to bring in those thick guys with HP bars, basically like rulers right now. So for a momentarily solution is there, but we're going to see the head-to-head compositions from both sides of the teams. You still want to highlight Doom and also Yer. Let's also not forget that those two work wonders if ever their junglers couldn't deliver yet. So I feel like they still want to play with that box shot. They know what it works. But Team Infinity though, a little bit of adjustment. At least they do pick up the Gatot Kacha. There's no rush on picking the Julian, because if ever they don't have that, there's still like the Hayabusa, there's still the Suyo, there's still a lot more combinations if they do want to pick up those typical high burst heroes.
Yeah, I think they are going for a similar composition again on the side of 9Z Global. But look at that, they get more control in the mid lane, they get more burst down. That was a single target burst. This is a lot more AoE. They understand that Gatot Kacha will be playing a big factor in these team fights, and they want him to be melted down as early as possible. So they pick up that Lu Yi. And I think now with Infinity in their final pick, they really need to find their footing here. A Suyo is available in the jungle, could be great. Hey, what did I say? Suyo.
Okay, definitely a good pick since, hey, there's no rush. But on the other hand though, 9Z Global, I feel like they bring in a little bit more of a power of an element of surprise. Knowing that Shin is on the Lu Yi, you don't want to go head to head with those typical bursty type of heroes. No Lunox, no problemo, because we want to run fast, we want to turn around fast. So it's not about the Baksha just rolling in the Land of Dawn. Of course, since you do have that element of surprise, you don't want anybody to catch you up. So that's why 9Z Govan, you want to ban off the Hilda. And right now though, no glue, so at least if ever Team Infinity wanna lock in like a DPS or even a burst mage, should work well. So at least in the laning phase, you can just try to move around a little bit more faster.
Mobility is going to be the most important thing, and I think Infinity realized that for 9Z Globant. They have that diversion that is absolutely an amazing tool. What am I saying? But with Irvin, who played the first game like an absolute monster on this Kalea, they gave that Kalea again. They didn't pick it up for themselves. Now they're looking for a single target pickoff, right? And I don't see why they don't go for another carry. Right? They have a Gatatkacha there. They have a Granger. Yes, you're going to have a slightly tougher time in the lane. But you have a lot of space created by Hide on Bush. You have space created by Shin on the Lu Yi as well. And that is why Infinity go with their Akai. It is creative, like you mentioned. That single target that I was talking about just completely rendered neutralized with this Akai. And then all of a sudden, Yi Sun Shin, I told you, is coming through.
No bans yet, but since again, I feel like this time they know that both of them are strong. They know they can just go head to head on that. So, hey, signature heroes, why not? I'm powerful with that. I can work wonders with that. And you're bringing up two marksmen again and again for this time. Oof, it's going to be a very hard late game to face up, but they also come in with a solution for Sicilian in the last pick. And ooh, there's a panda in the game. I love pandas. On that side note though, if for those who are watching knows the reference. For both of these teams bringing in good drafts for a second game, I feel like it's more balanced also. But at the same time, I'm kind of worried for these two main damage dealers for both sides of the team. For 9Z Globant, if ever you don't get the early, dragging it to the very late game for the Irritel to rise later on, it's going to be a big problem, if ever. But on the other hand too, Infinity, they have another homework they need to do. Because they have the Granger and also the Sicilian, both need stacks, both are scaling type of heroes. And if ever you miss out on that early phase, you gotta pick at least one of them who can rise in. So that's their key if they want to win.
Yeah, and I feel like they definitely have to rise in, because if not, they're giving match point towards 9Z Globant, because ladies and gentlemen, we are going into game number 2 of this best of 5 MPL LATAM Season 3. You're going to see 9Z Globant versus Infinity, as we have Hide on Bush on his signature hero this time. ZZ was it last time. Will Hide on Bush be able to excel and show his brilliance?
Of course, a little bit trade-off here and there. Since you want to have that fast-paced movement, I feel like in this game, it's kind of toned down a little bit, even though there are some shoes bringing up for Lu Yi. Of course, it is understandable, but you want to go in for that lethal ignition because you want to have that early power spike. You want to have that early burst with the yin and yang combination, because in order to rotate fast, you're not afraid of 9Z Globant walking on their foot, because it's basically on wheels already. So with that, they can focus more on the killing spree, as you see. Even though bringing in the quantum charge for a year, the secondary and also the third emblem that he's bringing in is definitely good for the laning phase up against Doom on the Granger, because you want to try that suppress that early game. On the other hand, Team Infinity, they already got this solid lock for their draft, because if ever the Granger and also the Sicilian being good in their scaling wise per minute for their points to stack up should be good, because looking at past histories also, Team Infinity with this draft, even though I have a little bit of doubt if ever they miss out on that early condition, but so far along the season they've played this draft pretty good. So I have no doubt if ever they can just scale up, it's going to be a good early fight for both sides of the teams if they want to juke it out, because main target here, the turtle, they're just opening up.
Diversion. They're already coming through, and right now they go over the title strike as well. In the meltdown, Lionel, first blood in his hands indeed. And now with the dispersion rotation combo, Shin is trying to shout the damage. Rusi will have to run away with the AOG. As you can see, Arctic on this Boxia is just zoning out Infinity, and Fanboy can't really do anything. ZZ has the retribution just to secure his purple buff.
Good early indeed for 9Z Globe, and again, since everybody knows that Hiron Bush's 2 games here, the junglers that he is bringing up is very niche. It's very important for him to scale up. So even this time, not on the Boxia, you still really got to focus in on him, how to funnel in gold for him, because it's not as easy going head to head with ZZ on that Suyo. Even looking at the items, so far so good for an early start. They're still buying secondary items before just hitting into one. So for me right now, you still got to focus on in, because they're trying to suppress Doom right here.
Oh, you can see Doom is going to be the target. Mountain Shocker comes through, but still able to survive. And I think 9Z Globan are looking for their targets one after another. ZZ's a little late to the party, but still able to make the right rotation. And that's why I can say Infinity, they want to go for a re-engage. And Fanboy cannot do much, because they definitely have the wave clear from 9Z Globan just to clear it out, as it's just a stalemate at the moment.
And right now, I feel like both teams know that they can go aggressive in the early game. So that's why I don't think that they're trying to tone it down. It's more to, they want to avoid unnecessary fights, because they know both are strong. They can go head to head with each other, but you don't want that early brawl type of composition or strategy in the early game, because both of them still, they have to finish in the conditions where they need to scale up. So I feel like more fights will be coming to the mid going into late game, because in the early to mid, I feel it's just for them to farm, it's just for them to do a lot of skirmishes here and there. It's just to trade neutral objectives. If ever they can get it. If ever they don't, then they will want to try to suppress Doom, as we've seen once before, because they are definitely getting ready in that turtle right there.
Yeah, and the turtle is definitely going to be up for contention. 9Z Globan as well as Infinity are there to duke it out. Irvin gets it started. Arctic is there as well, but Hiron Bush not present, taking his purple buff and making his way. Infinity have Lionel, have ZZ, have Fanboy, along with Rusi as well. They have the ones to try and make the play, but you can see the diversion coming out on towards the top side. They go on towards Doom, as 9Z Globan did not care about the neutral objective and just want to unlock Yer one more time. And meanwhile, the Turtle Pit, ZZ's the one who is in the thick of it. As you can see, Irvin goes for the Tsunami Slam at the same time. Revitalize coming through from Arctic to survive. Fanboy goes for the heavy spin, as ZZ is able to secure the turtle.
And even looking right now, it is still a good trade. Hey, leaving out and giving up the neutral objective is not as much as ZZ getting ambushed here.
Oh, right now they go for the AOG as well, and oh my goodness, somehow, some way, Arctic gets taken down, being a little too aggressive, as ZZ, he's still able to survive. He has the turtle buff on him and the purple buff as well. And now with level 9, he is able to keep up with the pace of Hiron Bush.
So far so good. It is a good start. At least we've seen that both our roamers here actually have a little bit of a gold gap for Team Infinity, even rising up to the mages here and there. It's just a matter of time, like how they want to try to play this out so far. So for 9Z Globan right now, since they've tried to play a little bit more chill, Team Infinity starts to rise to the occasion. Even looking at right now, ZZ couldn't escape. Goodness.
Yeah. I don't know what he was thinking. He just got melted down instantly, not having a good time. Infinity, on the other hand, are pushing turrets one after another. The rest of the team, without the presence of their jungler, are making it work. But look at 9Z Glow, but they're just there everywhere. The diversion play comes through as well. It gets spotted out. Fanboys, they're taken out low. And now with the AOG coming through, they have to create the space, but they're taking down the tier 1 in the mid lane as Arctic is taking a lot of damage. But guess what? Rusi is going to be the first target. And next is Leonel on the chopping block. Yes, they trade Arctic, but after another, Yer secures himself a triple kill 7 minutes 20 seconds into the game.
That is a definitely hot burn for a mid-game power spike. And if ever you're on that Aerithel already gets that much kills during even on the 7th minute mark, this is just a lot for them to take in. And even so, since everybody from Team Infinity, they are really busy on just taking back the pace, you want to set it back up, you want to get back from that pull. But 9Z Globan finally has an opening where they can just try to take on that Turtle uncontested so far. And since everybody is just really focusing on those little bits of fights, it's a typical low kill game. But look at on Hide on Bush, no kill, no death whatsoever, no kills. But look at those assists. 5 assists so far. So basically, he is always there and need a friendly reminder without the Mountain Shocker to just disperse everybody in that fight. So it'll unlock a greater potential if ever everybody from Team Infinity is just cramped up together. Because you don't want to let go of that resource yet, because you're just finding a good footing because a diversion play is just coming in.
And this is just to make sure they are able to maximize the utility of this diversion by going on towards the bot side and getting trade after trade and turning that into objectives. And looking at the items as well, Arctic doesn't even have the boots.
And I mean, it's kind of hard to see how do you want to try to play this, because Team Infinity, they got to flip on that decision making switch very quickly, because you gotta react but still be cautious at the same time, because if you keep on reacting and keep on fighting, there might be a chance that it's just going to funnel in a lot of gold for 9Z Globan. Since even looking at that gold gap, the between Irithel and also Doom on that Granger, both of them, it's already almost 2k. That's basically more than an item, or basically more than, it's almost a 1 BOD. So right now though, I don't think that being too cautious in a way will benefit into them, but they really gotta find a solution for this one.
Yeah, they definitely need to find a way to make it work. But you can see diversion in the back line as well. Leonid's going to be the target, and he gets melted down with Hide on Bush there leading the charge along with Shin as they went through. And now with ZZ running away with the rest of Infinity. Feels like 9Z Global have made this Yi Sun Shin work. It was a trade. First game, they gave them the Julian, and still 9Z Globant came out on top. And next game, they show, you know what? I got a signature pick of my own, and that is this Yi Sun Shin, as Hide on Bush is 1-0-6, and they're making it work like clockwork.
And since it is a ticking time bomb for now, they really need, what can they do, to be honest, at this point? I'm just really thinking Team Infinity, they are praying for a Hail Mary play. If ever they can sustain from 9Z Globe, and they can finally take back a moment. But for right now, it's just looking pretty hard. Again, with this composition, you gotta be very careful with it, because if only at like coming into the 11th minute mark, you really just gotta pick one. Either Lionel or Doom, just funnel everything to them, so at least one can catch up a little bit later. But if you can't drag it out to the super late game moment, it's going to be hard facing 9Z Globan like this.
Yeah, they definitely need to find an answer coming through for their side, as 9Z Global have been dominating most part of the game, and now with taking down the tier 2s on both top and the bot side and proccing the holy defenses as well, they are looking to take away the tier 2 in the mid lane, taking away more control from Infinity as they're trying to defend, and they might just be able to do it just because there are no minion waves crashing in.
And so far so good. Looking for Team Infinity right here, they are really suppressed and also pressured because of 9Z Globan's push, and those are deadly technically. That slow push coming in from them, and it is also a 3-lane thing that they need to readjust here and there, because they are sending in the minions one by one, and since there is a lot of area they need to cover in, they just gotta wait for a good moment. Since you are on that 12-minute mark, you're just going to focus on those neutral objectives. Get the Lord, get the safest push. If ever you can't, wait it out, buy more time again, get that Lord, get another push, because that's the only thing that you can do for now for 9Z Globant. But Team Infinity, I'm pretty sorry to say that right now the solution is just hold on. And since you have that Granger, since you have that Sicilian, you have that potential to just, well, be on a good guarding for your high ground defense, because both are good for clearing waves, both are good for their high ground defense plays. But if ever you can't catch up to 9Z Globant's push, it's basically a match point given to 9Z Globant at this point.
Match point might be given indeed. Like, bro, I'll be honest, they've controlled so much of the game and it's going so well for 9Z Global. Look at what they've done. They've just taken down all turrets. Look at the top and the mid lane of their turrets structures. It's not been touched at all. Only the ones on the bot side has been taken, but that was the trade that they were willing to make. 9Z Global understanding how to play the macro game and even depriving them of their own jungle, now freezing the lanes while they are able to take down the Lord. ZZ is forced to use the retribution just to take over the small part of the purple camp. It's not looking good for Infinity, because this is some dominating display from 9Z Globant.
And even looking for 9Z Globant right now, again, you gotta respond fast, you gotta respond quick. Because if ever this first Lord, a good trade-off that they can try to take is at least one turret, or even two if they try to make it out. But Team Infinity, though, responding into this, even with the items that they already brought in, at least good. You wanna funnel in that gold to the glowing wand, the divine glaive, and also the lightning, so some passive here and there that you can try to trigger in for the Sicilian. But Doom, you gotta like push out those job tests in between Team Infinity, because 9Z Globant is just coming in.
Yeah, they are coming in indeed. Right now you can see Fanboy goes in with the flicker as well. Gets the heavy spin on towards Yer, but there's no one to dish out the damage. ZZ goes through, but he has to run away with the Blade Surge as they take down Fanboy, and Rusi to follow as Hide on Bush is a monster. Doom is already proc the Wind of Nature, and that is easy pickings for Yer as he finds himself a double by taking away ZZ. 9Z Globant dominant as ever, as they were in the regular season, now showing it in the playoffs, in the lower bracket semifinals, just wiping the floor with Infinity.
And definitely a good show to watch. A 2-0 for now. It's basically match point already. Will there be a chance though, if ever this can be a clean sweep? Let's see later in the next game. But looking at the highlights for the second game, as I've said during the drafting phase, the draft is more on an equal footing, but both have the same conditions where if ever they cannot meet them, they cannot unlock that potential in the early and also the mid, it would be a big problem for them. So seeing that they are working in the same conditions where they want to try to outmaneuver each other, but it's also calculated at the same time in the early game. So they really want to go head on to that mid game, and which they did. 9Z Globant can just finish in early so well and wrap it up basically quite cleanly as well. Even though at this moment right here, it's a little bit risky though to see that Arctic just jumped in a little bit too further in the back. But since he is a tanky boy on that buckshot, he's not afraid. And through that, 9Z Globant was able to just clear out everything and hit onto the base very clearly, ending with a good wipeout also against Team Infinity.
That was a clean and crisp display of how to play a pocket pick, a specialty. It was a treat to our eyes. Unlike game number 1 for Infinity fans, game number 2 for 9Z Globant fans showcases the potential that they have, especially with that Eastern Shin in their favor. We've seen him make it work. I told you, they're gonna go head to head. The junglers are gonna be the highlight, but you can also see that the focal point was the gold laners, with the stats being shown very clearly why as well.
Because for right now, it is a little bit quicker than the first game we've seen for the 15 minute and 1 second. Again, with these two teams, I don't think that the timer is really the most crucial point here. Is the way that they know, okay, I need to do this, this, and that, and even looking at the job desk was just so clearly given for both sides of the team, so they already know when to execute. They know the when to just give up on that trade-offs, because you are technically investing in something better. So that's why a lot of the things, and even in the early game, that 90 Globin was just, you know what, it's okay giving up the turtle, it's okay giving up even one, because Team Infinity, even though they get that neutral objective here and there, they still cannot rack it up because of basically Doom being suppressed by 90 Globin again and again in a few times during that game. So seeing them right now, even with this draft, it kind of just gives an answer of like, hey, the Baksha can work too, but as long as the damage wise is distributed perfectly, because if it's still not, it's going to be hard against the Baksha in this meta. It works wonders in LATAM for now, with 90 Globin showing them off too, but I don't know if ever this can be brought up in the MSC later on. So internationals probably will be a different perspective in that area.
Yeah, I think definitely a different perspective if they're able to. It's a completely different perspective in the fact that 90 Global are just running away with it, because if you're honest with the way Infinity came through with the draft yesterday, with their gameplay as well, they kind of took everyone else by surprise, right? If I'm not wrong, especially even Juve, where you predicted a 3-1, and look who got their prediction wrong. I'm just kidding, I'm just playing around, playing it.
Chill
I'm just I'm poking the bear, bro. I'm poking the bear.
I'm getting poked.
No. But so far, Doom likes to play poking heroes with the Rangers. Just not working out for them. I think they're again getting too creative, right? Too creative with their draft. It's just not looking like Infinity have found their footing. And in this fashion, if 9Z Global were to go to the lower bracket finals, the loser between Corinthians and Influence Rage better watch out, because 9Z Global are on the hunt.
And of course, right now, looking at our MVP, it's Yer on that area of the 605 KDA. Looking even at the kill participation, it is 85%. He did got that triple kill in the mid game, which leads and works wonders for 9Z Global right now. And since even looking at the items, it's quite interesting to see that Wishing Lantern is there to probably a little bit more damage at the last hit. So you want to try to rack it up here and there, because even looking at the highlights right now, he did show up and played very well and really know where to target in. And since a little bit of a mishap there we've seen with Doom on the Granger, he just knows that, hey, eyes on the back, let's just try to get it. If ever they don't want to try to throw that bit off a little bit out of his way. So it just shows that his target selection is just pretty good on this game.
Yeah, it's just he was able to do it really well. Rounding it off, draft, check. Execution, check. Neutral objectives, check. Able to get match point, check. I don't know how they're able to make it work just like a well-oiled machine. We saw that yesterday also, and I think today that is the reason why I feel like 9Z Global just might be able to take it. They have momentum on their side. Momentum's an absolutely important factor in these games, and while that is going on, it just feels like it's important for Infinity to understand that the extra bit of creativity that they're bringing in is just not necessary at the moment. Just go with the plain draft. Understand the meta. You know what the meta is. Make it work. You don't have to think outside the box. They just have to make it work what is within the box first.
I mean, the word creative for that is actually encouraged to see. Like, again, creative drafts creates probably new meta, probably a new standard here and there in the region. So it's good and it is encouraged, but as you said, it can be a character which can be a plus and sometimes can be a minus. And at this point right here, being creative is not bad, but at the same time, reacting into what 9Z Globan is trying to dictate on the draft is like something completely different. Because I feel like this is not the Infinity that we've seen from the days before. I mean, they did get good heroes, but execution-wise, for game number 2, it's just a little bit different than what we've expected from the days before too. So, for game number 3, I feel like they can try to create more things if ever they want to pick up a few familiar heroes too. I mean, again, I love the draft during the second game. It's more, both of them can stand toe-to-toe with that. But for right now, game 3, they really got to find a solution. If ever not, this is basically closing a 3-0 for 9Z Globan. And since then, Team Infinity, they want to bring in a new perspective. They want to bring in a new trail for the draft. So picking up the blue side, first pick, so far so good. No Harith ban yet, but Joy and Chusian is being closed off right now.
Yeah, and no Herod ban yet, but you know what? I agree to disagree on one thing, Vay, that you said. I agree with you most of the times. The only time I disagree sometimes with the prediction, but one point that you had to say. In game number 2, you feel like they went toe-to-toe in the draft. I beg to differ. They kind of, again, it's just too much thinking coming out from Infinity, right? That's my only thing coming into play. And hopefully we don't see that happen this time. Let them not go think too much, because Infinity have switched it up. They picked the blue side this time. First pick is going to be important for them, so hopefully they're able to clear a path towards victory, because what I heard is a Boxia, if I'm not wrong.
Okay, even looking at both junglers being head-to-head right now, few similar heroes. Yes, they lock in that Boxia for this time. It did work yesterday, but at the same time, the counter though, the trade-offs for 9Z Globan is getting that Ranger and also the Luo Yi in the early game. Big of a reveal, but this kind of just gives out a vocal point where, okay, we're going to move fast as what we did, even though we don't have the Boxia. But this gives an opportunity for Team Infinity. If ever they want to react against the Luo Yi, you still want to play with the teleportation. A chip is still wide open because it's not banned in the first phase. So if ever they want to grab on the chip, they can, which can bring in a lot of surprises. But they also need, I feel like, Doom on that Harith. So at least secure that damage dealer around that area. Because at least for that, they have a more safety net if ever they want to move around and they want to play aggressive. Because so far, looking at 9Z Globan, their conditions are early to mid. As long as they can meet that, it's still okay. But looking at Team Infinity, you want to try to probably play something different, something of a new color, but also still in Doom's hero pool is that Eartha and also the Uranus being brought up.
Yeah, I think this Iritel and the Uranus, a lot of mobility is there. Again, this Uranus is doing a lot of work, but against the Granger, when he builds a Sky Piercer, I just don't feel like it's the right pick, right? This Uranus, and again, going against the Phoveus, and we saw how Arctic is an absolute monster on this hero. I don't know, understand why they let it through. These are the same heroes that they picked up in game number 2. Apart, like they're picking them apart in pieces in the draft. Coach Max has just been a step ahead this entire game, while Coach Tsubasa is trying to bring back a meta that was good years ago, not months ago, not seasons ago, years ago. Hopefully it does work out for them. Yes, I understand the exclusion of the Angela as well as the Florin, which is important, but is that a missed ban that I saw in Infinity?
Okay, so let's see. At first, we're definitely waiting to pop up for other two characters if ever they want to ban out later. And of course, still going on with the drafts here for 9Z Globe, and I feel like they can really go aggressive knowing that they're bringing in Defovius. Ure is basically on his hero power, where the Granger Danger is being popped up here. And no more Hanzo, so at least you tone down a little bit of that aggressiveness or that early aggro that you can try to bring in. But 9Z Globen picking up a Matilda, allowing them to be more mobile, allowing them to, again, go in and out of fights to just sustain through all of that. Infinity, they really need to find a solution for this one. Because if ever they cannot play with that push and pull there, with the Matilda enabling them to do so, all single combination type of heroes would not be good in this match. Bring up.
Yeah, and it's not
Little
looking
Fox.
good if they're not able to kind of get a good front line. And I think a Fredrin over here would just do wonders for Hide on Bush. Apart from the fact that they have to go against the Yves, so now I'm just second guessing it. But just got confirmation, folks, from the back end. We have that missing ban. It is a Yi Sun Shin, of course, respecting Hide on Bush's hero pool as well, and understanding that they need to make sure he is not comfortable in a jungle. And I heard an X-Borg, and what a way to top off the draft for 9Z Global. X-Borg Matilda is a combination that dates back to about a year and a half ago, which is absolute peak Ube when it comes to peeling for the team. Great against tanks. You have the heal as well. The mobility is there. You go into the last insanity and you're out with the guiding wind. Yes, they have the chip on the other side. I know you're excited about the little fox, but will this little fox be the difference maker?
Of course, they're going up against a 9-tailed fox on some other end, so we're going to see how it goes head to head, because the way that they want to go for aggressive play.
I thought it
yeah,
was an
it's a
X-Borg.
Lucas. They want to play sustain too. They want to play sustain too. Still the same idea though, Kronos. I still love that for right now. But 9Z Global, they're definitely bringing an A game. They want to sustain. They also want to dish out a lot of damage, bring in that Loyi, Lucas, and also the Granger. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, we definitely have to see how it goes indeed, because ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and friends of all ages, brace yourselves, because it's match point at MPL LATAM Season 3, the lower bracket semifinals. Match point towards 9Z Global. It is a best of 5. They are 2-0 up against the Peruvian Giants Infinity. Will they be able to make it out, or will they get a clean sweep? Because you can see instantly the pokes are coming through, and Fanboy is having a great time.
So far so good in the early. Again, you want to go aggressive, but a little bit of a reminder of what happened yesterday. You don't want to rush in too much, even though you already have that good swing for now. And since you already triggered that flicker out in the almost under a minute mark, it's a good resource to just burn it out for Team Infinity though right now. But positioning wise for both junglers looking in, I think it's a little bit mirrored. Of course, it's a game of stealing here and there again, but since that gives out an opening here.
First blood comes through. Hide on Bush is able to secure that, and ZZ forces out the flicker from Irvin as well. Guiding wind to make sure they get out, and immediately straight out the gate, Hide on Bush is as aggressive as he can be with this 9-tailed fox.
Of course. And right now, for 90 Globen, for EXP lane, I still say the same. If ever you see a Uranus and also a Phoveus, it's just going to be a dead lane. You want to focus in on that. You've got to hit that 4th level first. So at least you have an advantage in that turtle because, again, you're facing up with the chip. There's a potential where you can just pop in the whole team basically there. So you gotta be careful too because the early aggression will technically dictate on what will happen later on.
Yeah, they definitely have to find a way to make and dictate the pace of the game. Hide on Bush goes in, unleashes the beast on towards Lionel. Shockwave blast comes through as well. He sacrifices the turtle, but right now you can see Rusi is giving a lot of damage, and Lionel makes the most out of the opportunity, drops down the RWM as Hide on Bush went in too deep. There was no way to get out because the Guiding Wind was on cooldown, and Arctic right now is being pushed back by this Uranus. This is what they needed in game number 1, and Infinity somehow making it work right now.
So again, so far so good. Team Infinity, as long as they can hit on those early games, still pretty good. A little bit of a mishap there. I feel like during that first blood, since you don't have that Guiding Wind to help you, as you mentioned before. So again, you gotta be a little bit more careful. As long you don't take in too much of that high, still a good chance for you to just take it home with a clean sweep, because knowing that you're facing off with the chip, even though you do have the low yi, it's just all eyes on deck because of a fight here like this.
Yeah, you can see they go through with that flash step flash combo. Shortcut comes through as well. Irvin creating the space. ZZ is going to be chunked down low, but at the same time Arctic creating the space as well. RWM drops down as they get the kill. Rusi is taken out low. Yer is not able to hit the Rhapsody as they are bobbing and weaving. 9Z Globant are conceding kill after kill, and it's looking good for Infinity.
So far so good for them. Even I feel like during laning wise, both are just trying to do their best. Even with freezing here and there, just taking last hits. Again, they don't want to ignite something or even start something that they cannot finish yet. So really waiting for a good moment is patience the key right now. And even looking at the second turtle being popped up here, end game, it's just all eyes on that neutral objective. Sure, you have your eyes and also plans on what you want to try to give up for that trade-off later on, but since both are really high on alert in this game, you really gotta think it through again and again.
Yeah, they gotta think it through indeed. One after another gonna be super crucial for them as the diversion is coming in. As Hide on Bush along with Shin is there, they go in with the Guiding Wind, baiting them into that RWM. Lionel's position is absolutely beautiful as Hide on Bush is left in no man's land, and 9Z Globant will have to concede another kill along with a neutral objective. So this Boxia has been the key so far in this series, and it's working for Infinity right now.
And so far, they're pushing in, which is good, looking at the objectives, because Fanboy just trying to zone everybody from 9Z Global. At least you want to try to suppress your what happened in the early game, but a fight here, will it happen? It does.
Yeah, you can see knock-up coming through. Infernal Pursuit not being used just yet, and Doom has the damage with a heavy crossbow, and 9Z Global respect the damage coming through as well, that they have conceded quite a lot. 2.2k goal lead in the favor of Infinity, and seems like it is looking good for them. They can see glimmers of hope.
And a good hope indeed in the third game. Even looking at the equipments, it just favors in the hands of Infinity with the gold lead so far, so which is good for them. Not a lot of kills yet, but seeing the steady growth for now, it's bringing up a good sign and also bringing in a good vibe for them. So at least they can keep up the steady pace. And if you want to try to suppress your, as what happened, and the same tactic as 9Z Global brings in during the first and also the second day, they can do it quite well and pretty good, because Sandwich,
Sandwich is being made out of the Uranus, but still somehow, some way, Rusi was able to escape for a good amount of time as Shin gets caught with the help of the shortcut, and they take him down to the back line. And that is the power of having a Boxia rotate so much faster with the help of Doom to dish out the damage as well. And it's working out right now. Infinity are able to take the bot tier 1. RWM from Lionel to protect that mid tier 1 in there, as you can see. Oh wait, he's taking out so low. Heavy crossbow coming through. Doom is able to pick up the kill one after another. Irvin falls as Yer barely survives.
But still, because of that, everybody is pushed back from 9Z Global, and Infinity though still trying to push in, getting that mid turret, which is good. You gotta focus in on that turtle too. At least you get a little bit more gore, creating more of a gap, because entering to the 7th minute mark, it is a 4k gold lead. So far so good again for Team Infinity, but if this keeps up, 9Z Global is going to have a bit of a problem to just try to go head to head with them in a lot of fights.
It's problematic for 9Z Global right now. They're a momentum-based team, and I've said this before as well. They have lost their momentum right now. They're trying to keep their head, but they have lost the momentum. Infinity are a great team that rely on momentum, but usually it takes more than one game to find their footing. This is the first of many, hopefully, for Infinity fans, because looking at their items as well, that is an anti-cuirass and a radiant armor on ZZ. He is going to be sustaining quite a lot now. While Hide on Bush only has a war axe.
Well, definitely a respect on that, because you don't want to take all of that damage knowing that Shin is one of them that can actually dish out a lot in the early to mid. Okay, so going up against Yer on the Granger will be a later problem, but since then, a good investment in the early game. So because of that, you're just finding an opening, because 9Z Global, they really need that one opening, because if they don't get it, it's going to be hard, because Team Infinity slowly but surely is invading right now.
Yeah, they're just pushing their luck a little further and further, and they might just overstep their boundaries at some point, and that's when 9Z Global look to clap back. But if they're disciplined, which they have been so far, they might just pull off a game against 9Z Global. But right now on the top side, you can see vision being provided, river being controlled, objectives being sieged one after another. Infinity are moving slowly but surely. They are moving like a unit with the diversion play on the bot side.
Okay, even coming in, Doom being a main target here. Okay, getting a little bit chucked out, even pulled back. Sadly, it is a no-go from that. Hydron Bush is also down. Arctic is just trying to fight it out again, and still the Inferno Pursuit just comes in and again. Trading on Lionel. Okay, good RWM to just slow everybody down, even though the fight dispersed into two. But at the end of the day, dude cannot survive through all of that damage given in that fight.
Yeah, it was just split into two. Perfectly said, Vey, because they went in deep. ZZ is the one, but he was able to tank all that damage and took down Shin, who was the one who was creating those plays, and felt like that diversion was not something that 9Z Global needed. They needed more items. They needed more time, and that's what they did not get. And feels like Infinity have just flipped the script. They just needed one fight to cement their position in terms of taking the game away. As you can see, the Lord is already 20,000 HP, but it's being reset because ZZ is just not able to tank it all. Doom gets his hands on a Windtalker, and they get this Lord started once more.
Since Doom is there and present trying to foot up a good fight, Erwin is just hovering over. If ever you can want to try to dive into the back, you do. Because 9Z Global, they're just waiting for a good moment to just pull in a diversion play. But since that is not initiated, and even a concealed play from Team Infinity, they just really know when to press and not rush in any of the fights. So since that is not initiated for both sides of the team, it's just a matter of moments when they want to try to slowly push in and put more pressure against 9Z Global.
Yeah, they need to put a lot of pressure indeed at this point, and they need to take down at least one inhibitor, if not the base crystal. Infinity have to find a way to push 9Z Globant to the edge just enough so that they can crack.
Okay, cracking and hackling in to those turrets is definitely the main target here for both for Team Infinity. Right now, 9Z Globant gotta find a solution, gotta be reactive, but at the same time save good resources, because they have the perks of just hiding in a lot of the fights. Because if ever they don't get to do that, Team Infinity can just burst everybody down as easy as that. Because right now, even with the Lord getting freezed down at the bottom lane, Infinity though definitely putting on the pressure from the mid.
Yeah, they definitely are putting on the pressure. The Lord is on the bot side as well, being taken away. Rusi somehow survives with the help of the concentration, and that's what a Uranus does. Garners the attention of the opposite team and then able to make it out alive. And Infinity have been doing that really well. All the boxes are being checked. All the I's are being dotted. All the T's are being crossed. Infinity slowly and surely are taking back control, momentum, and one team fight after another, as now Uranus is just gonna do Uranus things.
Of course, just being a menace right there, knowing that haha, I can tank a lot of damage, you know. And since you have the Uranus providing a lot of the vision here, you know, Rusi does that very well. Even though not on the hill, they're not as aggressive, but it's basically a CCTV in the land of Dawn, watching here and there for 9Z Globant. And since a lot of the moments that Team Infinity was just able to pressure down from 9Z Globant, they really just have to move in as a unit right now, because that is one of the solutions, because the consume play coming in. Goodness!
Oh my god, did you see the way they just collapsed on towards him, but the rest come through with a shortcut? I'm not sure if this is the brightest idea, but Rusi is there as he able to peel for the backline. Arctic is left in no man's land, and now Infinity looking for the clapback. 9Z Globant will have to concede and run away. They just did not have to extend. They got what they needed, but not being disciplined made them lose out on one of their most important heroes.
And since that is already picked off right now, looking at the Lord Cam still in a good advantage, even though it's a 1-for-1 trade. I feel like Infinity still has their grip though for this one. At least get the Lord, get in the push, because the first Lord is just basically on for grabs for objectives. But right now, 9Z Globant, I think they are eyeing out on this fight, but I don't know if they want to trigger in or even dive into that solution right now.
Oh, you can see they go through with the Circling Eagle. Nice RWM drop down as they secure the Lord. And now the hide on Bush comes through, unleashing the beast. Jin is in the back line. He's actually isolated as well, forced to flicker out. But the fight's being split apart and extended Winter Crown just to survive. Meanwhile, they are looking to burst them down. Doom is mobile. Arctic can only chase, but he has the Inferno Pursuit. He might just get the kill. No, he does not. Doom picks it up for himself. They pay the price to trade it out. Infinity secure the Lord and it's marching down the bot lane.
Of course, it is the main solution right now for Team Infinity. Will this be the last straight push and the answer they need to at least stop the winning streak for this best of 5 series? Let's see, of course, because everybody is in position. Definitely no shortcut is getting opened yet, but the pressure is definitely on from the top and also the mid lane.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely on from the top side on the mid lane. They have the Lord marching down the bot side as well. It is an end angle that Infinity are looking for. Conceal play comes through. RWM's drop down. They catch him right at the edge as well. And now one after another, they fall like dominoes as Rusi and ZZ are peeling for the rest of the team. Shin and Yer are down and out. And here comes Hide on Bush. Flash step, flash combo. Shockwave blast. Not enough damage as he pushes them under the base crystal. But the crystal is going to be the target for Infinity. They're looking to take away the game as they finally are able to pull one away from 9Z Globant. They are going down, but they're not going down without a fight. It is 2-1, and it might just be 2-2 after this, as they have found their footing and also found their momentum.
Still, they would not just give it, they wouldn't just let it go that easily, because this is basically both and lifelines in this playoff brackets right now for both sides of these teams, so they really got to utilize it well one by one. And even seeing both of them knowing that already found some footing for a Team Infinity, that just goes to show that, hey, both of them is strong. But as you mentioned, Kronos, also that momentum is key for both sides of these teams. So as long as they can get suppressed, as long as they already have the early pressure on, both already know what to do. But it's a little bit hard to see that what happens if you get suppressed. The plan B or the what's next is kind of questionable sometimes on like where will it bring on, where will it be turned on, or what to do next. So for both of these teams, I think it's one of the things that they really need to look out and watch out, since they know they're strong in the early, they know they are strong in the mid, but in the late game though, you really need to shift that focus on to flipping that switch of like, okay, what do I need to do? Who's clearing what? Who's targeting who? So if you get that sorted out, I'm pretty sure it won't be that typical one-sided team fight for both sides of the teams, because they definitely have the potential to just go head-to-head with each other, even from the early start leading up to the late, as long as they start on equal footing.
They just had to find it. They found their start. They found their finish. Infinity take one game away from 9Z Global. And the Peruvians are not going down without a fight. But it still begs to the question, are they able to take away the series from 9Z Global? I'm not sure.
Okay, still, yeah. I mean, it still gives off like a momentum base. So even with the draft, they are on equal footing. Even with the good compositions, they want to try to mix and match with it. We still gotta wait for the early calls that later we're going to see inside the game, because right now, looking at the emblems again, they've just managed to customize it so well to either their playing style or even to connect all of their drafts for this time. See, Team Infinity, you want to go fast, since even though you have the chip, Lionel on that Eve is not as fast as other moving mages. So you want to focus on some boots. You want to get those concussive blasts, and also as a fighter there for Team Infinity, knowing that there are some HP that you want to regen along the way. It is still a good fit. Nothing changed so far or whatsoever. What is quite interesting though is Hiron Bush's Lucas is on a temporal reign. Yes, you get the thrill. Yes, you want to get the minions because you are on that Lucas jungle. But looking at the burst potential inside of the team, it's just really handed off to Shin and Yor. And since in the early game, we've seen that Team Infinity, Rusi, basically already built that under Athena, already got that Dominance Eyes, and also Oracle, and ZZ getting that Radiant, getting the anti-cuirass. It's just a good mix and match of like countering against 9Z Gold. But if ever they don't find their footing in the early game, which worked quite well also in the third game, so they really need to step out on that game. So again, I think right now the early game is just basically you want to pop off. If ever there's fights, you go ahead with that, because if you're too cautious in the way, that cautiousness might just be your slip up in the game.
They're gonna get one shot, one opportunity. Infinity have taken that and now looking to take game number 4 as well. Game number 3 definitely in their favor, and after a long time they have found what they needed. But it's still, I will say that again and again, Infinity are not a team that are able to pick up a series win after one game. They are a team that likes to get the 2-game momentum. Only then will they be able to pick it up. 9Z Global so far, they're just able to shake it off, and this one game is not the definition of their play style, just because of the fact that you put Hide on Bush on a fighter. Lucas is great, but I just think it's not the pick for Hide on Bush. Hide on Bush likes the assassin. He likes to dive into the back line. He likes to go and melt people down, and so far it's not looking good for them. Again, if Infinity are getting the blue side, and if they are able to dictate the pace of the draft by forcing Hide on Bush on a fighter like the Lucas, then again we might see, and we might just have a series on our hands.
I think for right now, it's still a question in my head of like, will they try to shift on that fighter jungle in the meta? Will this impact on the region? Because seeing a few boxes popping in here and there, even with ZZ getting that MVP of the game by Bonoxus right now, looking with a 407 KDA and a 92% kill participation, he is just always there. Again, looking at the items, he just fills it well and also communicated properly with Rusi on the Uranus, so they can, since they're always together anyway, so technically activating both of their items is just a good way to start for now, even during in the fights. For me, the MVP right now for ZZ on the Baksha works well, because a lot of the times, both of the initiations are started by him. Even though there aren't as much fights that we're going to see initiated by the chip, but seeing him getting that turtle here in the early game, even just knowing that when to tank in, even on that Baksha, he knows when to last hit. It's just still pretty good. So this doesn't close off the possibility if ever this Baksha being brought up again in game number 4, or if ever they want to go back to the default of like both assassins, still works well for either both of them. Because I really feel, even though they want to be creative in this match, it's just quite experimental, if you want to put it that way, because either too creative or they really handle in and want to hack away that Baksha idea of that nostalgic moment from a few years back.
Hey, I'm telling you, Vey, it feels like Baksha is in the meta indeed. He's been coming back so hard. It's not just today. We saw that yesterday. We saw that last week. For some reason, teams are finding comfort with this hero, with this tank jungle coming back. Yes, he provides a lot of utility. He has fast rotations. And it also helps with the fact that a lot of assassins are getting banned out, which is super important, because your jungle pool is being narrowed down towards a Fredrin or a Baksha in this case. And with this Baksha coming in, just want to highlight that we haven't seen an alpha for a long time. Is that just goodbye alpha in the meta?
I don't really know. Again, it is somewhat shifting, but at the same time, it hasn't really totally shifted, if you get what I mean. Because they're just trying to like fight it out. If ever the assassin picks, of course, still works well. But if ever they want to put into that typical fighter, they want to bring back the Baksha. They want to bring back the Fredrin instead of that high burst potential of a fighter just like the Alpha. Or even the Lucas. Because even looking at the updates here and there, they really reinforce on the gold laners. They really want the mid laners to shine also here and there. Because of that, a lot of teams, they're just trying to figure it out, because right now they're just trying to find a place for it, if I can put it that way.
Yeah, I think they need to find the place indeed for it, because the way it's been working out, it's such a flexible pick. We've seen him in the roam position, we've seen him in the jungle, we've seen him in the EXP also, and you're right, it's just finding the right slot for him. It just might be the difference maker. And so far, it hasn't worked out for Infinity on the red side, but 9Z Globant are the first ones to understand that. And after understanding that, they're like, hey, okay, you got your time in the blue side. You're happy with the 1 win. Now we're looking to take this series because we're comfortable on the blue side against you guys. And now that's forcing the draft in a similar fashion. Joy, Kimmy, Harriet, Jushin, as well as the Hanzo taken off.
And next one, if ever they do want to ban out the Fanny. Because, well, Hydron Bush is pretty great on that too. With ZZ, either one of them can play pretty well on it. But right now, though, I think they've given the Baksha too much chances in this match. So they want to look up for the switch up. Let's bring back the Assassin. Let's have some fun with it. Let's have some brawl meta into it. So bringing it up. Looking at even the both EXP laners, looking at the Phoveus, looking at the Hilda, looking at the Glue, there's more initiations that they can want to try to take on. So even with the Chip and also the Loi still right open in front of their eyes, they opt out for the Kalia because they know since there's no Baksha in that equation, they want to go aggressive if they can. So in a mindset of it, in a sense of it, if ever there is an opening, I want to try to fight it. And you want to counter it out with another fast initiator, the Chip, bring back into the game.
Chip brought back Infinity, made it work in game number 3. Why not? You know, why fix what's not broken, to be honest. At this point, they go for the Chip, they go for the Uranus. It's working out in their favor. Rusi has been doing a really good job, unless he has a troublesome early game. And that's what 9Z Globant want to give them. And so far, they've gotten the Kalea twice, and it's worked in their favor as well. So they go for it, and oh my god, we get to see the Fredrin just after I spoke about him a while earlier. Feel like 9Z Globant are listening to what we're saying, Vay. They're like, Kronos, you want the Fredrin, bro? We give you the Fredrin. And here we're gonna see it. And it works well also at the same time because of the shortcut as well as Uranus. He's not gonna be able to move around quite a lot.
So at least there's some extra layer of that frontliner, and since then you want to pair it up well. Same thought as the Baksha, you don't want to just funnel everything to Ur, so you get that Lunox. It's basically a good meltdown up against the Chip and also the Uranus. You do already have the answer to that. If ever 9Z Globant they want to bring back the carry for this thing, it still can work. But since then, Doom also plays another mean carry. If ever they want to try to melt down the Fredrin and also the Kalia, pick it up right now. Still a very good idea. So from that, turns out it's a Yve lock-in.
I like the Yve. I was gonna say that Doom definitely can play the carry also, and understanding that they're the ones in the next phase of the draft that can pick it up, they are looking to leave it open, and they go for the Yve. Yve is such a great pick against the Fredrin, because when Fredrin dashes, after that he's basically a sitting duck, right? So you wait for him to dash, and then you drop that RWM, and even Kalea cannot single you out. So it's working well for the side of Infinity so far, and seems like they are able to adjust and adapt on the fly. And Leonel's been the focal point with this Yve in game number 3, and now going to be in game number 4 as well. They take away the Glue. I'm not sure Glue was the best shout. I would be looking to take out a Gatot Kacha, because if you give a Gatot Kacha in the hands of 9Z Globant, this Yve is not going to have a good time. We saw that yesterday, didn't we? Every single time Yve popped the RWM, the Gatot Kacha just completely jumped in. And I'll be honest, I really want to see it in the hands of Arctic.
I mean, it did work well. So far, no Phoveus being banned yet. So if ever they want to bring that back up, still very variable. You want to ban off the Moskov or even the Harith. It's good because you don't want anyone to melt it down. But since both of them are banned, carry is still available. Or if ever you don't want to play the carry, you still have the Harith. But because of that, a lot of magic damage coming in from Team Infinity though. So you want to bring that up? Good pick right now. And since then, you take away that potential. 9Z Globant, if ever you want to pick up a marksman, Harith is still open, a Beatrix is still open. But if you want range, since you know you're facing up a Yve and also a carry, a Bruno is still available to use if they want to.
Yeah, I think Bruno's a great shout over here, not gonna lie. I wasn't thinking straight about what marksman. You brought up the Bruno. It's actually great for Ur to go for it as well. Has the range after getting the Malefic gun, and I think I heard it as well. You're right, Way. We're cooking today. You and me on the desk. We are the dynamic duo, ladies and gentlemen. We are bringing it. We are bringing in the heat indeed. So if you want to follow us, make sure to check out our socials as well. G_Kronos and It's Vay here. And they go for the Akai. I'm not sure about the Akai again. I'm not sure about the Akai again. It is Akai in the jungle. So maybe that will work. But I love the Xborg. And Xborg got a makeover, bro.
A little bit more clearer. Still the same blue hair though, still amazing as always. Since you want to bring in the Akai as the jungler, sure, I do get it. I think I'm closing the idea so far for right now. No assassin jungles in this game right here. And since you still want to go tanky, since you also have the solution to just melt everybody down with the carry, with the Xborg, with the Lunox, and a lot of space being created by both of them, still pretty good so far. So I'm really excited to see what will happen in this game number 4.
What will happen indeed? It is make it or break it for Infinity, ladies and gentlemen. The Peruvian Giants have pulled the game away from the Argentinians, and they are standing still in this best of 5. Will it be another game that they pull over them? Only time will tell, because we are watching MPL LATAM Season 3 with 9Z Globe at match point in the lower bracket semifinals. They are 2 and Infinity are 1. Will they be able to take that game, or will Infinity even the score?
Of course, let's see, will it equalize or not? We will definitely look up a little bit on the emblems here and there. Again, you want to go tanky because you know carry is just basically a soul meltdown here for Team Infinity. But on the other hand though, 9Z Global, I feel like they bring on more firepower with this draft. Even though they want to go tanky with the Kalia, Xborg, and also the Fredrin with those tank emblems, they still have the potential to just melt everybody down. They have 3 on their side of their drafts, if we want to talk head-to-head with it. And Team Infinity though, they only have 1. It's just all on Doom. So if ever 9Z Global, they want to have a good early start, you want to try to exit out on the gold, you want to try to probably quote-unquote babysit these gold laners, so no one can get chunked down, no one can get picked off, because both Bruno and also Carry is good for the laning phase. But if you're not as aggressive, it's going to be a problem later for Team Infinity, because their layering is good, but only one of those damage dealt is just going to be all funneled into Doom. So they gotta be careful with that.
They definitely have to be careful with that. They have to find a way to make it work for themselves. Otherwise, they are looking at a difficult position. I think 9Z Global realized that they need to go into the gold lane, and so far they are in the mid lane. They're getting a big fight. Leono drops the RWM at the right time. Also hide on Bush, not able to do anything thanks to that big heavy spin coming out from ZZ. They secure first blood. Irvin is down and out. Infinity looking like they're gonna take control of this turtle pit, but here comes Arctic with Shin as well. Drops in the Chaos Assault. Fanboy goes through with the crash course. Meanwhile, Rusi just being absolutely annoying. Hide on Bush is taking way too much damage. He drops down that big Upraiser's Wrath, but not enough as Fanboy flickers out of harm's way. But Rusi goes down after an extended team fight. Irvin joins the fray.
I feel like that team fight was just kind of like overextended, because you know, where everybody is there is space created by Team Infinity, but it's just way too close to 9Z Globant, and you can't really just bring on that firepower as close to their faces technically in this game. For right now though, Team Infinity, you gotta find that sweet spot of, you have the space created, you can still take out to that neutral objective, because if ever you cannot, it's going to be pretty hard to just catch up from 9Z Globant's melt of that fight.
Tsunami Slam comes through. Fanboy's gonna be the target. They take him down. RWM drop down, but Hide on Bush is not in place. ZZ is able to secure the turtle. Rusi right now in the thick of it. Arctic goes through. He does have the last insanity. He expels it as well. Hide on Bush gets the taunt down, and Rusi's gonna be the target. They take him down. Shin in the back line is just dishing out a monstrous amount of damage. Infinity are not able to handle. You can see Yer as well as Doom duking it out in the river. Yer coming out on top. He definitely has an earlier power spike, and now 9Z Global are looking to capitalize on that.
Of course, you gotta have that early capitalization in that game, because if ever you don't, it's going to be hard. And even looking at Arctic right here, getting almost a full blown gold shield down at the bottom lane, which is a pretty good early start for them. Even 9Z Global getting a 3-1 kills score, which is good. But looking at the equipments right now, they are just trying to build up for the Holy Trinity for both marksmen. But right now, getting suppressed, Rusi.
Boom. Oh, I thought Rusi was gonna go down. He used the concentration at the right time. Even got the Purify to survive. But look at that. Shin is there. Flickers through. And now caught in no man's land with the shutdown going in the hands of ZZ after a shortcut was dropped through. I'll be honest. I think that kill should have gone towards Lionel so he could get a faster power spike. But still, any gold in the hands of Infinity is good gold at the moment.
For now, they really just want to try to rack up their points. They really just want to try to scale up, because you gotta protect Doom at all costs. Because this ban is basically the answer, the key, if they ever want to try to win and also equalize at this match. So right now, though, Team Infinity, they're just trying to look out at the moment. They're just trying to look out for an opening, because since it can be created by Fanboy, the time to just shine and just enter into that phase right now is just okay. Here.
A heavy spin comes through, and they catch that Irvin after he used the Tsunami Slam as well. And right now, ZZ's going to be the target. Insanity comes through. It was such a messy fight. It just split into 2 and 3 pieces. And Infinity are just walking into their deaths one after another. And if this is the case, Vey, 9Z Global are just gonna take it all. You can see Fanboy comes through, drops shortcut as well, and Rusi along with Doom comes into the fray, but the damage is not done. Hide on Bush runs out as Yer is in the back line, not able to dish out the damage. Doom finds himself a double kill. Just when I said that 9Z Global might have the advantage, Infinity flipped the script in just one team fight thanks to the help of that shortcut, and then now opened up the map.
The portal is literally an open sesame when you say it. But since of that potential where, okay, let's just start a fight, if ever we can fight, they did that. And it works well because Doom is on the hunt. Doom is basically on a potential where he can just maneuver around and also help into team fights. And since he's not bound by that laning phase anymore, and he does hit that item power spike, you just need that DHS if ever you want to melt down the Fredrin, the Export, and also the Kalia. You just gotta wait for a good moment for that. But so far, because of that team fight right there, that one moment just funnels in a lot of gold, even like 600 to 2 in that equipment items down at the, down for Doom. So right now, Team Infinity, they gotta sniff out those moments again and again if ever they want to come on top. Because of that one moment though, even with that concealed play getting activated, Team Infinity, they're just finding and hitting good spots for now.
Oh, conceal after conceal. They go for the Tsunami Slam onwards Fanboy, and no shortcut being dropped down. They melted him before he could do that, and that's good news for 9Z Global. They take away the tier 1 on the bot side. Infinity not able to defend. Lionel does not want to use the RWM on the top side. Rusi still gets the split on. Shin has to respond because he's the only one that can melt down Rusi at the moment. With Yer not hitting his power spike yet. He is good in the early game. In the mid game, Bruno kind of falls off. But in the late game, he's definitely going to be a monster again. Turtle's almost up. Infinity looking to dominate that turtle pit.
But I mean, looking at it so far, Team Infinity, since that mid-game power spike for Doom is basically already there, so they do have that potential to just take over 9Z Global. But for now, though, they are just definitely contesting on this one. Heidenbush, all eyes on him right now. All eyes on getting that turtle.
Yeah, all eyes on getting out of turtle. You can see ZZ goes through the heavy spin as well, but they still get the retribution on point. Fanboy is going to be the target. Drop down the shortcut. Meanwhile, ZZ, Lionel, and Doom moving like a unit. They melt down the shortcut, but RWM's drop down. Doom dishing out the damage right at the edge, but at the same time, ZZ has no heavy spin, so they have to disperse. But Yer comes through. He has to damage the Void Crystal from Lionel to zone them out. 9Z Global still standing strong. Still have a goal lead in their favor.
Okay, good spacing indeed being built by 9Z Global. And at the same time, Team Infinity, no, okay, we cannot force this fight. We do not want to take things too overly, or like at least any overextended fights that they can try to pull. Because if ever it can go to waste since they already have this momentum. Even I mean, say looking at the items,
Fanboy,
most of them
Fanboy.
already pulled it in, but Fanboy.
Oh
All eyes
my
on him.
god, he went for the
chip.
concealed play, but he got melted down. Shin and Yer just have way too much damage at this point. Chaos Assault already used, and you can see Arctic just trying to melt down Rusi. He's the one that dishes out the true damage. RWM dropped down from Lionel, but in the back line, he goes through with the last Insanity. And right now with Irvin on towards ZZ, they used a heavy spin, but at the
Goodness.
same time, Lionel gets melted. Look at Yer. No one is touching him. He has the range, and the damage is way too much. 9Z Global are dominating this game, yet they have no goal lead. And now looking to march down mid lane, take away the tier 1. Conceal comes to the fray one more time. Irvin again looking for the target as they zone out and peel for the rest of the team. Infinity will have to back away.
Okay, pretty good. Team Infinity, they got that a little bit of a momentum, but it's kind of lost since Fanboy is taken out of the equation from that. I mean, it is okay if you want to try to put out that vision, but at the same time, you're not as those typical tanky Gatot Gacha, or if ever you're on a chip. So there is a little bit of caution that you want to try to play, because the
Yer.
element of surprise is definitely all eyes on Yer.
That flicker was so clutch from Yer. And at the same time, look at the mid lane. Shin flickers and is able to pick up Lionel. But here comes Hide on Bush, and this is why the Fredrin is such great against Fanboy as he drops down to the Appraiser's Wrath. But with the help of the last Insanity, Arctic gets the kill. And now Infinity are cornered. They're backed into a position that they do not want to be in, especially when it's match point for 9Z Global and the Lord is up. Yes, it's 10 minutes 30 seconds, but looking like 9Z Global just might be able to end it all.
I mean, right now they are in a position of doom, just wanting to find a good angle from there, because so far a lot of the fights were really enabled and he was there, but at the same time it's not enough of just one person trying to chunk down and melt down all three frontliners from 9Z Global. So at the end of the day, it kind of gives up a little hard of a vibe if they want to try to force up a fight. But right now, Team Infinity, they gotta shift their mindset into a defensive gameplay, because 9Z Global is coming in guns blazing with that Lord, even with that concealed play, just trying to find a way or even target somebody down.
Irvin, man, you could see he's just like, hey, I'm here. I can reach you with that title strike. Knowing that Infinity will have to respect it. The Lord is marching down the mid lane. They take away the tier 2 on the top side, but look at Fanboy. He's trying to flank in from the back side, but Purify already used by Rusi. Conceal is there as well, but he comes through with the crash course on towards Hide on Bush, but it's not the right target. Lionel goes through with the RWM, and they drop it down. With that, they get 1 and 2, and now they're looking for the third. Irvin goes through with the title strike, but they're looking to take down the tier 2 in the mid lane. Doom as well as Lionel present, but Rusi has no crowd control for them to be able to burst down any single person. And so far, 9Z Global have bobbed and weaved, gone one after another, able to layer the damage that they take through as Irvin goes for the flicker play, and with the help of the Ruby DD, Shin able to pick up the kill on towards Doom, and now they get the inhibitor on the bot side. As I was saying, they're looking to end it all, and that's what they're trying to do. Fanboy gets melted down. Nobody's able to touch Yer. This Bruno is out of reach from Infinity as 9Z Global are somehow able to push back Infinity into a corner.
A good response, a good draft for this game is definitely bringing the A game for this one. Team Infinity is definitely suppressed on this one. But even, again, looking at the position, even though Doom was given space throughout of that fight, it's just not enough if it's just for him. See, even with the DHS, that Corrosion Scythe, and even that Golden Staff, it's definitely not enough to just go head to head to want to melt down 3 people. Other than that, you already have that Lunox and Bruno unlocking their full potential of the countermeasure for being the meltdown for 9Z Global. Look at those items of that glowing wand, a rush in Divine Glaive to whatever reason you want to melt down the Akai and also the Uranus, but at the same time, look at that Bruno. With even the shoes are secured later in the game. You want to secure that Berserker's Furies first, and also the Haas Claw, and even with that Malefic gun, it's just giving a lot of range right now. They don't have. If ever Team Infinity
Fanboy.
want to try to fight it out, because Fanboy, Backdoor.
Oh, 90 Globan. Look at 90 Globan. They pop the conceal. They want to get Fanboy so bad. They don't want to let go of him, but Doom comes into the party as well, understanding that he could just be the big bait. 90 Globan will have to give it up, and look at Infinity. They have to respond to the minions as well. It's going through, and Rusi is the one to do that. They have another wave crashing in, and that is clear signal for 90 Globan to go for the Lord. It's already below 25,000 HP, and Yer is hacking away at it, and they get that, and they secure it. 14 minutes in, and now they'll be looking to take this game, but one slowly at a time. But Irvin goes through, is able to find Rusi. Purify's already popped. Lionel with the RWM drop down. They are still able to make it out alive. Worldy was used, but they weren't low enough for them to get the kill. Infinity still standing strong, but now no RWM, no Purify. Will that be enough?
Okay, it's going to be a hard fight here because even though Fanboy has the potential to just initiate on them, they are really pushed back into their own base. And without all 3 inhibitor turrets, it's just going to be a big problem if ever 90 Global just want to come in and face head on. A little bit of a backdoor gameplay if ever it can be initiated by Fanboy. Yeah, but I think it's too close for them to just pull it off.
Oh my god! Yer had the damage, had the range. Right now you can see Fanboy going from the backside, has to shortcut as well, but nobody's there, and the hide on Bush gets the taunt on towards ZZ as well as Rusi. He's able to pull them into the fray. Arctic with the last incentive, Doom trying to defend, but he's only a single target hero. You can see the chain CC coming through, and now Doom is the only one left standing, but 9Z Globant will make sure that Infinity do not move on as they're able to take the victory. Call the series 3-1, and now move on to the lower bracket finals. A Cinderella story run to keep them alive in this competition.
Definitely a long run they need to go and to climb up to get their good position, because after this it's another fight that they need to face. Indeed, a good series to close off for today, a 3-1 in the first match of a best of 5 series. 9Z Global really pull it off with an amazing composition in the draft. It's more balanced in their side, and at the end of the day they know and they hit a lot of the power spikes. Again, a very momentum based team for both sides. They did well. They execute their best performance yet so far. At the end of the day, sadly, Team Infinity fell a little bit short, but it's definitely a good, hard-fought fight. And for today, we've got to witness that 9Z Global, as you said, Kronos, the Cinderella story. It's a long road, but definitely a secure one indeed for them. A 3-1, a clean one, of course. And even right now, I'm still amazed that both of these teams try to make that fighter, tanky jungler work. It kind of differs from what we've usually seen. It kind of differs from every region that we've known. But they try to be nostalgic. They try to bring it up alive, and which they did, and which they won in this match.
They definitely tried to keep it alive. They tried to make it work, but Infinity did not have what it takes to beat 9Z Global. 9Z Global were able to make it out alive, and this was the winning play right there. Yer caught Lionel off position, and I'm not sure what Lionel did popping the Purify. That wasn't the right play. It was a split second that could have just been important for him to get away, but using that Purify, I'm not sure if it was the right play in that very moment, because 9Z Globant, once they caught them off guard, woo boy, they definitely went all out. And again, a great shout for a Bruno pick when there's nothing left. It was the key that they needed, because at that point, that was the only marksman that could fit the bill, and that is what happened, and they definitely made it work. And look at that. We're reaching 6K, and they're dropping 18,000 diamonds?
Oh, again, guys, if ever more people coming in to watch, it means more diamonds to give away. And of course, we have a special code, so whoever is watching right now, you can wait, be patient, because those amazing skins, those amazing gifts are waiting for you guys right now. And since we finished the first series of the day and also waiting for our post-game analysis on this one, it's quite amazing to see how they again, they want to try to pull off the fighter tank composition, which is rare and which is a good start, where they want to try to bring it back to life. At the same time, still a question here and there, will it work, will it not? But so far for this match for today, it did, and it worked very well, securing the W for 9Z Globen. Emblems wise, still the same, still working wonders for each of their heroes, each of their respectable drafts also. And even looking at the items right now, again, Shin was amazing in that. He was a killing monster for that. He had to improvise and even got to rush a little bit in, because you're waiting in for the power spike for a year. And since then, you got a good call from that. At the end of the day, sadly, we gotta thank Team Infinity. They put up a good fight also in relegation route in that week, and even fighting their spot, and also securing until at the lower brackets for today. A good fight indeed. Congratulations for 9Z Globen expanding their day, bringing in new horizons for tomorrow. But for Team Infinity, really, thank you so much for fighting in MPL LATAM Season 3.
Yeah, congratulations for them to make it so far into the competition. They were the top 4 team indeed, but after this is just the top 3: 9Z Globen, Influence Rage, and Corinthians. And right now, 9Z Globen, they were leaders of the regular season, of course, and they're showing why. Because you and me included, we kind of doubted them after they lost to Corinthians, did we not? But I think that was just showcasing how good of a team Corinthians are. So 9Z Globen definitely found their footing against the side of Infinity, and of course yesterday as well. So they're definitely able to, they're going on a roller coaster ride. I think they want the fans on their side. They were top in the regular season, and then now they dropped to the lower bracket, and now from the lower bracket they're slowly making the climb and moving in towards the grand finals. Of course, now they moved on to the lower bracket final rather, and we'll be looking to see who they are going to go up against coming in the next match. But before the next match, Vey, guesses on the MVP?
Oh yes, now that you've mentioned though, who has brought the greatest impact? I think it's still Ur, because of those Bruno gameplays at the end. So I'm gonna lock in for the answer for this one, because I mean, they tried to buy in a lot of time for him, which it works well at the end of the day, because of that Bruno, it kind of outranges a Doom's equation if they want to try to fight it out. So it's just not only on Shin's shoulders during those fights. And since then, you already know, all the frontliners were just enablers for him to shine. And plus, with that Malefic gun, it just gives out a bigger range, a 15% range. And knowing that how long that Bruno is in, it's just going to be amazing, because without him, there's still Shin on the hunt. Turns out our MVP of the game for by Runox is Shin with an 818 KDA. An amazing Lunox, of course. Still, both damage dealers work really great wonders in this game.
Yeah, and I think at the moment with the MVP being Shin, with those Ruby DD plays, man, he's just diving into the back line with this Lunox, just able to dish out so much damage, and he was so clean on that as well, Vey.
And I mean, a lot of times where, okay, Shin did pulled off a very good execute there for coming in with the Order of Chaos, which is pretty good, escaping wise. And again, overall, 9Z Globen, they pulled off the Baksha, they pulled off the Ferdin just because of Shin and Ur working together with those typical meltdown heroes. So again, composition-wise, it's just very, very well to see how they play in this match. So, good game, good MLBB, of course, and good creative picks. But at the end of the day, a well-balanced draft is a well-known draft other than the most creative and amazing things that you can try to bring in.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the most important part for them indeed. If they're able to make that work, it is a victory for the team. That is what is important. A great game of MLBB. A great game of MLBB indeed. Yeah. And I know I went off on a hinge, right? I was like, Vay's like, what's he talking about? And you're right. I was like, wait, what did Vay say? Am I thinking of the straight line? I don't know. Today's been a little off in terms of games up and down. And I think so far, thank you, Infinity, for taking part in MPL LATAM Season 3. We will see you next season. Meantime, 9Z Globant will go on and face the winners, or rather the losers, of the next match. And hey, Vay, you know, your energy is gonna switch up a little bit. We know who's coming through for the next match. It is a Flick Masterclass. I'm just gonna flick like that, and they're just gonna flick my Influence Rage off the table. And it is Corinthians versus Influence Rage, the Ragers. So will they stand tall? Will they be able to make it? It has been a tough battle for both these teams to get to this spot. And of course, it is the Brazilian Derby.
I mean, looking at it right now, it's just really exciting for me to see because, like, again, exciting for both of us on this desk. Other than that energy shift that you mentioned, that probably the sun is going to pop up in a few moments here. So yes, of course, it's energy shift because my body is used to that. But other than that, for me this time it's just more of who can be a more aggressive jungle than the other. It's not that typical creative picks. It's a typical of like who gets to win and initiate a good early start for them. So I wouldn't say it's fully based on momentum because we're going to see like world-class ready setups. We're going to see also how do you want to try to go head-to-head aggressive on it because like Hotun is also pretty good on the assassins, but at the same time you're going up against Flick, who is really just adaptive in any scenarios at all. He made the tanker jungler work. He made the assassin jungler works, and he also did that for the fighters. So that adaptability though is just going to be tested again and again today because there will be a brotherhood connection in Influence Rage too.
Yeah, you've been talking about this brotherhood connection. You know what, Vay? I want you to explore on that a little further. But before we get into what Vay has to talk, because you guys know if once Vay starts talking, she never stops. She's gonna go on and on and on and on. But before we get her to try and spill the beans, spill the tea, we're here to spill some diamonds, some codes into your pocket.
Ooh.
So make sure you take out your phones, go to MLBB. Click on your profile, go to the settings, clap to the redemption code, and then type this in BDGE9CRCV. That's going to be the code because I'm slowly and slyly opening my own, trying to see if I can get something out of it. And if it works, it works. And I'll be honest, I'll probably not going to be able to get anything. But I'll try anyway.
Still try. Of course, this code is just open for everybody right now. You kind of have a little bit of a head start there, Kronos. I'm just trying to see what you're getting from your glasses. So a little bit of info right before, but
you can't. That's cheating.
It is
that's cheating.
A good. It's a good code right here. So everybody just getting up for grabs. And for those who are keep on asking on the chat, where's the code? Where's the code? It's definitely here. It's a 9, not a G. And Kronos made a face that means, what did you get? Ding,
no,
ding, ding, ding.
I wasn't able to get anything exceeds exchange amount limit. Can you do only one per 24 hours?
Oh my goodness,
Oh
that
my
means
God.
our viewers, our MLBB fans love them and they have faster hands in that way.
No.
And I'm pretty sure I'm just waiting, who gets it?
No, I think it's just the thing that I probably redeemed the code a code yesterday and it's not been 24 hours, but it's still supposed to go through. But I mean, it's just my problem. It's a me problem, guys. It's not for you guys. Make sure you go and redeem that code because you want to get that in your favor, because they're going to be super important to get that code, get the, you know, you got to make sure you get the rewards out of that. Of course, it's going to be super crucial for you guys. It's something free, man. Why not? It's free.
Yeah. I mean, of course, you want something free. Of course, everybody would want something unique and special also given by MLBB, because right now, Mobile Legends Bang Bang is having a collaboration with Naruto Shippuden with an amazing skins of a good line of the main manga heroes in the anime also. You got Naruto, you get Sasuke, you get Sakura, you get Kakashi, and also Gaara. With so you guys can become the Hokage in the anime, looking at it, and also living your dreams with the skins in the game too. So don't forget to download it now, always, and available in the App Store and also the Apple Store.
Yeah, it's going to be important for you to get the games, because after you get the game, then you want to get the skin. But when you want to get the skin, you need diamonds. How do you get diamonds? You go to bonoxus.com to make sure you get your diamonds, because it's super fast, secure, a lot of players trust it, and it's super easy to recharge there as well. And we give you a secret code to get that 5% discount. That is a BNX MPL3. So what are you waiting for? This discount is valid only for a limited time period. So go to bonoxus.com right now, BNX MPL3, for that 5% discount.
Ooh, you get discounts, you get diamonds, you get amazing skins in the game, and of course, you gotta showcase your amazing skills in here. A path to become a professional starts in community gaming. Definitely a good tournament start if you guys want to watch out. You guys want to sit back and relax with the community and also juke out your skills. You gotta show off your skins. There is the only place, because it is a lovely website that you can check out. It's at communitygaming.io. And you can even host your own tournaments if you want. So a good gathering with a good community.
Yeah, definitely. It is a good gathering with a good community. You got to go there right now, communitygaming.io. Listen to what Wei has to say. You can't just ignore it. You guys got to go there immediately. And when you're going there, while you're registering for all these tournaments and being a part of a great community, you want to make sure you look good in your photos, because if you're an MVP in the game, you can be MVP in your photos as well. With the new Techno Cannon 40 series, you get to experience that new snapshot feature where it freezes the action in place, and of course you can bring the game to life as well, and you can be MVP in and out of your photos with the new Techno Cannon 40 series.
Hey, if ever you want to slow down your amazing Hayabusa-worthy TikTok gameplay, you probably can see Kakashi waving to you in the midst of that Ogi shadow kill. So wait for that, because there's a lot of Easter eggs in the game. Because even there's a ramen shop in the game, in the map, so if ever you're hungry, you can kind of top it up there. So a lot of things that you can explore, especially if you're fans of MLBB and also Naruto Shippuden. So don't forget to check it out with our amazing sponsor supporting MPL LATAM Season 3. Once again, thank you very, very much. This event won't be as amazing without you guys, of course.
Yeah, and while you're at it, while you're seeing all of that stuff, why don't you just go follow our socials as well? It is G_Chronos for me, and Vase is right there at It's Vay here. I mean, we did all this. You guys might as well go and pop a follow, guys. It's our Instagrams, our YouTubes, and that does help a lot in our growth. Also, while we are bringing you the English cast for MPL LATAM Season 3.
And of course, while waiting our second match of the day, I'm pretty sure the boys there in Brazil, they're just getting ready. They're just hopping in for a call, especially for Influence Rage. Remember that even though some of them are in the same gaming house, but you gotta remember and respect that Coach Blackjacks is not in the same country as them, especially that. So if ever, you gotta put in that a little bit extra of effort, because you gotta bring up your A game, you gotta bring up the mastermind of that draft too, because you're facing up Corinthians where they have fast hands also. So you gotta be ready for Influence Rage. Right here we see Chino, Hotun, Chan, Paquito, and also Fury. Still the same 5 guys. I've met them also. They're pretty funny and cool people here and there, and I'm definitely pretty sure they are cool in game 2 and ready to go head-to-head with Corinthians today.
Yeah, they definitely have to go head-to-head with Corinthians today, as Influence Rage have... The only X factor I can see that can be a difference maker, of course, will be their coach, but their keys to victory here by Bonox is be careful with the opponent XP laner's methodical playstyle. And we're talking about Jesus, the Filipino import that came into the fray. If possible, fit Julian jungle into the composition. Why? Hotun likes to play that in the jungle. Kimmy mid could be an interesting option, because we've seen them play that before and it's worked out. So nothing so strong to play for Influence Rage apart from that Julian in the jungle, right? Nothing so solid, if you ask me, when it comes to their keys to victory. So you can see why as well. But before that, here's a short video for Influence Rage.
Y empezamos con ¿quién es el más furioso?
Ahí atrás lo tenés, mirá. Ahí está, mirá. Me meto una piña por preguntarle, boludo.
Grabamos con ¿quién es el más tryhard?
Va, todo menos chino. Todo menos chino. Yo creo que Chan, boludo. Chan es más tryhard.
Grabamos con ¿quién es el más feeder del equipo?
No sé quién puede ser. La dejamos ahí porque no sabemos. Chicos.
Con ¿quién es el más inteligente y divertido del equipo?
El más inteligente soy yo, guacho. Mirá, no digas el más divertido. El más divertido de este. El más divertido de este. El más inteligente de
It's always fun to see them have that a little interaction before the game starts, to just like debate, hey, about some fun questions here and there, a little bit of icebreakers to just shake things off, to just get the tension out so they can really just refocus and recenter later on in the game. So it's really nice to see Influence Reach like that.
Yeah, and I think at that time they were like, who's the most intelligent player out of everyone? And the guy was like, hey, it's me, you know, it's me. And they're like, it's not you. And then they all started laughing indeed. At least if my Spanish is as correct as I think it is. If not, somebody please correct me in the comment section. So for that, you gotta go and look at MPL LATAM Season 3. And of course, follow our socials while you're at it again. As Influence Rage are looking happy in the video, but they're going up against Corinthians. And looking at the Corinthians lineup, it is not looking good for Influence Rage. They have Jesus, they have Flick, the Filipino duo, EXP in the jungle, Frost Lanave, Upatizi, and Luis, the Brazilian trio, and they are making and breaking teams one at a time.
Okay, great lineup indeed. And I feel like this time, if ever they want to go into the drafts later, it's a matter of who gets to grab what first. Because the stronger heroes, it's not that typical reactive for both sides of the teams. Like looking from the past history also, it's just like, hey, I want a good and pick up a greater I want to pick up a greater hero first. So at least let's see. So the keys to victory by Bonox is for Team Corinthians. You gotta keep up that EXP laner comfortable during the draft. Whatever makes Jesus. And be careful with the opponent's aggressive positioning against your gold laner. And also pick off options for the roamers can be a good way to gain an advantage in the early game. We know that from this game, Jesus and also the roamer right now could actually Luis can actually like both have good synergy to just set up everything, and coming in with Flick and just getting all that kills pretty good. So let's see, of course, what happy things that to bring up here for Team Corinthians.
Basicamente, uma carta vai falar heróis e eu vou ter que dar uma profissão para eles.
Olha aqui, é o show. Pô.
O show eu botaria ele como um professor de artes marciais.
Foi fácil.
Foi fácil.
Tá fácil também, que é a Leslie.
A Leslie, eu acho que ela seria uma atiradora de elite, assim. Isso, uma vibe assim.
Agora não é difícil. A Selena.
Nossa, a Selena, eu acho que ela seria uma vibe assim, professora de história, não sei, uma vibe, uma diretora assim, não sei, uma vibe assim.
Agora o Aldous.
O Aldous, nossa, o Aldous é difícil.
Eu dei duas fotos aí.
Nossa, o Aldous seria piloto de aeronave das Forças Armadas.
Ah, você foi longe, né?
Foi longe, foi boa. E é isso, gente.
Bro is like, Selena, history. I want a history teacher. Like I see her as a teacher. It's like, in what angle, my friend from Nave and Akashi just having fun there from Corinthians. Man, so far Corinthians are looking like a super dominant team, if you ask me, especially after bringing in Hesu and then just adding Flick to the occasion. They look like a winning team. They look like a team that's going to represent LATAM at the MSC, the mid-season cup at the Esports World Cup indeed. And it's just a matter of time till we find out who is going to go into the grand finals. Babe, we're going to get our first grand finalist after what, 3 months? Oh my god, I'm super excited to see this. And Corinthians and Influence Rage, what a match it will be.
Of course, we're going to see how they go head-to-head, because the head-to-head of these teams today will be in the hands of the junglers. You see Flick, you also see Yoton, and also keep in reminder that this all of this data right here is compiled based on the games that they're going to play, because Flick has less games compared to Hotun. So keep that in mind. But so far, since we've seen that how amazing they performed in like Assassin Pigs right now, it could go and work wonders, because I just can't imagine, since both are equally strong right here, it's just how fast that they want to set up the pace, how fast that they want to go for that jungling pattern, how fast they want to go and initiate on a lot of the fights here and there. Because I feel like that is the most crucial point here for Flick and also Hotun, if ever they want to bring up those assassins. So it will be a little bit different. I don't think that we're going to see a lot of those fighter heroes that we've seen previously in the first match. But if ever they bring it out, gotta be a aggressive match, and it's going to set the pace for Frostlnave and also Upatizi. And also at the same time, our friends from Influence Rage will have a better info on it, on also the mid laner and the gold laner, to just go head to head with that.
Yeah, I think that head-to-head is definitely going to be important coming through as well. We did see a lot coming in from both the junglers, and I'll be honest, Hotun is a great jungler, but with the way Flick's been playing, man, Coach Blackjack's better have a plan to kind of tie him down, because he's been the key to victory the entire time. He's the one, if he's let loose, he's going to be an absolute monster. You force him into a corner, he can still pull off the tank jungle. And I can definitely bet that he can play a fighter in the jungle as well.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty good. But so far, looking at the audience prediction right now, 70% for Team Corinthians and also a 30% vote for Influence Rage. This is a good compilation of 3 streams right now. And a lot of people are just really rooting for Corinthians right now. But at the same time, Team Influence Rage, they also do have their own fan base. So if ever, it's quite exciting to see. But hey, we've seen our audience predictions. What are your predictions for this match, Kronos?
3-0, let's go. 3-0 Corinthians.
3-0?
And I said 3-0, bro. I'm not going back on that one. I said 3-0, and I think it's going to be a 3-0 because of the fact that Corinthians are just... I'll be honest, maybe I went a little too far with the 3-0, but I just feel like today might be the day.
Hey, if ever they do go to a 3-0, you technically secured all 4 points, and you are correct with your predictions for the whole day. So kind of excited to see and be stoked about that. I, on the other hand, have a little hot take. No, don't say curse yet. Technically, if you didn't say it, it won't be a curse, if ever. But hey, let's see. Because I'm having a little bit of hot take here. Of course, I voted for Corinthians, but it's a 3-2. So it'll be a hotter match to see go head to head. But hey, let's see. how it will go later on, because we are definitely waiting in for the drafts, because it is a best of 5 series. They are getting ready, and game number 1 is undergoing right now. The first band though, not the assassins but a fighter. You're saying goodbye to the Lucas.
Yeah, they're saying goodbye to the Lucas because they know Hotun likes to play the Lucas in the jungle. They take away the Kimmy because they don't want to give it in the hands of Frostalanave. He's been making it work. Neither in the hands of Upatizi. I like the Louis being taken off. I feel like the pick-off style that Corinthian likes to play might just come through this time.
Who said there are no shortcuts in life?
Okay, since there's no more Loyi, you also don't want to go head-to-head with that hard engage, so you want to close off that chip. Because you know how Hasu and Luis, they try to adapt, and also on the fly, they're able to just find out good setups, find out good positions. But on the other hand, let's also not forget that Influence Rage, they are the master of finding pickoffs in that during that fight. So if ever we're going to see Paquito and also Tino just working together to just go head to head, if ever they want to pick up those typical pickoff heroes, a Jawhead or Cho, which just shines very well for them, because we see how they perform also from previous matches. But right now, the last ban for the side of Corinthians, you want to close off Chance Tsusin. No space created, that means a better composition and also timing if ever Corinthians just want to go face head on and enter in that fight with Influence Rage.
Yeah, I think it's going to be important right now with the head-on matchups, as I think Corinthians have just banned out a couple of mages. They understand that if Chan is able to get the team to tick, it will be difficult for them to make a comeback. And Coach Darkness has definitely done his homework, but I want to see if Coach Blackjacks has done his homework as well, because he understands that Kimmy's going to be a problem. Taking out the chip is going to be crucial as well, and they definitely don't want to give Upatizi that Herod. He's probably one of the best Herods in the entire LATAM region. And now again, the head-to-heads. This only means, Vey, the Joy, the Fanny, the Hayabusa, the Hanzo, the Suyo, the Baxia. The jungle is left completely open, and we're gonna see. Please pick up the Joy. It's so good. He got himself a Maniac on his debut, and I don't see why it might not be the. I mean, there's Hayabusa still, so he probably can slow his roll in the jungle. I'm just getting too excited.
I mean, right now we're just going to see which one, because like again, Hotun and Flick both played mean Joys, but in order to do so, you gotta have like good setups, locking in the Badong, and also for Influence Rage bringing in that Baxia and Kalia is good. We still don't know if ever that Baxia is going to be flexed to the EXP or roam or even a jungle position for now, but I don't think it's a wise choice if ever this Baxia is going to be at the jungle. So we're just going to have to wait and see on that side. Corinthians though, what will they do to respond to this pickup? Because it's both of these two heroes are still very flexed also. Oof.
Yeah, they are flex indeed, and you can see they get themselves the Joy in the jungle. Flick gets his hand on a comfort hero, and at the same time they give the gold laner, that is Upatizi, securing the league game with this carry. So they're looking to melt down Baxia as well as Kalea, and still looking to dive into the back line, because you can see Influence Rage, they have a dive composition, but they can also play front to back. Now asking the question, do you want to go front to back? I got the Joy. You want to go for the dive? I have the carry. What's it going to be? They have to lock in the Hayabusa, otherwise there's no possible way to counter this Joy, and especially reach the back line as well. So it's looking good, but that means you are able to see who's going to be in the roam position, who's going to be the EXP, and also who's going to be in the jungle. So Influence Rage just forced themselves in this particular position.
Okay, since it's out of the equation of like no Baxia jungle for this time, so it's just a matter of EXP or roam. And since you already seen that Kalia is being utilized there, so it's just either one of that. For right now, though, in my head, I'm thinking of, yeah, you want to close off the Gatot Kacha because you don't want Luis and also Hesu bringing up that Gatot Kacha Padang combination against them. Because right now, for Influence Race, you just really need to think of a way to how do you stop the Joy? How do you find a stopper? And I thought of it at first, you want to pick up the Gatot Kacha, but since they lock in that Hayabusa, it's just closing off that combination for now. So Corinthians, if you want to close off, you can close some gold laners here. For Fury, close off the Moskov, close off either the Granger or the Harith is still very viable since you already pick up the carry, so you wouldn't even worry as much. But turns out, no heart engages, so you want to close off that Selena too.
Yeah, they want to make sure they have no more early game presence, right? Because if it's a Selena, then there's no possibility for Corinthians to do anything in this game because they have the front line. They definitely have a full dive possibility coming through. And Corinthians, yes, they have the carry, but still they need a little bit more. They need a little bit more wiggle room for them to make it work, and that's going to come in the second phase of the draft. So far, Influence Rage still need to get... Probably a Farsa would be great, is what I'm thinking. But again, they need to control Flick a lot. But what will be great on the other side is this glue, and they ban it out. And now Corinthians might just be looking to ban out a gold laner, a Moskov, I think.
Still a good pick because Fury strives at the Moskovs because if ever they can't go head to head during fights, there is a potential they can just try to play a split push. Because even though Joy is mobile, but if Flick is just always there, present in that fight, it's going to be hard, walking here and there with the far lane or not. Good read on the Farsha, so that's why Corinthians, they want to try to ban it out. Because right now, it's just a matter of Influence Rage trying to lock in a stopper. For whatever reason, right now, you gotta find a solution for Joy. At least you wanna take off or either create some space against that Badang. So since you don't have the Farsha anymore, you also don't have the Jusin right now. What unique pick if ever Influence Rage wanna get in? How about a Bruno? So at least you do have that space. But it's hard going up against the Joy.
Ooh,
Valentina getting picked up.
I like the Valentina because right now Corinthians, I'm not really sure what they could go for in this part of the game. They definitely need a little bit of high ground, but again, the threat's going to be there with the dive that Influence Rage have. Influence Rage have drafted really good now with this Valentina coming in. And to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if they did not go for a marksman. They can just go crazy with the Hayabusa. They have Boxy as well as the Kalea. They can flex it, roam, EXP, and then maybe just slot this Valentina somewhere as well. So it's looking good for Influence Rage, and I wouldn't put it past Coach Blackjacks to try and draft that way. But right now with Corinthians in the final phase of the bans, it had to be the Cho because they needed that pick off. But look at that, we're getting to see a Lilia finally in the Land of Dawn MPL LATAM Season 3.
Oh, okay, this is going to be hard for Fury, to be honest. So whatever marksman that he's going to pick up, there's clearly no space given whatsoever for Corinthians. So this draft right here is basically a really well thought draft, but for Influence Rage, you still have the potential to just melt everybody down, to at least go through that laning phase up against a carry. You really need a good early start for a marksman. So it kind of like forced them to just either pick up the Harith or even the Granger. But turns out you pick up the Claude, which is a little bit it's going to be hard performing because you're facing up a Lilia that's basically a natural counter.
I mean, not necessarily. I wouldn't call it a natural counter with the Lilia and the Claude. But, I mean, yes, to a certain extent. But I like the Claude just because of the fact that you can dive in. They have a full dive composition. And this Claude is definitely going to make it work also going in with the BMI and the Blazing Duet. So it's looking good so far for Influence Rage. I think this just comes down to execution, right? For both these teams.
Yeah, for right now, let's just see, because 10 heroes are getting picked up right now for the first game of the second match today. Still very aggressive picks, so let's see how they will play it out today between Corinthians and also Influence Rage.
Yeah, they definitely do, because ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, two Titans, one ticket to the grand finals. This is the upper bracket finals of MPL LATAM Season 3, where legends are forged and every move echoes across the region. Will it be Corinthians? Will it be Influence Rage? Let's see who takes it all. This is game number 1 in the best of 5.
Okay, even marching into the game here in the Land of Dawn, looking at the emblems presented by Pronoxes, most of them, they opted out for a lot of magical power, since you do have Flick and also Frost Nave on the Lilia and also Joy. But for Influence Rage's side though, they really gotta go head to head with this aggressive gameplay, since you do have Hotun on that Hayabusa. So at least you do have that edge in the early game if you want to go head to head with Flick. But it's just a matter of moment who can start the fight first, because between Chino and also Jesus, they are definitely just clearing the wave. They just wanna look at the moments where you just want to try to set it up, because it's going to be an aggressive fight here between that.
Yeah, Luis gets caught out with the shield unity, but at the same time, you can see Flick goes through with the rhythm. Doesn't want to lock the beats yet. And Luis, along with Frost Nave, able to make sure they survive and back off. Flicker already being expended though from Luis, so that surprise factor is not going to be available for the turtle.
For now, at least it's just that there's no it's just the Flicker getting burnt out by Luis, so that one resources is out, which is quite good to see also at the gold laner between Upatizi. But in the mid lane though, bit of fight.
Yeah, the fight's already over, being dispersed, but Chino right here goes for the knockup, doesn't have that, gets the clear, hits level 4, and now they turn their attention towards the turtle. Hotun has to come through, but Jesus goes for the flicker, play with the way of the dragon, and finds Chino. Meanwhile, at the same time, he's going to be the first one to fall with the help of Chino as well, but they get themselves the turtle. Flick is able to make it out alive. They go with the fist break, but look at that quad shadow coming in from Hotun. He finds the kill, and Influence Rage get pickoffs one after another. 3-1 is the score just in one turtle fight.
A very good early start indeed for Influence Rage, but right now Corinthians, they are just trying to find their equal footing, because looking at the history also, even though in the early game that Flick is suppressed, he just somehow, in some way, finds a position where they can just try to recover from that. So even right now, a little bit of a pause here, and of course we'll see and also have a little bit of chat between both of these teams. They're just trying to sort things out, but it is an interesting opening to see that Influence Rage really have that good early momentum in that one fight.
Yeah, I think they definitely have the early momentum for Influence Rage, and also with Corinthians, they do have the late game kind of secure with the carry, right? So it's good, but also they need that pickoff angle. Jesus went in with the Flicker Jeet Kundo, got the way of the dragon, but I'm not sure if he got the right target at that point. And that's why you could see, even though everything happened, they did not make it work, because they went in with the rhythm, they went in with the beats, they got the turtle. But even though Flick made it out, the connection of the quad shadow was absolutely impeccable. And then he just got the kill and just got out. It was just like that in the blink of an eye. Hotun just capitalized, turned the tides of the game. Yes, they took the turtle, but we got first blood, and then we got a lot more from where that came from. And Influence Rage looking dominant so far.
I mean, with that trade-off, getting just one turtle and also securing 3 kills with the first blood, it doesn't really gives equal footing on the gold if you want to really just count it to rack it in. So it'll actually be a greater impact later on. But again, you know, Flick, he can just flick into the right moment if ever he can, because I don't think so. This one moment will be the most crucial part of the game because Corinthians, they know that since Flick is pretty good at what he plays, and especially on the Joy also, it won't be because of that one moment. It's a downward slope. And looking at how Jesus knows that where he can go in with a target selection because he is on a throw, so it kind of just elevates the probability of picking somebody important later in that game, in that fight.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be super important for them to try and find a way to layer the skills, right? That's the right way to say it as well. I think just finding one after another. They need to make sure they get their timings right in terms of those skills, layering of that, and then kind of excelling in these team fights, because that's what Influence Rage have done so far, and Corinthians haven't done that yet. But they do have a mid-game power spike. This Joy is going to be absolutely lethal after getting the Starlium Sight, and then if able to keep up and farm, will pick up the Holy Crystal, and then it might be a big difference maker. But of course, we are back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Influence Rage Corinthians. Influence Rage have dominated the game. Only 3 minutes in though.
Still on the 3-minute mark here, and looking at Corinthians so far, because of that, they just really need to catch up. It's just a 1k gold lead. It's not as impactful as it is, but since you do know Upatisi is just coming in with that fight and Fury with the Blazing Duet.
Yeah, with the Blazing Duet goes through and able to clear out the wave. Upatisi has already used the Speedy Light Wheels. Not really sure who got that, that gold crab though. 40 seconds until the turtle. Chino by himself in the EXP lane, not sure where Jesus is, so trying to get the clear much faster as well. And finally Jesus, with the mobility that he has, and once they have got their key to victory, which is important to let Jesus try and move around, they are able to try and make it work. But so far, Influence Rage have been dominating. I think Corinthians are just biding time at the moment. You can see the knockup coming through as well. Jesus able to get the way of the dragon onto Chino, but Flick is here, gets the rhythm, has the beats, but they go through with the Tsunami Slam. Not enough. Chino will be the first one to fall. Ogi Shadow Kill comes out as well. Hotun, no Quad Shadow to run away, but with the Chain CC present and the damage coming out from these glooms, Corinthians are able to pull out 2 in that team fight and even out the score. Looking good, and finally able to bounce back, evening the gold as well. And now with the turtle being up, Flick gets his hands on it. Frostal Nave comes through. Paquito is there, goes into the shield unity on towards Louise, taking them low, and here comes the electrifying beats. Jesus goes in with the flicker way of the dragon, trying to find the target, but the Purify along with that coming through. Frostal Nave's Black Shoes being taken away by Chan, making sure he's able to survive that, and also baited out the flicker. So that's looking good for both these teams, understanding the utility of these ultimates, making it work. Corinthians still find a way to bounce back. Chino gets himself that Radiant Armor as a first item, and that's going to be important because here they're trying to get a sandwich, but Corinthians' Jesus realizes that he needs to make these plays fast as a Flick is clearing out the bot side, and so is Hotun. They get a fast clear, goes for the Ogi Shadow Kill. I think Flick right now has to respond, but Jesus is just so mobile with this Cho that he makes it back quick.
I mean, again, it's just a matter of who gets to win the race first. Because even though they have a good potential of just trying to initiate in a lot of the fights, which they can start for both sides of the team, but it's just a matter of time where which jungle gets what first. Because you gotta make sure you stay on equal footing on leveling, you gotta make sure you stay on equal footing for gold. So there are a lot of things that you really need to consider, and you can't really just fight as much as you want. So with that thought too, you gotta be careful.
Paquito's taking a low way of the dragon committed as well. Jesus is going to be the target, but now he has Shunpo his way out of there. But you can see Tsunami Slam comes through as Jesus will go down to the hands of Chino. He flickered for it as well. Hotun goes through with the Quad Shadow. Flick makes it out alive, and so did Paquito in that team fight. He ate up a lot of damage, not gonna lie. If Flick had got the first rhythm right, then he could have been taken down, but not able to do so. Might have just helped him survive just by the slightest bit of HP.
Even with that fight, it was a little bit of sudden, but like Influence Rage is just definitely ready on that. And seeing that how they want to try to get the turtle, good zone.
Flickers in, and you can see the retribution not there in the hands of Chan the turtle, but right now Flick is there. He goes in with the electrifying beats. He's able to make it out alive. Chan flickers forward, gets himself a double kill, secures two, and right now Jesus is there, goes for the way of the dragon, doesn't want to commit, gets the Jeet Kundo knockup. Upatizi trying to clear the wave, but you can see Fury is hacking away, has the BMI, makes it out as they get the tier 1 in the mid lane. Corinthians not looking like themselves. It's all thanks to the way Influence Rage are executing this draft.
A good early indeed for Hotun to just stay on a good side and farm a lot. Even with the Hayabusa right now, there are just a lot of resources that they know that, hey, great, cool, easy cooldown, so just like open it up.
Yeah, they definitely have to open it up, and right now you can see they take away the tier 1 on the top side. Influence Rage slowly moving like a unit, all of the back of this Boxia in their own position, creating the space. They have the pick-off ability with Chino as well in the EXP lane. Hotun diving into the back line. It's all working. It's all working right now, but still Flick is able to keep up that EXP with Hotun. However, the goal lead is just slipping away slowly.
I mean, you gotta give it to Influence Rage because of that slip up right there. The pressuring wise is just pretty good because even they wanted to try to start right now. That pick for defensive play did really occur, but it is an expensive resource to be given away. If ever Influence Rage want to try to fight it out, they already know that there's no target selection on the hands of Jesus.
Yeah, it's there in the hands of Jesus. He needs to find the right target, like you mentioned. It's gonna be important, but there's already a Purify on Fury. He hasn't died a single time, and the good news is that Upatizi hasn't as well, but he has a Purify, no Flicker, so he has to be really careful with his positioning. As you can see, Chan right now goes through, but Luis goes for the Flicker. Retribution comes out on time as they secure it. 2 Flickers baited out and 2 down and out for the side of Corinthians, and now the rest of Corinthians will have to run away because the damage from Influence Rage is way too much with a 5k goal lead in their hands. The Lord is already marching down the bot side, and now Corinthians are backed into a corner, and this could be a fast game coming through.
And since they know what they're trying to do, Corinthians are just finding an answer, a solution, or what can they do. And even Paquito being a menace that front into the jungle, this is getting pretty hefty for Corinthians to just really find a way to just try to take back this moment if they can.
If they can is the big question, because they're taking down the tier 2s on the top side already taken. Mid lane's gonna be next on the chopping block. Lord is already down on the bot side, but you see Hotun goes in, but he gets caught out with the fist rake fist crack combo. And right now they needed that opening and they found it. They're able to clear out the mid lane tier 2 Influence Rage. But without the presence of Hotun in the back line, the threat's not going to be there. And the brilliant play from Luis. And now you can see Jesus is going to be in the back line. Goes in for Paquito. Commits with the way of the dragon as well. Frost and Na'Vi has the damage along with Luis. Creating a lot of space. But Upatizi just wasn't present. And neither was Flick. A lot of resources baited out. But Corinthians are still in it to win it.
And even they're trying to find ways for them to recover in this point, but leading up to the 10th minute mark here with around almost 6k gold lead, this is quite brutal to see actually. So you gotta be careful with this, you gotta be cautious with it, because the gap is quite wide for now for Corinthians if ever they want to try to rack up those gold for their items. So Influence Rage, since they already have this momentum, since they already know when and how to suppress Corinthians, this might be the key for their win in this game. So as long there's no slip up, they can do it.
It's the biggest key indeed. They need to make it happen at the moment, and only then will they be able to work it out. But you see the way of the dragon already committed, and they take down Chino. Now with the Ogi Shadow coming out, Flick is going to be taken down low, and he's still able to survive, makes it out with the rhythm. As you can see, the gloom's bursting. Frosonave's damage is over and through the moon. Paquito gets taken out in that team fight as well. So Corinthians are picking the right fights at the right time, and Influence Rage are not seeing it coming.
And in the nick of a time, they still can recover and even go back, which is quite good. And I feel like Flick is just really play on his lifeline right now, as a Joy especially. Dude cannot go as aggressive or as tanky as he wants, but slowly they are picking up the pace to just at least push into that neutral objective because they want to try to get in this Lord right now.
Luis. Yeah, you can see the way out of the... oh my god, a lot being done through, and that was a blazing duet that got themselves a double kill in after the Wind of Nature, and now Flick goes down a solo, make that a triple kill. He's looking for the Maniac, Fury, but meanwhile, Hotun in the back line with the Quad Shadow on towards Frosonawe. He gets himself a Maniac. It's gonna be a Savage in the Land of Dawn. MPL LATAM Season 3, the upper bracket finals, as Fury is unleashing his fury on towards Corinthians. He gets a Savage in the hands of a Claude, with the Lord marching down the mid lane with the confidence boost. They're looking to end it as they take game number 1 in this best of 5 and looking to make it to the grand finals.
Goodness gracious, a Savage, an opening for today's second match is definitely a potential for a grand finalist here for a victory for Influence Rage. And so far, this is working wonders for that Claude pick in this highlight here. And wowee, this kind of breaks down that doubt. Even though there is a Lilia being brought up against them, it doesn't matter because Hotun got that moment. Hotun got that momentum, leading his team for a very good power spike and even a good momentum base and also a mentality boost up against Corinthians for this time. And because of that, Influence Rage, they picked out like good moments in some fights. And plus, you see how Paquito is just so mobile, playing in on that Baksha. This just kind of helps even more, seeing that how aggressive that they can be. So one-upping that fights and looking at how the history on how Flick and Hesu plays together, this just kind of shows that Influence Rage is definitely ready for this match of the day.
Yeah, he definitely was ready. You can see here, Fury just went in with a blazing duet, got himself the double. He was looking for the triple, and then found Hesu and Frostonaw in a weird position. Get the Maniac, and instantly the rest of the team were like, hey, here is the Savage waiting for you. And Fury unleashing his fury on Corinthians. Influence Rage are able to take game number 1 in what was an absolute dominating game, as Corinthians just did not find their footing, and I think it was just the draft coming into the play.
And I mean, there are a lot of factors that plays out in the first game, but since for me, Flick getting that joy would work as long that in the early game he can actually secure a lot of the kills, which actually surprises me at because of that one moment. It was just a downward slope after that, because looking at the history on how he plays, he was just able to pick that up quite quickly actually. So ending the first game with a almost marching into the 30-minute mark, it ended at 12 minute and 58 second. Even with this huge of a gap, Influence Rage really just created a very well spaced manner for them to just win it for this time. And for the drafts though, I feel like it's more composed for the side of Influence Rage, because Corinthians, even though they set up for that pace, they really want to go aggressive on it. It just didn't really work out because they are putting in that early potential on Flick and that late potential on Upatizi. So the mid game, if ever they miss the early, the mid game power spike, the someone that they need to carry on wasn't there in that equation. So probably they really just need to adjust on that composition again for the second game.
Yeah, I think this composition for the second game is definitely going to be something a little different that they need to go with, because Influence Rage definitely got the better of them in that first draft, right? They kind of forced themselves into a different kind of position where they're not used to, because you can see Frost Nave is not really great on such a... I mean, he's good on the Lilia, but it just didn't work out. They were trying to force this Badang as the first pick. And yes, it was there, but then the range was just really shortened. They put the Boxia with the Kalea. They flexed those two picks. And then just when Flick went for the Joy, they knew that the Hayabusa is the best way to counter it. Pick up the Hayabusa. After a while, that last pick, Claude, it just rounded and made the draft work so well. And I know you were doubting it, May, but the diving potential that came through with this draft is just working out amazingly.
And since, hey, it worked out pretty well, and they tried to play it in this game, and it set up a very good pace for Influence Rage to just get on and secure with that claw pick. Hey, it's pretty good and looking very light for them. So it is a good pick for now in the first game and during that draft.
Yeah, I think game number one, so quick, so fast. Already got my predictions wrong, but it's okay. It's okay. I still believe in Corinthians. I know they're great to put up a fight, but oh my goodness, did Influence Rage pull up hard. Coach Blackjacks just had it in the bag with this draft, right? And if Coach Darkness is able to pull something out of his bag of tricks, now is the time. Otherwise, it's going to be match point to Influence Rage, and they might just be the first team to go into the grand finals and be the first representatives for the LATAM region in the MSC. And of course, right now, we are pulling up with the MVP. Who's it going to be for Juve?
Oh, I actually picked up Hotun. How about you, Kronos?
I think it's Fury. He got a savage. Why wouldn't you give it to him?
Let's see. Of course, it is
I
Fury.
told you.
It's pretty good to see. Hey, nice pick on that 601 KDA with a 54 kill participation. In my head was like, oh yeah, probably Hotun because it was a good early start. I completely forgot what an amazing play that Fury executed in the first opening match right now. Even looking at the highlights right now, even that's definitely a good worthy gameplay. I mean, it was extended to a point where Influence Rage just really know that, hey, it's okay, let's just chase it down. Even though it's Hesu and it's Frost Nave, it's a little bit too much in the front. Don't worry. Hotun said, I got you, bro. All good. I can just enter in. I can just have fun with it. And even at the end, securing that Savage was really an amazing sight to see in the first game. So, hey, first game already Savage. What will happen in the second?
Bro, this game is heating up way. And I'm not gonna lie, we're actually containing our excitement, guys, just because of the fact that it's a best of 5. We don't want to burn out completely in game number 1, because that they caught me off guard. I was like, wait, what's happening? What's happening here in this fight? Luis did this, but Claude, and then all of a sudden it just picked up, and then it just went straight for the base crystal. And Influence Rage know what's up, and they have momentum on their side right now. The confidence is at all-time high, and they definitely have what it takes to make it to the top indeed. So now, with what's in their pockets, hey, we might just see with what's in the pockets game number 1, and they definitely have a draft. We might just see them take game number 2. Also, will Corinthians go down to the lower brackets? Did we really curse them?
Oh no.
Chrono curse is real.
Okay. Chrono curse. So it's just selected down to you now.
But I've been trying to, whatever team I vote for always gets knocked out for some reason. It's always them when it comes to a, make it or break it competition. They're always down and out somehow, some way. I don't know why it happens. It's just a probability again. It's for predictions right now, but
Hey, this is a best of 5 series. It's just the first game. It's okay. As you mentioned, you don't want to blow it out, even though we're just containing our excitement. But come on, man. First game, savage. Really, that pop-up of an opening, it just like sets up to a new standards. And in my head, if ever Corinthians want to take it back, and they're just kind of quote-unquote like, no, I'm not giving this moment to you. No, I'm stopping the streak. Hey, Flick could actually pick up that Fanny. He did say that he's comfortable with that.
Yeah, it's his main hero. That's what he said, right? Fanny's his best hero as well. And I think the Fanny wasn't a great pick there just because of the fact that Kaleo was left open. And now Corinthians might just shift towards the red side because with the blue side, they didn't look as comfortable as we thought, as we'd like them to be at least. Knowing that they're definitely... Corinthians look like a team that are preparing and are ready to go for the MSC, right? They look like a team that's ready to fight it out at the MSC. Now it's just a matter of time. Will they be able to make it there? But to make it to the MSC, they have to be the top 2 of LATAM, and if they want to get to the main stage, they have to be the champions. And to be the champions, you gotta beat Influence Rage. Let's be honest, these Influence Rage is probably the best team apart from Corinthians, and of course also 9Z Globant. So these are the teams that are there right now. The top 3 teams. Infinity was the 4th one. They were already knocked out by 9Z Globant. So thank you so much again, once again, Infinity. But 9Z Globant in the lower bracket finals, and the loser of this match will go on to face them. And so far 1-0 Influence Rage. And hey, it's again they Corinthians look like an MSC team, but they need to beat Influence Rage, and Coach Blackjacks is just doing great with the draft.
Again, the longer you go through playoffs, the higher the mountain that you need to climb. There's new obstacles, there's new creative ways, there's new creative drafts that if ever they want to try to bring it up, it's not just going to be as simple as you call it a ranked game. So right now it's just a battle of a matter of like execution. I feel that way. Because like drafting wise, it's mostly them playing very comfortable heroes on themselves. Because like I'm pretty sure these players are just really, really ready for it. And even we're waiting for the second drafting phase for the second game. So really wanna see it. Will they pick up the same heroes? Will they want to try to play it out, or probably a bit of a strategy change? So let's see.
Let's see indeed, because I'm not really sure how it's going to go about, because game number 2 might be starting soon. And yes, we do indeed, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the draft for this one. Influence Rage, they get the blue side as Corinthians did prioritize the red.
Okay, since ever this is a little bit of a switch here, but seeing how they will try to utilize this way right now, though they banned out that Fanny, so they want to close off that revenge potential if ever Flick just comes in and flies around on that Fanny. So no Kimmy, no Harith, and looking at the position right now, the Influence Rage, they usually favor on the red side, but at least now getting on the blue side, they get to dictate on whatever happens against Corinthians later. So let's see if ever they want to go with the flow or not.
Going with the flow is going to be important for them. We'll find out if it's going to be possible. If it is not, with the way that they're playing, I don't think it can be for Corinthians. They need to find a way to make it work. They need to get their priority picks. They need to have the draft in their favor also, at least to make sure that, you know, they have a slight bit of an advantage, ever so slight, and that's going to be enough. And that's the job of Coach Darkness. But Coach Blackjacks is going to make it super difficult because they ban out the Boxia. They ban out the Fanny, and they take away the Harith. And these are really good picks on the red side. And now leaving that last pick, the chip is left open. The Phoveus is still up for grabs. And the Joy, that's such a great first pick, is not going to be given away.
But since that is being closed off, either you want to focus in more on our goat laners here, still can work also. But if ever the jungler is still with high potential in this meta, you want to pick up the Suyo Hayabusa, still can work. Right now, since the little fox is not closed off right now, Influence Rage, they just secured this first hand. So if ever Chino or even Paquito can just utilize it very well and start a lot of fights, which was kind of the solution if they want to go head to head in the game, to just stop in that potential of Flick opening the fight first. Works pretty well in the first game actually, so let's see if it works at the second.
Yeah, we gotta see if it'll work in the second indeed, because it might oh wait, get themselves the Suyo, get themselves the Valentina. Why the Valentina, if you ask me, Vey? Because they need to make sure the Luke is not picked on the other side, but they keep forgetting Hotun likes to play this Hanzo, man. He gets himself the Hanzo, he gets himself that chip, and now they don't. I wouldn't really. It wouldn't really matter if they went for the Lucas as well.
Yeah, it's not bad, to be honest. If ever they want to bring out this that tanky and also high damage composition, because it still works well for either one side of it. Even right now though, forgot that the Jusin is open. This is looking pretty good for Influence Rage so far. And for Corinthians though, I think if ever they want to lock in for a stopper, a Badong could stop the chip from teleporting. A Gatot Kacha can also work wonder to jump in. If ever hitting the Jusin or even stopping in that chip teleportation should be good also. Other than that, what heroes can they bring up in this draft though, Kronos? What do you think it's good?
What could be the first? Hey, if you ask me, just go lock in that Zask, bro. I've seen the Zask played against the Jushin right now too many times. So I was like, go for the Zask, put the Valentin in the EXP lane. This is what we can mix in Infinity and Corinthians in the same team. But right now they got the Kacha was open, so they go for it. It's a good AoE CC against the chip. It's good to dive into the backline straight towards the Hanzo. It's good to stop the Jushin as well, but it's not the best pick to play against the Jushin. So you want to have a good time, especially in the gold lane. So they're gonna start choking down some options. And if I'm not wrong, even the EXP lane is something that they need to look at. I don't think the glue is a great option, but Phoveus, something that they definitely need to check.
Yeah, closing off that potential, at least it doesn't give cancelled entry for either the Suyo or even the Gatot Kacha. They just like go in and just chunk everybody down and be a good more than the frontliner and also a damage dealer at this point. Influence Rage though, if ever they want to close off, but even good viable for both sides, you want to close off the marksman, close off the carry, close off the Moskov. Should be able to do that too, since you don't already have the Harith, but right now it's still very focused on those setup plays that you know Corinthians works very well. So you want to close off that Badong for now too.
Yeah, I think closing off the Badong already there, just choking down on the EXP options, right? That's what they need to take care of right now. And the Badong is good against the chip also, just because you have the playmaking potential coming through on that side. But at the moment, it's just the draft is not looking good for Corinthians so far, just because of the Hanzo. The Hanzo just being a complete problem on the other side. So they need to find a way to kind of stop this Hanzo from wreaking havoc. But here the Irithel being banned out to make sure either a Granger or Wanwan being banned out. That was a good one. A Granger, or I would say maybe the Moskov would be a great pick here.
Yeah, I do agree. Moskov would be a great pick, because if ever they don't pick that up, Influence Rage can just take it back. But turns out Ubatizi opting for a Granger danger in this composition. A little bit hard though, but a Bruno being countered in. Good pick, good range also. Good early for the Hanzo, good late to the Bruno. You can always handle the mid for Tusin. Since you already have the chip for a playmaking move, you need somebody in the front who can tank a lot other than Gatot Kacha. How about the Hylas?
Hylos is good.
Since
Hylos is
the
a good
Padang is
shout
out
just
of the
because
equation.
Hylos is a good shout just because of the fact that you can go straight and you know, just get the lockdown CC on towards the law and order using the law and order. So it's a good pick, and it's also denial going on the other side for Corinthians. So here Corinthians really needs to round it off, and this is going to be the make or break it. I can see the glue is going to be a great pick, but is it going to be the best pick? That's the question, right? Because apart from the glue, what else is there? If it was a Benedetta, it would have been great, to be honest. A Lucas is still left up for grabs also. But do you really want to play a Lucas against the Jushin? I don't think so. Because they lock in the CC, which is good, just because you can poke down the Hylos and go straight for the back line with the curtain call, and also with that yo-yo blitz to dish out the damage, right? And you have the double dash capability, so it's working in their favor. Corinthians looking strong with their draft.
And I mean, sorry, I was about to sneeze. Sorry.
Bless you.
But thank you. Very itching for that draft to see, so that's why I sneezed. It was quite interesting to see, of course, like how they want to try to pick this up. And looking at the 10 heroes, they want to go aggressive on this one. A little bit hard for Corinthians though, because it's not as tanky as the Gatot Kacha CC combination going up against the chip and also the Hylos. But hey, if it works, it works. Why not?
Yeah, it works indeed for them, but we're gonna find out if they're gonna make a comeback possible. Otherwise, it will be match point for Influence Rage as you're watching MPL LATAM Season 3 Upper Bracket Finals, ladies and gentlemen. It is between Influence Rage, who already taken game number 1, as Corinthians look to bounce back.
A good early start indeed. Okay, so far even looking at the emblems, they're definitely ready for a fight. Looking at Influence Rage, they really want to try to fit in well. Whoever is tanky, you want to be tanky. Whoever you can melt down, you want to go aggressive. You want to focus on with that marksman, on the Bruno, so that's why you also have the main target. Laney phase Y should be good against the Granger, but if you're in a team fight composition, it's going to be a little bit harder. But hey, let's see how it goes in the late game, because that is when the Bruno can shine. So at least buy some time. Pretty good, not trying to suppress down Opatizi in the early game. If ever you can rotate up for that. But for right now in the mid lane though, a little bit early. Taunt. Paquito is still alive through all of that.
Still alive, still alive. That is the important part for Corinthians, so that they can try and dominate this turtle pit. But right now you can see Influence Rage have a lot of confidence in them, and it's showing through Paquito's recalls. Even though they were in the bush, a recall is a recall.
Quite good to see with those animations, of course. And even right now, Influence Rage is still really highs and well, trying to invade on that takeover of that area during that turtle. And right now though, Corinthians, they're just trying to hover in around Luis, and Hesu is just trying to make a good moment to start if ever they can, because since Flick is on the Suyo, it will be more easier for him to entry out with the Reggie. So let's see how it goes.
Oh, curtain call comes through, and they tag in Chan and Chino as well at the same time. Revitalize to make sure he survives. Luis is trying to peel for the rest of the team. Glorious path through from Chino comes through, and right now with the turtle being present, Flick will have to slow down the take of it. Yotun goes in with a Pinnacle Ninja, and they see Flick take him down. First blood. Shortcut drops down as well, and now all hell breaks loose as Influence Rage get themselves a turtle, and now looking to take down Luis. They definitely have the damage as it is already done. Paquito grabs himself a second kill, and Corinthians are in a difficult position once more.
Okay, and this is a good early again for Influence Rage. If ever they can maintain this tempo, they can dictate this moment, it can actually be a match point here for the second game to secure a 2-0. But let's see how it goes, because Hesu A little bit aggressive.
God.
Ooh,
He popped in the vengeance to try and survive, but Hotun waited for the right time to use that soul snatch and then got himself the kill. And look at that, he drops down and emote taunting Hesu, saying that, hey, we know you're from TNC, former TNC member, and then he uses that emote and then just runs away.
Show some little love, I guess, in that moment. And even because of that, you can get all of that gold from that shield, even securing one item there, which is pretty good for an early start, even on the Hanzo. This just kind of gives a potential. If ever you want to pick off Upatizi, you can. If ever you want to target it to Flick, you also can. But Chan caught in the middle of it.
My God. Looking at the target, and right now it's gonna be there. Soul Snatch should come through at the same time. You can see Glorious Pathway. He catches two in place, and now with a shortcut drop down, it's not gonna be enough. Chen goes through with a beacon as well. Double kill in the hands of Fury, and now the rest of the Corinthians will have to run away because look at, they got Upatizi as well. Make that another kill in the pockets of Influence Rage. 6-0 is the score for them as Corinthians are not able to find an answer.
Goodness gracious, indeed, because Corinthians right now is just backed up on this fight. And wow, this is a really different sight to see on how they want to try it out. But hey, the game is not over yet. You gotta find those little things, you gotta find those little openings to just come back from any moment created, because even for now, you know you don't want to put a lot of fights in that, so you just want to try to divert your attention down at the bottom lane. But right now, Hotun is a farming machine indeed. Okay, getting out a lot of jungles here and there, even stealing from Flick.
Stealing from Flick indeed. It's working out, but you can see here, Influence Rage with the help of Paquito able to get the split across the map, and Hotun does the same as well on the Hanzo. Upatizi right now getting the damage on towards Fury, but they will have to back away because the Worldy already used and they can't stay grouped up. And so far, looking at the items, Vey, it's looking like Influence Rage are going to hit their power spike much sooner because if they have a 5k goal lead in their favor.
And so far, no death yet whatsoever. No pickoffs from Corinthians. No setups that were trying to look at the plays that we've seen matches before. So right now, Paquito is just very actively seeking on like where Hesu is, where Flick is. So when you bring into that information, given at least there is a good initiation to start.
Oh, no.
Like this.
Initiation, man. That was the initiation they needed with that shortcut. They caught Upatizi off guard, and so did they catch Louise. But Louise used the AOG to run away, and now you can see they're trying to dish out the damage on towards Paquito. But Hesu can't really do much. That is a tanky chip. And Influence Rage seems like have cracked the code on how to beat Corinthians, because it's 7-0, 6k goal lead. They've taken down the tier 1 on the top side, and now looking to move together as a unit. They've already taken 2 turtles. Now it's going to be the third one that's coming up soon.
And again, so far so good for the early game. So turns out probably one of their solution, one of their tactics is just get a good early, suppress Flick down. And right now Corinthians just needs to answer of like, okay, what's next? What's my plan B? What can I do? Because through that, you can actually rethink more of your options here to go against with Influence. Because like so far, it's just a really, really good rhythm for them. They found a very good steady footing for today's match indeed.
They definitely found a steady footing for today's match. Influence Rage seems like they've come into the calm mind, and it's working out so far for them. Corinthians just not looking like themselves so far, and it's looking difficult for them, especially for us who voted for them as well. My caster's prediction is gonna be wrong, and so is yours, Vey. But with the way Influence Rage have been playing, the way they've been playing, it's so clean. There's no mistakes made. They're patient. They understand the name of the game. It's just take down the base crystal and they can win.
And I mean, so far, as you mentioned, yes, I do agree that this is very clean. Hey, if ever this is a 3-0, kudos for you, man. At least you get the points, right? And wow, this is a really different sight to see. And even looking at the items again and again, since it is a around I think more than 6k gold lead right now for Influence Rage. It is already a huge gap, and especially this is on the 8th minute mark. What they can do is just like tank down a lot of the turrets, because right now it's just starting fights.
Sure, shortcut comes down. Curtain call already being used. Glorious pathway with the presence of the vengeance is still not enough. Hotun gets that kill quite easily, and a kill traded for the top side tier 1 turret, while the holy defense on the bot side gets procced already. It's only 8 minutes 34 seconds. It's not looking good for Corinthians.
So far, again, Influence Rage really bring out the rage in this one, because they really want that first slot in the grand finals. At least you get that momentum boost. At least you get that certainty in that game, in that sense also. So again, wowee, good trade-off so far. And this just leaves Corinthians hungry for kills, but no opening yet, because Paquito on that concealed play, finding moments. I feel like Paquito on the chip is more scary because it kind of feels like a Natalia just sneaking around.
Yeah, at the moment it does, because you don't know where he's coming from, and that's the way you gotta play this chip as well. Just showing that they understand the hero's utility and maximizing it. Chan forced to use the beacon after the curtain call was already used, and now but the flicker still present. Upatizi, that's not a coming through, but you can see Paquito on the side flanking with the shortcut. Hotun goes into the back line. Jesus taking out low. Vengeance is pop. Luis with the revitalize to make sure he survives, has to use the AoE to run away as well. But meanwhile, Flick on towards Paquito, trying to shut the damage, was looking to flank Hotun, but Paquito was there to make sure he saves his teammate. And now Influence Rage turn their attention in towards the Lores. Frost Lanave trying to buy some time. Chino taking down below half HP. Upatizi has the damage, but they secured the Lord indeed. He comes through again with the Pinnacle Ninja. Soul Snatch to get the kill on towards Hesu. Influence Rage just dominating this game, and might just take this game as well.
Yeah, Hotun on this Hanzo, that killing spree is literally a spree right now. It's just like him bagging on a lot of kills right now. Even with a 9 kill score lead on that board, again, the items right now is just way too much and too immense. It's a 1, even 2 item difference for now. So it kind of works very well in this composition, but at this time, it's not just a matter of equipment. It's just the gold efficiency. It's just way too much between these two teams.
It is a lot indeed, and Influence Rage have just found a way to make the clock tick. You see, Glorious Pathway comes down. He slows down 4 members of the team. He goes with the Pinnacle Ninja, has the Soul Snatch, but doesn't commit. Retribution was used to slow them down. They've taken away the holy defense in the mid lane, but here comes the AOG on towards Chino, and they're looking to take them down. Fury will have to get away with a sliding tackle. The Lord is still looking healthy, but he goes in with the Soul Snatch, trying to shut the damage. Chen goes through with the Crimson Beacon as well. The Lantern dropped down, and now the rest of Corinthians will have to back away. No inhibitor on the bot side. Already cracked open the base crystal. Not looking good for Corinthians, but here Chino is there. He pops in the Glorious Pathway, not just yet, but Frost Lanave gets taken down. Mega kill in the hands of Hotun. And now Chino just zoning and peeling for this team, as Corinthians have no way to defend the mid lane inhibitor. And now next on the chopper block should be the top side, as Paquito goes in with the crash course as well, and looking to take them one after another. But Fury looking to focus on the base crystal, put in the back line. They get Flick along with Louise. The damage is way too much. Influence Rage looking to pull off an upset 12-minute game. They take game number 2.
A 2-0. Very clean, very slick. This is a big difference. This is a different Influence Rage coming into this fight. A great victory indeed. This is definitely a highlight of today's game. We've seen that a very good early start from that. That's basically the solution if you want to go head-to-head with Corinthians. Starve them out of moments. Starve them out of any potential of just entering into a fight. And right now, Influence Rage is definitely on the hunt and getting a lot of kills, because I hear here and there a lot of fans are just screaming their hearts out right now, loving them since childhood apparently. And Influence Rage definitely bring in their A game for today. and a 2-0 fashion? Will they close it off with a clean sweep against the top team that we think that is ready for MSC? This is really, really taking on a different turn for any of us who's watching right now.
Nah, man, I'm telling you, this is just completely different from what everyone has predicted. It's just brilliance in the drafting and execution, and I cannot stress on this enough. The draft coming through from the coach of Influence Rage has been on point. Coach Blackjacks, I've said this before, I've seen him coach for multiple teams in Europe as well, where I go and cast multiple tournaments. I've seen him draft. He likes a flexible mid laner. He likes a certain style of play, but he reads into the games so well, and I can see that as well in MPL LATAM Season 3. He's done it before in MPL LATAM with different teams, and I think right now with Influence Rage, he's just making it work. He's finding the cogs, making them fit where they are important, and you can see that against Corinthians, a powerhouse team nonetheless. With Hesu, with Flick, Luis, Frostland, Nave, Upatizi. There's no way for them to come back. And look at that. A near perfect game, Vey. A near perfect game. Only giving away 2 turrets. The goal lead 14,000 and not giving a single kill. It is an absolute masterclass on how to break down Corinthians one game at a time and one pick at a time, and execution brilliance coming out from Influence Rage as well.
And after a 14k gold lead, it's just way too much to think about. Unlike what happened, this is a 12-minute game. So technically, if you want to like even it out, it's 1 kill per minute. And for this time, it's not that typical heavy team fights that you just want to go in, you just want to go for the typical brawl. Hotun on that Hanzo was just really well thought. And he really knows that, hey, if ever I can just come in, I'll do that. And he did all of that without the Sky Piercer. So that immense damage is just solely on him having that 10k gold just for him. And looking at it right now, up against Corinthians, they do have a solid lineup. They have a good front line. They do have answer if you want to go head-to-head with the Chino on Hylos. They have a good pick, the Suyo for Flick. I just don't know after that. I just don't know what happened after the early game that they were suppressed. They were just coming in for that fight. It just didn't work well yet. For now, and this is the second game that this is basically getting turned on. And as you mentioned, Kronos, the draft really was just composed very well by Coach Blackjacks. A lot of experience under his belt, a lot of knowing and reading on how it goes, how Corinthian plays it out. But for me, I think it's also a lot of respect on him being a player also. So he knows how to put himself in that situation. He knows how it feels for his players. So hey, if ever that's a good solution for them now.
Yeah, you're right. It's a great solution for them right now, and I'm at the same time I'm just trying to figure out the way Coach Blackjacks has just set up his team. And I mean, we're highlighting him so much, but to be honest, the way that not only his team, but the execution coming on the individual characteristics as well, getting their comfort heroes, prioritizing. We know Hotun likes to play the Hanzo, right? We've seen him do that time and again throughout the entire season, and this Hanzo has just made it work completely for them. And not just the fact that he had the Hanzo, they even got themselves more comfort picks with that mid lane Jushin, with the Hylos, and Paquito on that chip. Man, did the gold laner really even have to do anything at that point?
Because I mean, it was all on the jungler, really. Gotta hand it to Hotun, really. Gotta hand it to Hotun. But at the same time, it doesn't really take out the equation of they did also help out, like dishing out damage in the midst of a fight, but it's just because of a very overpowerful jungler in that hand, in that sense, in a lot of team fights also. So that's why that spotlight was just really given to him. So focused didn't really shift it, but it was always on that one person.
Yeah, I think it definitely was focus was shifted, but of course right now the focus on the MVP for the game. Did we even have a shadow of a doubt? Hotun with a 505 KDA on the Hanzo. It's his comfort hero as well. And I like to see the emblem that he runs. He goes for the Swift and then even gets the corrosion sight with the golden staff. A lot of damage.
Really well secured with this 505 KDA. He was basically really unstoppable. Again, a lovely hero for them to just pick it up. And also, well, he shined very much. Plus, because of the chip, it kind of caught Corinthians out of guard. Because knowing that they were just able to create a lot of space for Hotun to just come in and take out a lot of kills. And plus, a lot of space was created during even the neutral objectives from the early and also to the mid game. It just really helps a lot. And you funnel in a lot of gold for him. So in order for him to shine, well, he did what he could. And definitely, he aced that a lot.
Definitely aced it, alright. They made it work. They've kind of contained the Corinthians. They put them in a box right now, and I think Corinthians need to bounce back, because if they're gonna get 3-0'd in the upper bracket finals, oh, Influence Rage have just made a statement and marched into the grand finals and into the MSC as well. It is a one-way ticket indeed, ladies and gentlemen, and we're gonna find out which one of these two giants will make it there, because oh my goodness, it is 2-0 in the favor of Influence Rage.
Yeah, and if ever you want to try to catch up, you gotta rack up the same points here for like 2 more games. So there is that gap, and there is that potential of will this be a slip up? Will this be a mental thing that they need to like unpack? Will they can they make a comeback out of this? Because there are a lot of things that you really need to take into account too, if in order for you to just go ahead and beat Influence Rage. Because basically they found a solution: be more aggressive than Corinthians. And since they already watched how they can go aggressive from previous matches, it just kind of shows that Influence Rage already did that homework. So Corinthians, if ever they wanna win and one up Influence Rage, they gotta be more aggressive than the days that we've seen before. So which is totally going to sound insane, because head to head with that in an early game, it's just going to be a very brawly type of game that we're going to witness if ever they do that.
Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. That's what they got to do, right? That's what Influence Rage have been doing against. That's what you said. It's right. That's what they've done against Corinthians, and Corinthians just, I don't think they saw it coming, because no team has played this aggressively against Corinthians so far throughout the entirety of the season. And with Influence Rage coming in with such an aggressive play style, full dive as well in game number 1. In game number 2, it was just so clean. Another full dive composition. They just didn't have any sort of answer. They had no way to try and make a comeback. And hopefully now, with the next game coming through, game number 3, if they're able to draft well, it should be good. Because right now, Influence Rage again take the red side. Will that Corinthians still take first pick. So will that change anything still?
Okay, of course. If ever you want to look at by data, actually this works and it fits pretty well for them. It favors Corinthians in the blue side, and it also favors Influence Rage on the red side. So for right now, without looking at the history through the first and also the second game of the day, just because of this position right here still is in their forte on how they try to draft in the game. So You want to close off a few good potentials here. You don't want the Kimi loose since you're not on the first pick. You don't want the Loi to just minimize any fast rotations or any fast teleportations, and also the aggressiveness of the Hayabusa. You're just going to close it off. And even so, Influence Rage, they know the potential of the chip, so they just go and close it off. And if ever they really still want to go aggressive, a Hilda can be brought up in this game, or a Jawhead, or even a Cho. So bring back those fast paced movement heroes, bring back those pickoffs, bring back those high initiative, or even a Badang Gatot Kacha combination can be worked and secured well if ever Corinthians can get that. So even right now, the Lucas is just spent out.
Yeah, I think you definitely need to ban it out for them just because of the fact that the Lucas is such a good comfort pick in the hands of Hotun. But on the other side, look at that. They're sticking to the bans from what they know. It's just working out in their favor. And so far, I think this might just be key for them. It could change the way that... It could change the flow of the game completely if they leave a certain pick open. And I'm thinking about the Kalea. I know Corinthians would definitely like to pick it up first, but that also means Influence Rage could just pop in the Jushin and take another hero with another Purify. Harriet is still left open. I'm not sure if they want to leave it open. They ban it out indeed.
Kalia Fanny, if ever it's getting picked up in Corinthians. So you have the pick up potential, you denied it. So if ever Flick wants to get onto that Fanny, so it'll be more free, I say. So technically it's also a deny, but since you are on that first pick side, that blue side, you can only pick one first. And then if ever you want to reveal that Fanny in the early game, you kind of like give away the Kalia. And even so, right now, we've seen that player head-to-head for both sides of the gold laners. They perform well here by the highlight, but for me, the deal breaker here is just both jungles. Since the Kalia getting picked up right now, the Baksha though is probably getting flexed. It probably won't be in the jungle. I hope it's not in the jungle, to be honest. But right now, since no more Harris, you can pick up that Granger for Fury if ever.
Vey, so far, every game that Boxy has played in has won, haven't they, today? As
Just for today,
only
yes.
one loss. I think one loss today Boxy faced, if I'm not wrong. So, but it's not looking good.
I feel
look at the flex.
Ooh.
Look at the flex. They
Nice.
put the Joy in the jungle. Boxy, Roam, or EXP, we're going to find out.
Because right now though, Kronos, it's just more to the Baksha on the jungle. So it probably works, it probably doesn't, but since, hey, Hotun already locked in with that Joy, so it's a pretty good pickup. And for Corinthians right now, you just gotta respond to that. Sure, you have the Kalia to be a stopper, but it's going to be hard if ever you want to catch up to the Joy. So you need another stopper. If ever, pick up the Badang. It's pretty good for Hesu. Or pick up the Phobius, since he works very well with that too. And it's not banned out for now, but a Fanny revenge pick, a payback also, and the last one getting secured, a Farsha apparently. Ooh.
I like the Fanny. I was thinking, right, because what's left open in the jungle apart from the Joy, the Hayabusa. The Joy is a good pickup from Rage just because of the fact that Hayabusa is not present. They've taken away the Baksha also, and that means on the other side they need to prioritize Flick's pick, otherwise it's going to be difficult for him to come back, and that's going to be a Fanny that's left open. And of course it's his favorite hero and his best hero is what he mentioned. He told us. So Fanny being picked up is great for him, and now Farsa in the mid lane. They don't really care about the threat that this Joy brings, do they? I was thinking about a Farsa in previous game, but here Frostal now his positions are going to be absolutely crucial. But now with this Selena, I'm not really sure if Corinthians are going to have a good game. A Joy, a Selena, and a Boxia, those three will be rotating so fast that Corinthians won't have the opportunity to even blink.
And even though, sure, Flick is on the Fanny, but it's just the Fanny. Only him get to like outmaneuver or even like try to be on the same pace with them. But throughout all of the cables here and there. We are entering the second banning phase though, since both they don't have any marksman or any tanky EXP yet. Probably a good call to just close off the Phoveus or even the Badong for this one. And also a potential of a marksman if ever a Moskov and a what else then other than a Moskov should be good for this one. Because even so, Hilda and Phoveus being closed off.
Yeah, Hilda, Phoveus taken off. I think apart from Moskov, I don't see anything else that's good for Influence Rage at the moment. It's good even for Corinthians, but I think Corinthians are the first one to ban it out because Influence Rage have the first pick in the second phase. So by any means, I don't see Corinthians being, I don't see Corinthians leaving the Moscow Open. So Influence Rage right now can look to focus down another EXP laner in the form of a Gatotkacha and then create havoc. But also Gatotkacha is great for Influence Rage, and they understand a Cho is a bigger threat to the Joy. So a Cho is gone. Badang? Am I saying it right? Moskov and Gatotkacha just puts the draft in Influence Rage's hand.
Open.
This Moskov lock in right now, and then Gatotkacha later on. It's just locking in that draft for the side of Influence Rage. And Corinthians need to search for answers, and I can only think of the Irithel in the goal lane.
I think it plays also a crucial part. If ever you get the Moskov, you're actually kind of letting go, because the Gatotkacha can also work in Corinthians' draft right now. But hey, if ever you get Gatotkacha first, yeah. So even if you let go of the Moskov, it's still okay because you already have the Joy and Selena potential to just melt everybody down. So yeah.
I think here Moskov's going to be picked up for Corinthians. They definitely need that late game secured, man. I'm not going to lie. Otherwise, they're going to have a tough time if they let it through and Influence Rage just pick it up for themselves. Go for the Moskov. Go for the Hylos. I think that's a great play coming through. Great shout as well. You have the pick-off capability with Frost Lanave, or rather with the Kalea going to be in the hands of either Luis or Hesu. And then you get the Hylos. You're going to have another lockdown capability. And that's the they go completely left field, go with the glue, and the Wan trying to get some extra range, an extra bit of purify, the kiting ability, and now Influence Rage can either lock in the Irithel or the Moskov, and both are really great in their draft. And even though they have a Fanny on the other side, Vey, I am still leaning on the side of Influence Rage with this draft.
Yeah, I really do agree with you on this, Kronos, because even though Corinthians, they can definitely go aggressive with this draft, but they're also stoppers who are a little bit more powerful up against this. And yeah, locking in with a Moskov was just a really great solution in this. I'm actually quite shocked that both of that good picks just were given to them in this case. Again, if you want to go aggressive, there's a Baksha and a Gatotkacha. So right now, Influence Rage, they're looking in pretty good for this draft for this time in game number 3. Can they just seal it off though for now? Or will they have to put up another good fight?
If you ask me, man, I'm thinking Influence Rage 3-0, right? It's looking like a 3-0 with their draft, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. You're with the head-to-head right now. Again, if ever Corinthians, they want to try to be more aggressive as ever, it's this time right now. But also, let's not forget that Influence Rage is coming in really ready with those tanky and good frontliners, a strong front-to-back composition. So let's see how this will go.
How will it go indeed, ladies and gentlemen? We are match point for Influence Rage with the grand finals within touching distance. Can Corinthians ignite the comeback of the season? Or will Influence Rage slam the door shut and make it a clean sweep in the upper bracket finals of MPL LATAM Season 3? We're gonna find out right now.
Okay, definitely in the Land of Dawn. And so far, so good. even with a highly invasive type of lineup for both of these teams. Looking at the Kalia wanting to try to invade on the red buff, orange buff will be a big of a problem here. Even also on the other side, nobody is just coming in for that purple buff up against Flick, knowing that he is on that Fanny. And since everybody's just busy on that little Wanderer trade-off there, so far is still putting on that aggressive side for Influence Rage. Fanny, though, on a high mobility note, they still have a good potential, but everybody's just going to be really focused on that EXP lane. Since that first exit out, you want to rack it up that level, if ever, to just continue more of a fight, will just unlock the full potential of Influence Rage coming in.
Oh.
Fanny?
Yeah, I think this dive could have been just a little too greedy from Influence Rage. Corinthians are showing they're not just out yet, and first blood in the hands of Flick.
Good first blood, good start, but it's just caught in the midst of it. Plus, if ever you want to try to initiate those fights, you can't really just be too focused in the middle of a lot of walls, especially you're facing up of a Fanny, and especially it's Flick's Fanny. So let's see how it goes, because in the mid lane, something is happening.
Yeah, it definitely is at this point. And I think Luis, along with Hesu and Frostonave, want to hit that level 4 power spike. But Rage here just rushing the turtle in the hands of Yotun. And it all thanks to Paquito on this Boxia. It's what they played in game number 1. And they're running it back. Meanwhile, the gold lane as well, Fury is just having a great time against the Wanwan. And here comes Chan, gets the Abyssal Arrow on towards Upatizi, and now Fury is able to get the kill and one up on Upatizi in the laning phase.
Pretty good so far, of course, for Influence Rage, but really, it's not the Hilda that we're afraid of, it's the Baksha apparently.
Yeah, because it's the Boxia with the fast rotations, Vey, and he's able to help Yotun clear out the jungle much faster as well. And now with the pressure being put upon by Chan as well as Paquito, it's just way too much for Corinthians to deal with. Flick is nowhere to be seen. He's just farming around, waiting for opportunities.
And even right now, there are fights coming in there in the mid lane.
Tsunami Slam comes through, but look at the AOG. Catches 2 in place as well, as Frostonave gets the kill on towards Chan, but the rest of Influence Rage are still standing tall. But Chino here might just be down and out. That's a double kill in the hands of Frostonave. They have found the way to turn it around, and seems like Corinthians do not want to go down without a fight.
At least be more aggressive than ever from the first and second game. But hey, Influence Rage also being that A game too.
Oh, look at that. They get him in place, but at the same time right now, you can see Upatizi trying to dish out some damage, but Yotun was too fast with those rhythms and is able to make it out alive.
And again, so far still steadily good, but trade-offs is still in the hands of Corinthians though. And with the gold lane, Paquito is just again roaming around trying to suppress either on the 1-1, but since on the Fury on the Moskov is still a good start from them, and if ever another fight will definitely break out after getting securing a few jungles here and there for Yotun, it's just going to regroup in that turtle.
Yeah, and I feel like they need to regroup in that turtle, but Yotun's on the top side, but you can see Flick coming to the fray with the steel cables, as Corinthians are able to find a footing. But look at the taunt on towards Hesu as well. Hesu's in the back line, goes for the split, but Fury has no damage. But Yotun is not present in the team fight. Corinthians, they are able to turn the tide around, slowly taking the goal lead away, and they might just do it one objective at a time.
Pretty good early start for them, but right now Influence Rage, they can still also afford to be aggressive because they have Chan to initiate on the Selena. They have Hotun to just come in a little bit late to just finish everything off. But the problem is, since the first game, it is a race between these two junglers, so it's also a matter of like pace between of them, because it's a 1v1 on top though. Just a little bit, see a little bit of action. Jotun wasn't able to get out of that fight.
He definitely wasn't, because the Fanny's much faster. Meanwhile, over here, Paquito as well as Hesu going at it one at a time. He gets the split and the grab on towards him. And now on the bot side, you can see Fury unlocking the crossbow of tank for Upatizi, but the feather airstrike. Oh my goodness, Frost and Nave able to get that kill on towards Fury. Corinthians might be on the ropes, but they are definitely not going down without a fight. They take away the tier 1 on the bot side, and the tier 1 on the top side should be clearing out soon as well. And seems like Corinthians are putting up a fight.
Finally taking back the moment where they need to shine. They don't want to share that spotlight, so definitely bringing up wanding up against Influence Rage. But this fight is not as easy as it seems, because right now Flick on the Fanny, favorite hero for them. It's just finding a good moment. If ever he is stopped, it's going to be hard also if ever that Fanny is getting picked off. But hey, solution here, buy time for mid to late. That Fanny won't shine as much and deal as much damage, but it'll shift onto that game to a slower pace if ever you can't pick anybody off.
Here they go for the Tsunami Slam. Turtle Strike on towards Paquito as well. They grab him, and the same time a mega kill in the hands of Frostlave. Frostlave is dealing a lot of damage. 4-0-1 right now, and here the Retribution is able to secure the turtle in the hands of Corinthians. They get themselves 2 turtle, and Influence Rage have 1. But meanwhile, Fury has just been farming on the side. As you can see, Corinthians turned their attention on towards him, and this could be the difference maker. Fury, realizing that, gets out of harm's way.
You still gotta give that space. You still gotta find that respect, because even though you have to gain for like the first 2 games for this match, you can't really just let that go. Again, Corinthians are not an easy team to go head to head with, but so far Influence Rage is definitely suppressed by now, since a lot of them actually got their power heroes for now. So even looking at the equipments, a lot of gold is created, and with a 3k gold lead around that for Corinthians, which is good for them. But on item wise, the Fanny already get the Heptases and also the War Eggs. You want to try a little bit of a defensive, you also want to go aggressive, which is still good. But on the other hand, the Jotun, item wise is still normal, but they really gotta try a solution to just not let go of that hard grip on what they've already created, what solution they already found out from the first and second game.
Yeah, it's gonna be important. You can see Frost now with the feathered airstrike, but you can see they get that nice Tsunami Slam down on towards Chino as he's down and out. That was quick, and no Inspire popped yet, but now next on the chopping block is Paquito, as Flick is there with a Fanny with the steel cables, ever so mobile, taking them down one after another. And now Corinthians, they're looking so surgical with their rotations, taking down Influence Rage one fight at a time.
Slowly but surely, because Hotun is definitely leading onto the back. Not enough, because it is stopped by Frostlave and also Batizi because of that one mini stun. But because of that, space was created for Corinthians to just take away this Lord right now. It's a very good strategy for them.
Yep, and they got themselves a Lord. It's looking good. Now Corinthians have a slightly cleaner game, right? 9-1 is the score. They haven't lost a single turret, and the only one kill that went through was Upatizi, where he got caught off guard by Chan coming in and Fury picking up that kill. And so far, you can see they get themselves the tier 2 as well. And now Hotun almost went and committed, but he didn't want to get too greedy. And now with the Lord marching on the bot side, seems like Corinthians might have just flipped the script.
Again, even if you want to try to approach this cautiously, you don't want to tone down that aggressivity that you've already built up before. Because like right now, definitely pressure is on for Influence Rage, because Corinthians is just like chunking down all 3 lanes at the same time.
Yeah, you can see they're trying to push, and you're right, all of them are pushing at the same time. Meanwhile, on the top side, 1v1 between the Assassins, Steel Cables versus Rhythm and Beats. Who's going to come out on top? Seems like they don't want to take the trade. Meanwhile, Tsunami Slam on towards Chino. He's down and out, 0-3-0. Frostla Nave on this Farsa is absolutely cooking, and they're not giving away an inch or a mile, because you can see Flick goes in with the Steel Cables, flexing that. But here, catching Upatizi with the Abyssal Arrow, but he does have the Needles and Flowers, able to purify himself out of that. And now Influence Rage, no holy defense present on both the inhibitors. One inhibitor on the bot side is already down and out. Will they be able to defend?
Okay, it's going to be a little bit of a homework that they need to do though right now. So for Corinthians, they really just put on a good pressure right this. Let it be as it is, because all you need to do is just buy time, wait for a good moment, and take on to that Lord. It's just basically a done deal for them. On the other hand, of Influence Rage, if ever, it's good high ground defense, knowing that there's Hotun on the Joy, there's Fury on a Moskov too. It doesn't close off the possibility if ever they can flip the script in their base. Question is though, can they sustain that long up against Corinthians, bringing in that 1-1 for Upatizi and also that Varsha from Frostlanave?
Oh, Frostlanave, his position. Oh my god, man. I'm telling you, they gotta find an angle to take him down. It's gonna be important, and I think Hotun so far hasn't been very effective on this Joy. And Corinthians were okay letting it go. You can see though, they still have a little bit of confidence. The recall taunts are coming in. The Lord is going to be up in 20 seconds. Corinthians are looking to take it. They have a 10k, a 9k gold lead in fact. But still, that's plenty of gold in their pocket. And plenty of a gold difference for Influence Rage to actually need a lot more to come back from. And Corinthians are dominating.
And since they are dominating, they're just waiting for a good moment to just pop off during their domination in this game. So again, focus into that Lord. If ever Influence Rage, they want to try to entry in, it's going to be hard because of that minion wave up on top. They really need to clear that in. But since then, if ever they want to just jump in, good SOD, but not a good time if ever, hey, you want to teleport for Fury. Because you gotta be ready to just, well, clear up everything else, because Corinthians is definitely pressuring in 3-lane push right now, even though there is some time waiting for that Lord trying to march it in. But knowing that Hesu and Luis already in the front line just eyeing everybody down, it's going to be a bit of a problem if ever they cannot go through all of this before the Lord comes in.
Yeah, before the Lord comes in, indeed, they need to take down a top lane inhibitor. It would open up the map a little more for them. But the Lord is marching on the bot side. It's being rushed, as you can see. Influence Rage are not clearing out the wave to make sure the Lord comes in quick and fast so they're able to defend. And right now, Corinthians understanding that, still able to sink the waves. And now when it matters most, will we see a play coming through? Conceal is there, and Paquito gets the shield. You don't even on towards them, but at the same time, you can see AOG pops in, and they get a monster kill with the help of Feather Airstrike. Meanwhile, he finds himself some airtime with a crossbow of Tang. 2 kills in the pockets of Frostlanave. Hotun in the back line is not able to dish out the damage that's needed. Fury is looking to take down the Lord. It's below 10,000 HP, but will they be able to defend? Because right now, Hotun is buying time, but not enough, as the mid lane is open. And now Corinthians, when it mattered most, they found their fire. They survived the match point and say loud and clear, not today. They're not gonna get swept.
Okay, a 2-1 victory right now for Corinthians. They are not just giving this point up that easy. They are not giving this grand final slot that easily, because a great comeback indeed. Hey, as I've said before during this, if ever they want to try and take back at this moment, you want to be more aggressive as ever. Pick up the Fanny. That is basically the best revenge pick ever for now for Flick. And since it works well, Influence Rage, they gotta bring in a Thunder. They gotta match up that energy. It's not a race. It's just a matter of like who can one up who. Because if it's a race, it's like kind of the same going hand to hand. But right now, Corinthians, they found their footing in the third game, and they did it in a good, fashionably. A little bit late there, but I really hope they can sustain this, because if it's not, it's still in a position where Influence Rage still has the match point advantage, because they're already leading for 2-1. But it doesn't close off the possibility if ever this gets to unlock all games in the best of 5 series.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. And you know, Corinthians have finally, their momentum has shifted. Corinthians have broken the streak now, and they've shown that they can bleed Influence Rage. But still, make no mistake, game number 4 is still match point for Influence Rage. Backs against the wall, Corinthians. Will they make it out? Will it be possible? With this display, a clean display that they've shown us, no tower taken, only 1 turtle given away, and 1 kill on the other side. So of course, Corinthians seems like they have found their fire when they needed it the most.
Definitely, they've found a good footing, as you mentioned. They found their fire. It was light up again. It was lit up again by them. But they really gotta keep blowing onto that fire. You don't want to let it go light out. You don't want to let it dimmed after the 3rd game of the day for today, because hey, it's somewhat of a marathon, because it is preparing you for the grand finals. The grand finals though will be a best of 7 series, so a little bit harder than a best of 5. So this is the time for you to test your waters. And also going up against Influence Rage, it wasn't an easy fit for first and also second game. But right now though, since it's a 1-2, will it be a 3-1? Will it go to 3-2? I don't know, because like it doesn't really close off the possibility. Influence Rage, wow, I didn't really thought of a one-sided match, because I thought it'll be like very hard fought between them, just 5 games. I didn't think that it's a one-sided thing.
I'm telling you, bro. Like, they just completely flipped the script. Like, it just happened in the blink of an eye. So, it's just a lot of greed coming in from Influence Rage. And Corinthians are just showing they're not out yet. They just completely flipped the script, right? And that's going to be super important for Corinthians and their fans, of course. Yes, Influence Rage and the Ragers were screaming and they were happy, but hey, it's not over until the fat lady sings, and that's what Corinthians said.
No.
And so far, it's 2-1 in a best of 5 upper bracket finals. We have ourselves a treat.
Definitely still going on strong, because right now for the 3rd game, I might say it's just a matter of moments when they trying to flip the script, as you mentioned, because it's not a typical 1 moment thing as we've seen in first and second game. It's just them bringing in the fire of just showing that, hey, I can still do this. I can still take back what's ours technically. So it kind of snowballed after that. So well, quite interesting to see what will happen in game number 4. Will the prioritize change? Because I think the first and second game they banned out the Fanny, and when they just let it go, because there is a shift of priority because of that, it just kind of gives them a little bit of a bad luck letting that Fanny go.
Yeah, I think it's especially because it's Flick's best hero, right? It's his favorite hero. It's his best hero as well, the Fanny. You don't want to give their comfort pick. Upatizi likes to play the Wanwan. Frost and Nave loves to play the Farsa. And to be honest, I forgot to vote for my MVP. I'm going to do it right now. Game number 3. We know Frost Lenave right there. Click submit, because oh my god, he was an absolute monster on that Farsa. Not going to lie, he definitely dictated the pace of the game. Got that double kill early on. I'm not even sure if he had, it felt like he had a Sky Piercer. I just felt like he had a Sky Piercer. He was just getting kill after kill and showing that how strong Farsa can be.
And I mean, even after the update, knowing that a little bit of a passive that you can play around with the Wings by Wings, and also the ultimate though was helping up a lot too. And even we're going to watch it in later what items that he's going to use. I don't know if there's a Sky Piercer or not, but definitely that is a 1 bursty hero.
I mean, yeah, it is a bursty hero, and for those who want to burst their own pockets and kind of burst something of their own game, you want to make sure we get something. So take out your phones right now, open the game, go to the top right corner, click that settings, and then you see an option called redemption code. Click on that and you wait till we give you the go signal, because the go signal is right now, as we have a code for the giveaway coming through. You can see the code right there, BEOILYRCV, and you type that code and you click OK, and you might just something pop up in your inbox. It might be diamonds, it might be skin. Actually, no, it's not even diamonds, it's just skin. Redeem your skin now, so grab that as soon as you can, because I'm planning on doing it. I want to try. I know it didn't work before, but hey, you never know. So hopefully we can keep this code for a little bit longer on the screen for everyone to see. And you know, I'll try something as well. If it works out, it does. If it doesn't, I'll tell you again, guys. I'll repeat it. You gotta go to your screen, you gotta go to your profile, go to settings, and then you have an option called redemption code, and then we might actually see that we will get something. And guess what? It feels like I'm not ever gonna get it. Oh wait, I typed in the wrong code, babe.
You're just waiting for a right moment, of course. And if ever you guys are always very, very happy and also very upbeat about chatting in our YouTube chat and on our streaming platform, of course, tell us though if ever what skin do you get, because this redemption code is only valid for this live stream right now. First come, first serve. So whoever gets it, please let us know. If ever it's a 1-1, if ever it's a Benedetta or even a Franco MPL skin, hey, it's a good limited edition skin, so why not add that to your collection? And of course, we are marching in and waiting for the drafts and also probably the post game from what happened before. And in game number 4, I really want to see if ever they want to go aggressive and equalize or like put on the same footing. Through that, they really need to draft for that aggressive plays that we've seen in game number 3 for Corinthians. For Influence Rage though, since you already felt how pushed back you are in that third game, you gotta bring back that same energy for the first and second. So if ever, hey, that's a good solution to if they want to pick that up.
Yeah, I think they definitely need to find a solution, because Corinthians seems like they have. I don't think Corinthians have cracked the code yet. I'm not gonna lie, babe. It still looked like Influence Rage had a better draft, right? Just the execution was clean from Corinthians because of the fact that they had the Fanny, and I think they were just having comfort heroes. They lost the first blood. Influence Rage lost the first blood, and that's when Frost Lanave was like, hey, now we just snowball from the mid lane. We don't care about anything else. Yeah. Frost Lanave has a couple of gold, like 200, 300 gold extra. He got himself a double kill, make that 400 gold, add the first blood, make that 500. So he's 500 gold ahead. That's half an item ahead of somebody else. And the counterpart in the mid lane. So after that, they just like go bang, bang, bang with that big feathered airstrike. And then all the rest of the team had to do was just poke down or bait out the flickers from the opposing team. And then wings by wings, plant yourself. The world is my... No. The world is the sky, or is my world is the sky. Boom, boom. And then all of a sudden you just get the kills. That's what she says, right? If I'm not wrong, is that what she says?
If that's what she said.
Yeah. No, that's what she says, right? My world is the sky. That's her dialogue.
For Farsha, of course, indeed. Because you definitely gotta fly high and also get that potential, because, well, you gotta sky's the limit, if ever. Because right now, even looking at the what happens in also the draft and also the emblems, again, it was that typical default settings for right now, and even it accustomed to them. For Corinthians, since they do have that Fanny on hand, you also want to try to out-rotate Influence Rage. And even though you know Paquito is on the Basha, it didn't work as well as we thought because of that. And to confirm though, right now, Frost Lanave on the Farsha, there's no Sky Piercer, but since all of those basically a meltdown is pretty good to see that there are a lot of ones pretty secured for the Farsha. Good sniff on that potential pick, though. Chrono's pretty good, and even this game still considered as a fast game because it is on the 30-minute mark and 38 seconds. It is just closed off that pretty easily, and for some reason right now both sides of the teams is just ending the game with a really one-sided match. So if ever, we're going to see how it goes for game number 4. Will it be one-sided again, or at least they will wanna like go head-to-head with each other?
Yeah, it'll be game number 4 is gonna be super, at least coming in quick. To be honest, it might be one-sided. If you ask me, I think it's gonna be one-sided. If you ask me, but MVP for game number 3, Frost Lanave. We didn't have a doubt, did we? 805 on that Farsa. My goodness, this guy was everywhere.
Definitely a good worthy highlight, and a lot of the times, well, I feel like after this one moment in the early game, it just really like shows that Frostlnave can dominate, and right now it's just not even creating space. It's just because he can burst down a lot of people in that. So it actually helps a lot during this crucial moments like this. So it's not giving space, but it's more to just chunk down a lot of damage here and there, helping Corinthians to just be able to end at the end.
Yeah, it definitely at the end they got the victory. That's what matters, right? In the end, that's what matters to them. They need to get that upper bracket final victory to move on to the grand finals. That's what both these teams want. So far, Influence Rage are 1 foot through the door. Now Corinthians are just grabbing onto the other foot, and if they are able to win this next game, they're just yanking it, and then both these teams are just one game away. Think about it. I can think of it already. I think Corinthians might just take it, and then they'll get a 3-2, and then Vay's gonna get our prediction right. So what would be
Reverse
absolute
sweep?
cinema? Yeah, what would be absolute cinema is the fact that if Influence Rage actually just take this game and move on to the grand finals. That would just be insane. It would be crazy that they beat the hottest team in MPL LATAM right now.
And I mean, it is a possibility, to be honest, because since then they kind of learned from what happened in the third game out of the all. Because in the first and also the second, they just managed to crack the code. I feel that, and since you also brought it up during that draft, I really liked Influence Rage's draft in the third one, but it is not as aggressive as you've seen that in the first and the second. That factor that you're trying to find out during that, it wasn't given a chance because Flick was just way much faster, way more aggressive than the first and also the second game that we've seen. So I think the Fanny was a very good pickup, but again, I don't know if ever it's going to be banned out or not in the fourth.
I'm telling you, bro, that guy is just absolutely monstrous. I don't know how he does it with the Fanny. It's not the fact that he's getting so many kills, but even with the Fanny, he's able to play a little bit of macro, right? And he's able to kind of poke them down, come in at the right time, farm at the right pace. He's just doing it all. This guy can do everything. Just make sure you don't give him his comfort pick. Just make sure you don't give him his comfort pick. Otherwise, you're just going to be in trouble. And once you're in trouble, you're giving away your match point. If you're giving away your match point, then are you really even trying to win? That's the big question of that day.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to slip up, right? Because it was a good start for you guys. And if ever secure the 3-1, that's pretty good. Also, even if it's right now, for me, just to think about the possibilities of the heroes that you want to pick up in game number 4. I mean, stick what works for you guys in the first and second game. If ever Flick just want to go through with the Fanny, make sure you have a stopper. Pick up the Kalia. Pick up a Tigreal if ever. So just at least somebody to just stop this beast from just flying around with that. Because that combination of a Kalia and Fanny in one team was just basically a very good deny pick and a good read also. So probably you can want to readjust after that.
Well, they need to find a way. You're right with the Kalea being traded with something else, but what's like the trade going to be at the end of the day? Because if you ask me, I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to simulate a draft, right, in my head, and it depends on which side they're on. I feel like right now with the loss that Influence Rage have taken, they might still want the red side though. Right? I still think they might want the red side because they were able to win a lot of games from there. They won what, two games if I'm not wrong, right? Weren't they on the red side or were they on the blue side? Oh, I forget.
And the first one is the same, but they flip it out on the second. They didn't really work well yet, but they went back in for the third. So again, even by data, during that third pick, it works well for Corinthians because they have a better pickup during the drafts on the blue side. So if ever they want to try to go back to the red side, I don't think that it's a good answer because you kind of want to dictate on that draft. You kind of want to get those good heroes like the Kalia and Fanny pickup. So if they divert themselves to the red side win, it'll be kind of a little bit of a problem here.
Yeah, I think that's it. It might just be right. It just might just be a problem if they kind of get that in their favor. And I think at the moment feels like it depends on which side they're on. Oh wait, we find out which side they're on, and that's gonna be Influence Rage on the blue, Corinthians on the red. And they flipped the script. Influence Rage want the victory fast.
Yeah, and right now, since then, Corinthians right now, seeing by data, red side win rate isn't as pretty as the blue side, but let's see if ever they can counter react on what Influence Rage is just putting in. Because right now for Influence Rage, the red side blue side is not as big as a difference within Corinthians, so I wouldn't say it would play a big of a factor because I'm pretty sure Coach Blackjacks is just cooking something that if ever they want to see. And even looking at Chino and Hasso, both great setup players, both look out for a lot of information. But for this time, I don't know. I haven't seen a good moment where Hesu was just able to just go in with that fight. Finally, you want to pick up the Badong for him. At least there's a better initiation going up against Influence Rage.
Yeah. So far, it's Kalea, Jushin, Badang, Corinthians again. And I'm not liking the Badang pick, but the Jushin, I like that.
For the Badang pick, I mean, I kind of understand. So at least there's a good setup. Because they're like mostly all about setups. That is what makes them tick. That's what makes them good. But if ever they don't find that moment or Influence Rage just doesn't give them that moment, it's kind of rendered a little bit helpless. If ever you can't find a good angle to just come in to take on to that storm. Because right now Influence Rage, since you bring out the Kalia, you're taking away the Farsha. A little bit of a trade-off here and securing the Hayabusa for Hotun.
Hayabusa, Farsa, deny, Flick, Joy not looking so good. Hanzo maybe? Does he play the Hanzo? Or is he still gonna commit with the Joy?
Flick right now, Joy, Baksha, Fanny, Yishun, Sin, Suyo. So if ever he picks up that
Suyo, yeah, it's the best pick here.
Up the Suyo. At least you can go head to head with the Hayabusa and the farming phase. Pickoff wise though, it's a little bit risky knowing that there's a Kalia, but I think it still works. Still a good pickup. Next ban though. Okay,
I
no
was thinking the
Granger. I
Granger.
think you really want to focus off. Yeah, you're gonna focus on the gold laners here for now.
Yeah, but over here they could also choke down some of the EXP options, no? Phoveus. And then Phoveus is just a great right now for Corinthians. Not gonna lie. Gatotkacha is a great option just because you have the Farsa on the other side. You have a Hylos that's great here as well. So Corinthians have a plethora of options to choose from. But then again, even a Moskov is something that I think Corinthians want at this point. So it's all about priority at this point. Gatotkacha, definitely a priority ban.
Good pick up on that. You don't want that special combination went through. Corinthians though, you still want to ban off that Moskov because if ever Influence Rage pick up a good Moskov, the trio main damage dealers are just really locked in and set on that pace. So if ever you want to close that off, you can. And there's also a possibility that you don't want the Hilda hovering around them because you want Hesu on the Badang or even Luis on the Badang to roam a little bit more freely, knowing that is just all eyes on deck in that Land of Dawn. Last spend though, what will it be? Will it be the Moskov or will it be a trade-off later here?
Hylos, no? Hylos is just a great ban here.
If they really want to go tanky.
Moskov is a good ban still. I was just thinking like maybe let the Moskov through because they're gonna pick up the Hylos now. Because you want to stop the Farsa. They have the AoE. They just need a lot more sustain. They need a single target lockdown. And they don't mind Hylos going through. Have a revitalize. Works out in their favor. And
if ever Corinthians pick up the Hylos. If ever they pick up the Hylos though, Influence Rage can just get the carry to just melt it down quite easily. So it kind of, again, it's a matter of priorities if ever they want to get it or not. But they prioritize the Claude first. So since that is already open, there is the stopper though, there is Kalia. But what can Influence Rage do after this?
I like the Claude. It's more, again, it's not a pickup, it's a denial. They don't want to give Fury his Claude because it feels like Claude would be great for Influence Rage just because they can go for a full dive. Right? They have the Farsa, they have the Hayabusa. Farsa pokes from behind, BMI Blazing Duet, Hayabusa Ogi Shadow Kill. It's looking good for a wombo combo type of style. It's looking good, and the Phoveus was just left open. Like I said, Phoveus is just too good to let go of. You cannot do that. But the carry being prioritized. Again, Phoveus in the front, carry in behind, Kalea just for the pickoff, Farsa to melt people from afar, Hayabusa for the execute. Again, Coach Blackjacks and Influence Rage outdone themselves in the draft. It's not the best because I would have preferred a Claude instead of a carry. But that's, again, good drafting from Corinthians and Coach Darkness. And here on the last one, Glue.
Glue. A little bit risky, to be honest, if ever, because there will be moments if ever Influence Rage can just be more aggressive because bringing in that Phoveus and also Kalia. So, this is going to be a very hard brawl type of gameplay if ever both want to go head to head.
That's it. It's going to be super important. I mean, I'm not sure how it's going to go. I'll be honest. This draft looks 50-50 to me now. What do you think?
Yeah.
I like the draft is completely 50-50 for me.
At this point, yeah, it's kind of 50-50 looking the 10 heroes getting picked up right now. But so far, both match their aggressivity for Influence Rage and also Corinthians because we are definitely looking at a very hot pick in today's lineup for game number 4.
Yeah, it's gonna be insane indeed. Will they be able to make a comeback? The Corinthians, because the momentum has just shifted and Corinthians have broken the streak and shown that they can bleed Influence Rage. But make no mistake, folks, because game number 4 is still match point, and Influence Rage will be looking to close the door before things spiral out of control as we are going in to game number 4.
Definitely interesting to see all the heroes getting picked up here. For me, I feel like there is more openings if ever Influence Rage wants to get aggressive. Even looking at the emblems right now, it's just all full-blown wanting to go aggressive. That War card, the Hayabusa, that Thrill you want to pick up in for the Kalia and also the carry. Really good for the laning phase because you're basically head-to-head with a Claude also, but it doesn't really close off the possibility where Hotun can just maneuver down at the bottom lane if ever, because the steal right now for Paquito is really going aggressive. Oh, Purify.
Yeah, I think they definitely have to be as aggressive as they can. Paquito wants to make sure Influence Rage have what it takes to take this game out as soon as possible. And it's looking good so far. They have their hands on a Hayabusa. Can always dive with that quad shot and take him down.
I mean, it is a comfort pick at this point, but again, the aggressivity, you want to go for the early aggro composition and also a possibility, because right now Corinthians are starting it up a fight.
Yeah, nothing there just yet at this point. Influence Rage finding their footing, and Corinthians are not letting go.
Still, again, finding ways so far right now for Influence Rage to just come in, because Paquito is definitely eyeing on that objective and everybody's just marching in.
Oh, nice knockout coming through from Paquito, and you can see at the same time Luis goes for the fist break, and here Chino is there with the Infernal Pursuit, could be contesting. No, they don't. Flick is able to get it for Corinthians, and now they are looking to take back control.
But so far, again, they understand that since you want to let go of that neutral objective, sure, it's just providing vision, everybody's there, so Hotun can jungle freely and more calmly if ever there's no other trade-offs than that. So still a good early start, still finding it some ways to just try to suppress Upatizi probably if ever you get that moment. But since it's a Claude, it's really hard to catch. If you don't have that Tsunami Slam yet, it's really hard to try and suppress the gold laners in their respectable lanes.
Oh no, Paquito gets caught out and they take him down, but he goes for the quad shadow. So Ogi Shadow comes out, but you can see Chen right now forced to flicker off thanks to the lantern. I'm not really sure if it's the right position out for that feathered airstrike, and Corinthians aren't just surviving, they're contesting every inch, and now that's a team that's looking like it's found its rhythm.
And finally cracking in that code. Definitely hope that this is not a slip up, because Flick is getting more aggressive on his Suyo and even contesting a few junglers here and there with Hotun. And so far Influence Rage is just finding a good footing because Luis is eyeing on Fury. Almost.
Yeah, Fury is just biding time, and I think Fury is actually getting the better of Upatizi so far in the lane, but Upatizi is just one level ahead. Oh, feathered airstrike forcing Upatizi to delay the recall, and Influence Rage are moving as a unit, and they're trying to shake off whatever momentum that they've lost.
And since then, so far, all good for the side of Corinthians actually, looking for that trade because that turtle will be the main target here and there. But Luis was spotted out so far, and Influence Rage, they are trying to start a fight.
Yeah, they're trying to start the fight indeed. You can see at the same time, Hotun forced to use the quad shadow to go back. Feathered airstrike from Chan, but he's out of position. I'm not really sure if that's the right time to use it. And now, so far, from jungle to turret, feels like Corinthians are slowly starting to get control.
And so far, it's not a bit of a pushback, but that early control and that stabilize on what they want to try to pick out the next time, it's a pretty good start for them. Because like even the Flick is getting more aggressive on just finding out, basically opening some of the bushes himself, which is a little bit of risky play here, but still you gotta focus down at the gold laner, suppress either Fury or Upatizi. At least you have that in your advantage. Oh ho ho!
Blazing Duet comes through after the Tsunami Slam for the airstrike to make sure he zones them out. Upatizi with a BMI gets out of harm's way. Hesu right now going to the back line. He's trying to create a disruption in the flow of Influence Rage, but look at Flick. He just sold a purple right under the nose of Hotun, and he doesn't have it. And now Flick understands that he could go for the play. No, he doesn't want to. Hotun used the quad shadow to get out, but meanwhile, on the bot side, a big brawl is brewing. It's 4v3, and they move away. Flick is just invading into the jungle and taking everything one at a time.
Quite invasive for this one, but again, it is controlled aggression. I feel that because even leading up to the 6th minute, there's no huge plays or even trade-offs yet. So it's just still a 1-for-1, a 1 for neutral objective right now. But it's Flick is very actively seeking and also keeping on a safe distance though for the leveling, because right now, Hotun finding a way. Even a little bit late of that concealed play, but Paquito is definitely active there, searching for a moment. But since there are no other resources yet from Hotun, you don't want to force up that fight because the turtle is definitely online right there.
The turtle is up and feels like Corinthian want to get the advantage. You can see Paquito here doesn't have the flicker, but he goes for the Tsunami Slam. No, it doesn't come up, but nice feather airstrike along with the fist break combo as Flick is able to get the kill on towards Paquito. And now they look for another. Frost and Nave is trading Chino, and that's 2 in their pockets as Corinthians again stand tall. And from jungle to turret, looks like they are turning this map into a pressure cooker, and feels like Influence Rage can't find room to breathe at all.
And because of this early aggression just plays so well right now, Flick main target even isn't enough for that Ogi Shadow kill to take him down. But because of this, most of the turrets and also the objectives, slowly but surely, Corinthians are just pushing in again and again.
Yes, they are pushing indeed, slowly and surely. Look like they want to flip the script, but just like that, in one fight, Louise overcommitted, got too greedy, and Influence Rage have just shaken everything off in just one fight.
Because of that one fight, you don't really want to build up for that little slip up, but hey, so far it is working pretty well for Corinthians because Hesu is just finding a good moment to just try to initiate. But on the other hand, we're looking at Paquito trying to aim at a target, because even though everybody is just wandering their own way, a few eyes are on Frost and Nave in the mid lane before this.
Yeah, Frost and Nave, he definitely has the damage, right? He definitely has the damage to dish it out with the glowing wand. The sustain is present as well. They're looking to control these team fights a lot more than usual with this Jushin. But so far it's working out, and they are able to contest the neutral objective. Was here with the Tsunami Slam on towards Hesu. He's forced to flicker out as well. Feather Airstrike comes into the fray, but Hotun in the back line goes for the Yogi Shadow kill. Should be able to make it out, but the fist break, fist crack combo tried to catch him in place. That was too close for comfort. And just like that, you can feel it. A bit of hesitation coming in from Influence Rage. Game 3 just might be haunting them more than they think and more than they expected.
But yet they still keep their composure, they still keep that calm, because you are aiming at that Lord right now. Corinthians all set up. Hesu and Luis definitely on the block and also searching. But on the other hand, Influence Rage, they don't want to give this up that easily. There's Fury, Chino, and also Paquito on the hunt also. So let's see who can get to entry this first and who can get to clean up that mess if ever there's a war.
Oh my god, feathered airstrike, but look at Opatizi goes for the BMI and trying to get the blazing duet as well. Fury's taken out low, and meanwhile they take take away Paquito and trade it for Hesu. But you can see there, Ogi Shadow Kill comes through. But Upatizi using the BMI to make it out with the Purify as well. Still surviving. And here Chino goes through. He can go into the Infernal Pursuit, choosing not to do so. Chan not having the damage yet. 0-1-3 on the Farsa. Not the game that he was looking for. But here, Corinthians are looking to take this Lord and flip the script completely, because that's what it's looking like at the moment.
And since they got that Lord objective, and so far no turret is successfully taken down yet, so at least with this Lord, I feel like Corinthians can get like at least 2 turrets active for their advantage, because I don't think that it'll be a last straight push. It's not that moment yet, but playing in that composition and playing into that timing quite well, it's leading up to a moment where Influence Rage is just really forced to just fight all of it into together. But at the same time, if ever that fight breaks out, Hotun and also Fury don't have enough items yet to just overcome during this fight or whatever Corinthians is just trying to start.
Yeah, at this point, feels like we might have a series on our hands, Vey. Corinthians are marching now. You can see the conceal play coming through as well. Luis, along with Frost and Nave, zoning out Influence Rage, making sure they get that tier 1 in the mid lane. Now turn their attention on the bot side. Holy Defense is procced on the top side. Lord is already taken down. Corinthians slowly moving together like a unit. And they might just break this game, and we might just be going the distance. Oh wait, Paquito finds a Tsunami Slam after the nice knockup coming through. Hesu is there, taking down low, but meanwhile in the back line, you can see they go for Chan. Flick find the kill, and now they go for the Ogi Shadow Kill as well. Hotun is able to dish out the damage as Fury finds the shutdown on towards Flick. And they take away the Holy Defense of the bot side. All tier 2s except the mid left standing for Influence Rage. Corinthians are able to move around like a unit, and slowly but surely might taking it away.
Definitely putting the pressure on. It's definitely pressing in a lot of measures. Even all tier 2 turrets are definitely already down. And looking at Corinthians, they don't want to risk about this place, even though they do have that pressure and they do have that lead right now. They don't want to rush into this. So let's wait up for the Lord. Let's put on a good safety push. At least you do have that to your advantage, but Paquito don't want to just give it to them.
Oh my god, they just melted down Luis, and now looking to take the Frost and Nami as well as he finds it. And now Upatizi comes in with the Blazing Duet, but it's not much damage. Winter Crown from Flick to survive, but look at Chan. He finds the kill, and they find 3 in the process. Influence Rage. They are taking this game, and feels like Corinthians are fighting an uphill battle.
And definitely Influence Rage is taking that moment back, because Fury has already hit his item power spikes, and even pushing into like 3 lanes at the same time. It is a good start for Influence Rage to at least go there first. Let's chunk it down. Let's put a little bit more pressure. Let's try to control in the area, because right now the Lord is definitely up for grabs for either one of these teams, because Luis playing out that conceal.
Fizz break, fizz crack combo, but he's taken down, melted instantly by Fury. And now with the Feather Airstrike, you can see the Tsunami Slam comes through as well. Upatizi has to make it out, but he's able to survive barely, as the Glowing Wand effect will take him down. And just like that, they have flipped it. I've been talking about flipping the script. Seems like they have. Influence Rage are looking to take another. Hesu survives with a split, but here goes Hotun. He finds the kill, and now overcommitting Chino with that Infernal Pursuit gets taken out by Flick. But look at the Feather Airstrike. Chan is on a killing spree. The Lord is marching down the top side. Corinthians might have backed themselves into a corner.
Definitely a sight to see. Definitely a pressure to not release at the same time of Fizz break and Fizz crack combo. Not enough, but actually the shot kill to get a 2-point here. 2 kills and also killing spree, leaving Upatsi down. But right now, Influence Rage is definitely pushing for the end today. The Lord is really marching in, placing 2 ends by Upatsi. Cancelled down by the Influence Rage. Gets to be the victory and the first one to advance to Grand Finals of MPL LATAM Season 3.
And that's it. Influence Rage shut it down in game number 4, 3-1, and straight to the grand finals. One more series stands between them and MPL LATAM Glory. They let one game slip, but they locked right back in. Influence Rage prove why they're contenders for the MPL crown.
And definitely a worthy crown being taken away from the Kings that we thought that they will actually secure the first place, but hey, nope. Anything could happen in the land of Dawn. Any possibilities can even do so, and flipping the script was the really main theme of today, and definitely a worthy sight to see for both sides of these teams. They really found a good moment. They really found a good start, but hey, the start isn't the finish line. So along the way, you gotta overcome those hurdles. You gotta overcome those higher mountains. You gotta climb a little bit higher, because that is what Influence Rage did. And even at the last of the day, they didn't let that comeback from game number 3 let them take down of that momentum boost that they already had in first and also second game. So right now, facing up Corinthians, they aren't the giants yet. It's not the highest mountain for them to overcome, but right now Influence Rage really set up a higher bar, because they managed to crack what Corinthians did best during the playoffs in the first, even leading up to the third day for this week.
Hey, from start to finish, Influence Rage played like a team on a mission. That wasn't just a win, that was a message to the rest of LATAM. The 3-1. Influence Rage didn't just survive the pressure, they thrived in it. This is a team with grand finals DNA.
Definitely a worthy sight to see, and from the drafts, from the gameplays, from actually mostly a lot of the aspects that we think that it's quite important to see how they try to overcome this hurdle going up against Corinthians. It's not as shaky as you think, because usually when you see those top teams up head to head, it's going to be a little bit scary. But you know what, Influence Rage, they take up that challenge. They grow as well through a few days of this, and with a 7k gold lead ending the game at the 14th minute mark, 23 seconds, it's just a pretty good thing to see that Influence Rage, as you mentioned, Kronos, absolute cinema. It's not going all the way to the third game. It wasn't giving the chance for Corinthians to win, but Influence Rage, they just really want to close this gap as soon as they can.
I mean, not just that, right? What separates great teams from the rest? The ability to bounce back after a loss, and that's exactly what Influence Rage did in game number 4. They dropped one game, adjusted, locked in, and came back stronger. Influence Rage showed championship composure tonight.
And definitely a good draft to go head to head. It is still in the meta. It's still showing them how disciplined they play, and along the way they really just elevated a lot. So being the first contender, waiting to see the results, either Corinthians or even 9Z Global is going to face them off later in the grand final. So congratulations on securing your first throne there, but your fight is definitely not over, because all eyes are up for grabs for that MSC ticket and also securing that wild card. But if ever you get that first slot already, you don't need to go through that wild card competition and also part of the tournament against other regions also.
Yeah, definitely not, because I mean, the way that they've played definitely made their path to the grand finals, right? With this win, now they're just not just the ticket away from the MSC, they've already locked that in, but Influence Rage are now just one step away from MPL LATAM Season 3 title, and the grand finals awaits, and they'll be watching every move in the lower bracket between Corinthians and 9Z Globans.
Definitely a sight to see. Amazing to close off for today, because it wasn't as expected as you see, because like I had an expectation of like both of them are as strong as they seem to be, and like I'm hoping for like a lot of typical brawl fights, but turns out it was that disciplined play. It was that one over taken moment that they were able to indulge in that. So it was a pretty satisfying thing to see, and also seeing and witnessing the first match for today that 9Z Globan is still pulling that Cinderella story, and sadly we have to see that Team Infinity had to go home for today, but definitely waiting for them to come back stronger for season 4. So throughout the whole day today, it's a really fun day to see and witness.
I mean, yeah, and of course, like it was a fun day, but with this win for Influence Rage, like they've secured a spot in the grand finals, which gives them a massive strategic advantage because you get more prep time and more breathing room and momentum on their side because they're going from the upper brackets. But the Cinderella story might just be completely different. Corinthians, if they're able to bounce back by taking down 9Z Globant, which they did in the upper bracket quarterfinal, or is it upper bracket semifinals, then hey, we're looking at a rematch.
Probably. So again, like today is a little glimpse of grand finals. So it was amazing that we've got to witness that. But of course, we've seen our MVP of today. It is Fury on that carry, 507 KDA with a kill participation at 92%. He was there all the time. This time I might say Fury is silent but deadly. The carry bring up a lot of great impact in the fights, but come on, it's just amazing to see this MVP right now.
Yeah, and you have to give it up for Fury as well. The backbone for every team fight, every push, and every time there was a turnaround, he was present. MVP performance for sure. And not just that, the decision making under pressure was just next level, right? That final Lord call that was there in that fight, that just sealed the deal, and that just sealed Corinthians' fate, and they had no way to get any sort of a comeback. And now, remember this, whoever comes out of the lower bracket has to face a fully restored, a fully rested, a fully locked in Influence Rage, and that's a mountain to climb for them.
Of course, it's not that typical streak that you see that they've tried to display. For right now, since they already have that streak from day number 1 leading up until today, it's a good time to rest and of course come back definitely stronger and definitely more ready than ever, because tomorrow they got to sit back and relax and watch their opponent, because they are going to duke it out for the last spot for grand finals. Tomorrow it is just a 1 best of 5 series, but it is the most crucial thing for Influence Rage, because they're definitely waiting for 9Z Globan or another rematch against Corinthians.
Exactly. I think that's gonna be very important to see who they're gonna go face up against, because it's gonna be, like you mentioned, either Corinthians or 9Z Globan. Will it be all Brazilian final, or will it be again Brazil versus Argentina and a rematch of the upper bracket semifinals, or will it be a rematch of the upper bracket final? Because the way things are going, seems like Influence Rage just found momentum. They found the answer to how to break down Corinthians, and it has worked. It's worked 3 games, 2 games in a row. Of course, on the other hand, they gave away the Fanny, but apart from that, there's not much, there's not much for them to actually think about, because Coach Blackjacks just outdrafted Coach Darkness.
Definitely playing in that mind games right there. But to me, again, I love the story where I feel like Coach Blackjacks really just put in the heart, other than just studying. It's just knowing that the position of how his players are going to play, because like he's a pro player himself on his other team. So it kind of wraps up and also gives another new perspective on how you play, and also how you see it from like a top vision going down. So all of the in-game analysis, all of the trainings, and also the scrims that they're trying to do here and there really paid off. and really happy to see that they are able to overcome this and actually still rise to the top. And I'm actually feeling a little bit upbeat though, Kronos. Happy with the top 3 predictions that we've talked before in week number 4, if I'm not mistaken, after that. So
yeah, I mean, definitely the top 3 predictions are the same, and now feels like this is what is going to be. It's just locked in at this moment, and so far, I'm just saying it. Hey, the rage is real. The rage is real. It's heading to the grand finals. Influence Rage are your MPL LATAM upper bracket kings.
So far, definitely worthy a spot, worthy of the name. Also, Kings are definitely waiting for their opponent tomorrow. Because after seeing today, just amazes me on how volatile that things can shift. On one day, they can just probably be on top, and just right now, a Cinderella story might even happen. So there's a lot of possibilities coming in here and there, but it doesn't close off to the fact that all of them are amazing players and pulling out amazing plays in their own way.
Yeah, but I mean, if you think about it, for Corinthians, right, the fight's not over yet. The fight is definitely not over yet. They definitely have a lot more to give, and it's gonna come down to how they are gonna hold mentally, right? Because let's be honest, like, the fight's not over. Yes, the road is a slightly bit longer, but they did drop down the lower bracket. But it's the lower bracket finals. They had to play another match, but that's just the grand finals, just another 3 wins away, and I don't see why those 3 wins cannot come through. And a team like Corinthians don't really crumble, do they? They just recalibrate, they find their footing, and then, hey, you can bet they're already thinking about their next match right now.
So, I mean, after a good night's rest, I'm pretty sure, yeah, after all of the evaluations of what they did today, here and there, and replaying, I'm pretty sure they're just cooking something already directly after this, and a lot of considerations to do, and also rewatching the match, how 9Z Globan and also Team Infinity is going to go head to head. Because looking at the knockout brackets right now, see, it's a good day to see that Influence Rage is already sitting on top, waiting for their opponents with a clean 3-1 in today's game. And also Team Infinity and 9Z Globan, it was a good match to see. It was a very creative draft to see. Also, it's a 3-1 for them. So tomorrow, the only match that we're going to witness in the best of 5 series is Corinthians versus 9Z Globan.
Well, that definitely was a crazy bracket, and the way that it's gone about, we have come in long. After 3 months, we're down to the final 3 teams. Indeed, the upper brackets already concluded. Influence Rage move on to the grand finals, and your first representatives of MPL LATAM in the MSC. The mid-season cup gonna take place in the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, and it's gonna be absolutely amazing. They're definitely happy, their fans are happy as well. Now the other one's gonna be either Corinthians or 9Z Globan. We're gonna find out. So at the moment, not just that, hey, look at that, we have our predictions on the board.
Okay, so right now, looking for today from Team Brazil, Brain, and also Enrique with me and Kronos on the English desk, and also the from Cass and Det in the Espanol desk. And it was a satisfying thing to see here and there. A little bit of a mishap though. Different choices here and there. And Kronos, same footing with Enrique right now. You're catching up,
bro. I'm catching up. I'm creeping up on you just like that. I'm right there, right around the corner. We're at the same points. 23 is my favorite number. I'm not planning on keeping it like that. I need to make it out of that last spot. It's gotta happen soon.
2 more days, Kronos. There's still the chance.
Hey, you never know. Do we get extra points for the grand finals? Just because it's like, you know, yes, best of 7. Like, hey, why not?
I don't know though, but let's see. Let's ask later, because it's a little fun competition between our talents here with our predictions and also with the standings here looking at it. But It was a very fun day today. We've witnessed all 3-1s. It's in uniform for this, and it's a 2 of best of 5 series. And closing out of the day was a very satisfying thing to see. A lot of twists and turns, a lot of flip scripts, as you mentioned before. So, quite excited to see what will happen tomorrow, because after tomorrow, locked in for grand finals. It's basically just either 1 or 2, but they are definitely going to MSC.
Yeah, they definitely are. And well, before we head off, of course, a big shout out to our sponsors at bonoxis.com. You want to make sure you get all your diamonds, go and recharge there as soon as possible, because it's fast, secure, super safe, super easy, and a lot of players trust bonoxis.com indeed. Because hey, we also have a code for you, BNX MPL 3, for a 5% discount.
Oh, okay. So don't forget to check it out directly onto the website. And of course, after you get your amazing diamonds, you get those amazing discounts. You want to go and fight with it in lovely tournaments being set up. And also, if ever you want to host your own, you can definitely do that in community gaming. A website, of course, that you can also follow up is at communitygaming.io. A path of becoming a professional starts in community gaming. So don't forget to visit that and check it out.
Yeah, and while you're at it, don't forget to be an MVP in the game and also an MVP in your photos with the new Techno Canon 40 series. They have a new snapshot feature to freeze the action in motion and also bring you the best, of course. So make sure you get the Techno Canon 40 series to be MVP in and out of your MVP in the game and in your photos as well.
Okay, quite interesting to see. Of course, amazing phone that you can capture in every single moment. But I also want to capture a very nostalgic moment. For example, like Chronos here. I grew up with MLBB, and you said you grew up with Naruto. It's the best of both worlds right now, with the amazing collaboration of Mobile Legends Bang Bang and also Naruto Shippuden, of becoming the Hokage in your ranked games with MLBB and Naruto skins. So don't forget to download in the game if ever you're not there yet, but it's all available in the Apple and also App Store. And wait, if ever you're already downloading into that game, you gotta love those skins. So don't forget to top it up and also get and collect those amazing limited edition skins with Naruto Shippuden.
Yeah, I agree. You definitely want to make it happen for yourselves with those skins. So make sure you download the game and head to bonoxis.com to get that recharge BNX MPL 3. Once again, folks, it's 5% discount. And on that note, Vey, like, oh, what a day it was indeed.
Wow, really, it was an amazing day. It was, I wouldn't say tiring, but it's just, it's very energetic to see those good plays being coming back here and there, and it was like a tug of war even during the second match. So to see it displayed out as Influence Rage coming victory on that was pretty good to see, because again, I predicted about Corinthians, and also you did too, Chronos. So we're going to see how they will play it out tomorrow. I really hope that this isn't a mental slip for today. It's definitely a calling to work things out and overcome this for tomorrow.
Yeah, for Corinthians, right? That's the main thing, that they need to find a way. But for 9Z Global, though, hey, it could have been, it could look like that Corinthians were just kind of exposed by Influence Rage. And it's one absolutely insane, because let's not forget, right, it's just the fact that the upper brackets were over, upper bracket finals over, and then the lower bracket semifinals is over as well, and it's just one step closer to the crown. One team waiting at the top, but down below the fire is still burning. is still burning indeed, because MPL LATAM isn't done, and neither are the teams that's chasing greatness. So until next time, folks, take care and keep the passion alive, because it's going to be the lower bracket finals tomorrow between 9Z Globant and Corinthians. Whoever wins will get a ticket straight to the MSC. So this is Kronos out.
Okay. Quite interesting to see. Of course, I'm excited for tomorrow with a one series of best of 5 series to see who will get that ticket, as Kronos mentioned already. So thank you very much to whoever is watching right now, and whenever you are, thank you for supporting MPL LATAM Season 3 here on the English Desk with me, Faye, and also Kronos. We are signing out and see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.